Hello Overclockers, and welcome. Oh, screw this. Where's ATAC when you need him?
Well, hello everyone. Good morning and welcome to the final day of Epic32 here in the Intel Valorant tournament. Of course, thank you very much to the support that Intel have provided to get this tournament off the ground. We've also got Overclockers UK and Logitech G as well. My name is Raptros and I will be joined for this first best of three of the day by JP Casts. It's a very early start for us, well, at least in terms of the gaming world, with a 10 a.m. game. And I know there's been in the past some Counter-Strike players that have complained about that on Twitter. But are you fresh and ready to go, JP?
I'm fresh, ready, and raring to go. My normal start time is about 5 to half 6 in the morning, so this is a beautiful lie-in this morning. So I appreciate that very much to the esports community for bringing me along to provide me with a lie-in. But I definitely think that Epic is one of the best ways to describe this weekend so far, both in terms of the games we've seen, the caliber of play, but also the shifts that we've put in to bring this action to yourselves at home. And it has been wonderful to have you all along for the ride along with us.
Yep, it absolutely is. Let's hope the players are similarly fresh-faced as you are, JP, because usually when we're even at LAN, this is the main series that's always a little bit of a struggle for the players because of course they're not used to getting up so early for games, and that's just exacerbated in a LAN environment, especially if you didn't get a great night's sleep the night before. But yeah, lower bracket day, basically. Of course, we'll have the grand finals at the very end of things here, but we'll have to get a good couple of series under our belts, 3 series exact, before we get to that grand final. So we got this lower bracket semi-final, then we'll have a consolidation semi-final, and then the actual lower bracket final before we get to that grand final. So a whole bunch of games and hopefully a whole bunch of maps on the cards here for you in the Epic32 Intel Valorant tournament. The first series that we will be casting, though, will be the Taran Mill versus a Volvo Peak series here in this lower bracket. And of course, Taran Mill really, at least in the UK scene, really need no introduction. Of course, these guys were basically at the top of their game in the UK Counter-Strike scene before they moved over into Valorant, and have found some okay success in Valorant as well, getting sometimes quite deep into qualifiers and some such. So those guys are very, very experienced. Of course, they've been punted down to this lower bracket. They're having to make the run. We saw Volvo peak earlier, JP, and show what they are made of in their particular upper bracket games.
Yeah, and they came up against the unfortunate brick wall of Vitality, as we saw on stream yesterday. Vitality playing party poopers to everyone involved, apart from their match that came against Wave Esports on the last day of yesterday. But again, going back to Volvo Peak, a very exciting team that is something we haven't seen too much of. They are a brand new team. You have the two very different looks of Valorant at the moment. You have a team which has come over from CSGO into the Valorant community, formed a team early on and had some reasonable success across the VCT series. We're seeing them make best of 64, best of 32 before being knocked out by some of those better teams. But on the side of Volvo Peak, we're seeing this team which is incredibly new. This might be their very first tournament in terms of competitive play against some of the top teams. So it's going to be interesting to see that diversity of playstyles and how those teams have come together. On the side of Taran Mill, they've had an absolute barnstormer of a tournament so far. They ran their groups 5-0. They even took a game off of Wave Esports, the current end boss of the tournament, already sat in the grand final, awaiting the eventual winners of this lower bracket run. So a team that has a lot of pedigree. They've been able to take the games off the top teams. Unfortunately, they weren't able to convert in the upper bracket when they did go down to Wave Esports, who got their revenge on them. But a team that's shown it has pedigree within FPS games, obviously coming from CSGO, versus very much an up-and-coming team. And I want to see the Volvo Peak team take the lessons from yesterday And I want to see Terra Mill learn from the advantages they pulled during the group stage and try and take that through this match as well.
Of course, you did mention it that Taran Mill, at least in that group stage, had taken a map off of Wave Esports, who still are our top seed in the tournament. But of course, they faced them again in the upper bracket, but they weren't able to take a map away from them that time, and they went down to this lower bracket 2-0. So obviously, if they're able to run the gauntlet through the lower bracket, get back to the grand finals, then well, who lies in wait? It's Wave Esports again. So we might see another best of three between Taran Mill and Wave Esports if things go Taran Mill's way in particular. And that's worth noting because Wave Esports have already secured their spot in that grand final thanks to their amazing run through the upper bracket. So they can just kind of relax today. They can even just watch the stream and just try and get a little bit of insight into how the other teams are playing as well. And so they can get their preparation done, which is, I guess, a luxury afforded to that team that comes through the upper bracket, that they don't have to play so many games on end.
Yeah, they can truly have a lie-in this morning. And they're going to need it after that 3-game series against Vitality. Multiple overtimes were in order to finally shut down this Vitality roster and book themselves a ticket to the grand final. And no matter what position you are within professional esports, you're still going to feel those games. Those sorts of games really tax you mentally as well as physically. So having the opportunity to now pretty much have a day of relaxation, the day off, and prepare yourselves for the grand final this sort of the later this afternoon / early evening is going to give them a huge advantage. Now, Vitality, to an extent, have a similar route. They are the boss of the of the final lower bracket final. So they've got a few best of threes to wait themselves out, but they're going to be playing 2 back-to-back best of threes. And although we've seen them have very strong results against some of these up-and-coming teams, at the end of the day, nothing is set in stone. If they have a bad game or a bad couple of games, they could find themselves up against the ropes with some real problems that they need to address. We've seen them where they have struggled on some maps. We saw that on Friday when they played against No Namers and they went to a best of 3 there, and they were made to work hard. So they've had a couple of really hard games. So they're going to be obviously later down the line today. But that's what these teams now have got to be preparing themselves for. They've got to try and play, in theory, as we've said all throughout the weekend, as little Valorant as possible. Try and pick up these 2-0s. Try and be as far ahead of the opponents as possible, so you're not being fully forced. You're not going to the extent of your limits. And then you'll have to run into Vitality at the end. But I think it's going to be a few really good games. The teams that we do have, the last 4 teams of the lower bracket up to Vitality, 4 very good teams. And it'll be interesting to see who does come out on top of those 4 and gets to play Vitality in the lower bracket final.
If you're wondering who the other 2 teams are, Rick's GG, still in this tournament. They're working their way through the lower bracket. And another team that we haven't actually streamed yet, I don't think, which is Keep Your Skill. And so I'm very interested to see what sort of progress that they can make over the course of this lower bracket. Of course, it's a very international roster, that one. You got a couple of Germans, you got a Danish person, an Irishman, you got a Frenchman. So and that's the same with a lot of teams that we're actually seeing here. I mean, Volvo Peak are kind of similar, if I remember correctly. Again, 2 Germans for them, a Dane, an Irishman, Frenchman as well. So it's like it's almost identical roster for them compared to Keep Your Skill. So it's great to see all the European talent kind of working together, because usually what we would see in Counter-Strike is just players from certain countries kind of just sticking together. And of course you have some notable international rosters like Mouse Sports, for example, but it's not as common. But it seems like it is more common here in Valorant to have a more diverse range of countries represented in a single team.
Yeah, and you have to remember that Valorant has been born in the era of the current pandemic we're in. There haven't been these huge number of offline events that have allowed this sort of grouping of players within a nation to play together, because everyone's playing from home. We're obviously casting virtually from our own homes as well. And that's more or less the same across most tournaments that aren't the very highest level, where they're able to obviously put the controls in place to work around the pandemic. So why would we not see this development of these international rosters? Because everyone's playing from Europe anyway. Everyone's playing from home. There's no need or no necessity to have these huge gaming houses together, or these groups of players that can come together. So I think it's been a really nice development that Valorant is, in some ways, although it was unfortunate it was born into the pandemic, it's also probably helped it in terms of developing these more widespread international rosters. And I think that the Volvo Peak team almost exemplifies that more than any other team that currently exists, especially with an Epic32. And I long hope it continues. I think diversity of players across different teams. I've come out of different games. So I've come out of games like Magic the Gathering, where international teams of different players across different nations is a kind of given. There's very few one nation teams, and I've now come into this sort of FPS genre of games. And as you say, Raptros, it very much has been across CS:GO these sort of one nation teams a lot of the time. So it's nice to see Valorant taking that slight fork in the road and going to these more mixed rosters, and it can only help Valorant develop and only help these teams get better and better as they go through, because there's no restrictions anymore on where you're from as to where you play.
Yeah, of course. The reason why CS was at the stage where, even especially in the early stages where it was all basically one nation teams, is because all the local LANs worked that way. You could only really go to LANs in the grassroots stage in your own country, and that's kind of the people that you played with all the time and the people that you talk to all the time. So yeah, it's kind of interesting to see how the situation is different. I do have to correct myself, as Keep Your Skill are actually a mix between Belgian and French. So I mean, those are kind of two very, very similar. I mean, they both can speak French. I guess that's the way I was going. That's the thing I was going with that. But meanwhile, we do actually have major news. Not that we're going into the veto in a couple of moments' time, but the fact Vitality's dropped out.
Oh, interesting. Do we have any news on why?
No. Well, apparently they might have a clash with something else.
Oh, interesting.
So that's an interesting one. That means,
gotta be honest, that's great for everyone else in the tournament.
It is. It's great for these lower bracket teams, isn't it? Because now they need to play one less series to get to the grand final. Because Vitality, we're in a lower bracket final, so that means we'll not need to play a lower consolation final. So the next game will end up being the lower bracket final now, because it'll be the winner of this series and the winner of the series of Keep Your Skill and Ricks. So that's the situation there. It'll condense our schedule a little bit, I think. We might have to pull back the grand finals a little. But yeah, that's an interesting one. That really, really throws a wrench in the works. I think Wave are sitting pretty at the moment, because they're thinking, well, one of our main competitors is out now, so we should be ultra favorites to win this tournament. But I wouldn't rest on your laurels too much.
No.
There's certainly some very, very strong teams and teams that can upset in this competition. So if you're Wave Esports, just make sure you keep yourself grounded. Otherwise, you get away from things. But we are just about to go into the vetoes on this game between, of course, Taran Mill and Volvo Peak. But kind of expectations for this one, because we were looking at the map pick tendencies between the two, and we did remark that they were relatively similar. Of course, Bind and Split being two very popular maps for these teams. We even had Ascent for Taran Mill, which has been particularly strong, so that might end up being the ban for Volvo Peak, but we'll just have to wait and see.
Yeah, and if you do look across the general consensus of Taran Mill, they have a reasonable win rate across all their maps. Like, the only real standout one is Bind, but they've only played 4 games on that map, but they've got a 70% defender win rate on this one. So it's kind of going to be hard to really pinpoint where either of these teams are. Because Taran Mill play across all the maps to a reasonable amount. In fact, Bind is their least one, which is always a surprise, in comparison to Volvo Peak, which is a brand new team, and we haven't seen a huge amount of in terms of what they're going to be playing and how they play them. Because even if they have played on these maps, it's not going to have been at the forefront of everyone's vision on sort of stream and stuff. So the homework that Taran Mill can do is going to be a lot harder. But also for Volvo Peak, they're up against a team that can, in theory, play all 5 maps to a very level standard, even if there's no specific standouts. So banning out's going to be hard. I think it's going to be more banning for comfort and banning to take off maps you don't want to play on. So in theory, Icebox should probably not be being played, but Haven seems to be on everyone's ban list right now, and it's a real surprise to me, because it's always been one of those maps that's come in at the beginning of Valorant's existence. And we saw it a huge amount, but we've seen it banned in almost every single best of 3. Well, every single best of 3 I've cast recently has had Haven banned, which makes absolutely no sense. And we've been to Icebox and Split instead. But more maps always means more interesting thought processes and interesting games. So bring on more maps. make sure Riot bring me some
One-
more maps so we can have some more interest.
One thing we also mentioned before we started the stream is the possibility of Icebox in this one, and I think we might be getting it because Volvo Peak banned Haven, Taramil banned Bind. So we're going to get Icebox in some form or another, but whether it's going to be a pick or it's going to be a decider still remains to be seen. So I'm seeing Volvo Peak pick Ascent, so that's the first map that we're going to, and that's interesting considering how strong Taramil have been on Ascent. So that's going to be an interesting one for them. Taramil then, in response, they pick Split, and Icebox will be our decider. So a decider of Icebox. That's, yeah. It seems like Icebox has been a little bit more popular this tournament in particular, at least in the best of threes. I've managed to avoid all of them on the cast, but it seems like teams are finally starting to get used to it and really picking it up.
Yeah, as I said yesterday when I was on stream with Jay, I definitely prefer casting it to playing it because it's just one of those maps that you either love it or you hate it, or you're good at it or you're not. And it's such a hard map to get your head around if you are struggling because there's so many points of attacks. The game, we've seen it a few times now. We saw Vitality taking on Volvo Peak on this map yesterday. And there were so many instances where Vitality were able to exploit any weaknesses in the defense. We saw Vax on Jet just running rampant through the mid area, either dashing on top of the tubes onto attack, getting that high vantage point with Jet, or just being a nuisance on the defense, standing on top of the ramp and just picking players off as they try to push through. However, for Volvo Peak, it's actually one of the most played maps they've had. So you have to feel that they don't have a problem going to this map. That you have 4 games on this map, and obviously they're 7-1 currently, and their competitive high-level tournament results so far. Obviously, that one loss was to Vitality yesterday. They have no games on Haven and no games on Bind, so they're probably not too disappointed with Bind going away. Although, as we've always spoken about, Bind should be your very level playing field map. You should know how to play Bind, and if you can't execute on Bind, it's probably your top priority because a lot of teams want to play Bind. And then obviously Haven being banned as well was a map they haven't played on. We're talking about playing on at this competitive level that's recorded across the various sites, not general scrim practice where you would imagine they've played on all of these, but this is at the sort of the competitive level. So they're probably not too disappointed to be going to Split, Ascent and Icebox as they're the maps they've played. They've obviously had great records, currently being at 7-1. And now we just need to see them convert that, especially starting on Ascent, and take the advantage in this the best of 3 and put Taramil on notice that they're here to play and they're here to take their names and go on to the next round.
So the stage is set, and Volvo Peak coming in as the relatively big unknown coming into this one. They don't have much of a record on either the Spike or VLR. Taramil, basically the opposite. They've been around in the EU Valorant scene since the very start in some shape or form. Of course, not in their original iteration, as they've had players come and go in some instances, but still with the core for all intents and purposes. So it's going to be an intriguing game for that instance because we can't really sort of logic ourselves around it at the moment due to us not being able to see Volvo Peak enough. Of course, we saw them on stream yesterday, but that wasn't a really good bearing of how they would do typically against teams near their own skill level, because that was against Vitality, and Vitality were relatively comfortable in their situation. So I'm super excited to see what turns out. Volvo Peak are waiting for their 5th player to join. Esports players are not morning people, says our producers, and that is definitely the case. I know Harrison our producer was up at 8:30 today or something like that. So early morning hours for our producer. I woke up like 20 minutes before the stream started. So that's there we go. We're into Agent Select, though, as we'll get Taramil starting off on the defense here on Ascent and Volvo Peak as the attack. And is there anything standing out to you immediately, JP?
Well, the one that immediately stands out to me is Yusu is bringing out a Sentinel pick. We saw Yusu very much yesterday on the aggressive Jets, Rainers, and Rays of the world. Very much the duelist carry, but Alorante was putting in so much work yesterday on the Rainer that you have to feel that they're going to just try and default to Alorante as their initial hard carry pick, and Yusu is going to go to that more controlling position, trying to stop the hard pushes. As Sage is good on us and able to block off various access ways in. There isn't the verticality in this map to get over a lot of these Sage walls, so you do have to blow your way through them. But in terms of the rest of the picks, Kuba on Sova, Matty on Killjoy, and Amowa are picking up the Omen. Pretty standard picks that we saw in them games yesterday versus Vitality. But obviously, defensive sentinel is probably the one that stands out the most. And then the side of Taramil, we're seeing Omen, Killjoy, Breach, Sova, and Jet. Very much your typical picks for this map. It'd be interesting to see how they're able to convert that on these opening exchanges. The defender side don't have a Sage, so it can sometimes be hard to hold these bomb site rushes, and we have to see what use the attackers can make. There's no Jets on the attackers, so there's none of these dash rushes into B. So it's going to be a bit of a slower start, I think, on the side of Volvo Peak. They're going to try and get the information available to them, and then they'll obviously onto the side and get the most of the stage. Give them the consistency to play around the when they do hit that defensive side. It's pretty hard to break into the on side of Paris.
That does seem to be the case. We're into the game, everyone. Our first best of 3 of the day. And, well, this one versus, with Volvo Peak versus Taramil gets started in just a couple of moments' time. First map Ascent coming right up as Volvo Peak's own map pick. They start off on the attack here, Taramil on the defense. A couple of ghosts coming out there for Volvo Peak. Not a temptation to go for any frenzy and shield players, a sort of raid boss strategy. But let's see the early setup then from Taramil, because they've stacked 4 players towards that A short side of things inside the tree room. And Volvo Peak are going to be very careful, because I think they're about to walk up into this one. Isn't this a pistol round read for Taramil? It certainly seems to be the case, as there's this early counterfight here towards short. All traded out so far, some chip damage done, and the shot starts to come in from Brody as well. As Taramil start to clean up, they are taking casualties though. Matty left alive in this 1 versus 2. A great read there from Taramil, knowing exactly what Volvo Peak were going to do on the opening pistol round, just stacking up inside a tree room, and they find some decent results. But the first round isn't over yet, as let's see what Matty can do on 81 HP and a ghost in his hands.
A fascinating decision from Taramil to stack 4 players into that garden, into mid cubby onto catwalk. It was such a weird position that we've not seen anyone really attack. And just completely punishing Volvo Peak for that decision, and being able to play just Killjoy on this B defense, which means that you can stack 4 players onto that A side site, has basically blown this open as potentially the first round to go to them. But it's not over, Matty. I say that, I'm fairly sure I just cast a curse poor Matty with that one. And they are taken down by Cray, and a great defensive hold by Taramil. And this paranoia from the side of Taramil just completely took out the attacking side, and then spray down with a frenzy. Was so nice to see Stanley getting taken out by Kuba, picking up a couple of kills at the back end, but it just wasn't enough. Too much damage had been done by the initial paranoia, and Foxy was so good just to get the spray down, have the control to not dash out too early, and just wait for the rest of the team to push through and trade off. And 2 kills up for Brody at the top, and it's full buy time for the side of Taramil. And now it's just on Volvo Peak to do as much economical damage as they possibly can, as though the aggression's already coming out.
Great little peek from Stanley. Meanwhile, on the other side, towards B main, Matty finds an opening here. So, at least there's some form of response here for Volvo Peak, but they are on the weaker guns and are able to pick up a stinger, but that goes very, very quickly, because FXY chops down just Juice out. I believe that is how that's pronounced, but I will be inevitably corrected in the chat. FXY continues to take fights, and the Omen for Volvo Peak also Grizzly Fate pushed through the smoke. There's the trade available, but Matty once again is left all on his lonesome.
Yeah, but a lot of damage has been done to the side of Taramil. That's 2 players down. The spike's about to go down, and the economic side for Volvo Peak is not looking too shabby. What more can you ask for on an eco buy than to get the spike down and get 300 credits per player? And you never know how much more damage they're going to do. They do have this Spectre in hand. It does a lot of damage. They're going to find the first play with a beautiful play coming in. They're going to find the next one. They're going to find 2.
Oh, that was so damn close to getting the ace clutch there. FXY will be able to stick the defuse, but he was on 20 HP at the very end there. Just an extra bullet or so from that Spectre, and it would have been a very different story.
Yeah, and that's, as you say, it's a single bullet, and this went pretty sideways for the side of Terran Mill off of a 3v1 situation. They came in, able to pick up Stanley on the other one, but this peek here was so good, and he just couldn't get the spray control to take down FXY, and they do close out 2-0, but look at the difference now. They're being forced by, on the side of Terran Mill, onto Spectres, so weapon advantage and round advantage to the side of Volvo Peak off a fantastic play from the Killjoy. They didn't want to let that round go, and Matty came up absolutely clutch with that 4K, and imagine if they had got the ace and had got the round defuse, it would have been absolute disaster for the side of Terran Mill.
Yeah, it would have been horrible as they were peeking one by one into that. And you can see that Terran Mill have been able to get a player in towards the A main cubby. He had the flash coming through from Russ, but he just peeks into the crosshair of Valorant, and Stanley also goes down as well. So that A side aggression simply has not worked out there for Terran Mill, and now Volvo Peak are going to be able to readjust off of that, maybe even try find some progress towards B, which has been left relatively open. There is the Killjoy there to try and make sure, well, to keep tabs on things towards that side of the map. But yeah, a bit of a botched play towards the A side for Terran Mill.
Yeah, the spidey senses were tingling from Volvo Peak. They thought there was a player there, and the fact that Alorante was able to get that opening frag was ginormous. We are going to see Craig going to taken down. It's a 5v2 situation. It is fallen apart for Terran Mill. Definitely Volvo Peak's round for the taking. But it was a beautiful opening. They managed to work their way to get the opening kill, and then Kuba was able to follow up as they literally chucked a fairly short nanoswarm grenade, paint shells, and slow orb into that wine area. And if he's on the side of Stanley, you're just asking question mark pings to your allies going, what do you want me to do? There is literally no way I get out of this. And a nice clean round so far for the side of Volvo Peak, and really showing the intent that we saw yesterday against Vitality and the strength of the team that they have to take these gun duels and win out in these dicey situations.
Of course, if you remember the last round, Terran Mill also pushed A on that one as well. Maybe that's a theme that we'll start to see over the course of this game. FXY and his teammates just try to hold on to these weapons at the moment. I guess it is just an SMG, but he's going to still have a little bit of value in the next round. Probably not wanting to push all that much further, but now they do. And into the crosshair of FXY, and Brody will just keep that Vandal in hand. A lot more valuable for him than the Spectre was to FXY. But that's Volvo Peak finally on the board then. 3 rounds in, 2-1 scoreline. And Volvo Peak are sitting pretty in terms of the cash. The same could not be said for Terran Mill, though. They're going to have to take a weak bye on this one.
Yeah, and economy in Valorant in the early rounds is incredibly punishing if you aren't able to put rounds back-to-back together. But Volvo Peak making the most of their save round. They managed to save up. They got the rifles. They took a huge amount off of Terran Mill, and now they're in the ascendancy. This should be 2-2 at the end of this round. We're going to see a decent amount of damage done by the shot darts. It's not going to find that much. A couple of chip points of damage onto the side of Volvo Peak, but they have the push into B. They have the advantage. It's whether they can find all of Killjoy's utility, and the lockdown is going to be dropped. Might see a push out here from the side. Oh, they're going to push out through the smoke. They're able to find anyone. Oh, no.
The push through, almost working out. Showstopper into the back line, just completely removes Brody from the server. Volvo Peak find the entry towards the A site, and Stanley is just getting shocked out. He's getting boom botted. Has paint shells thrown his way. He's down to 10 HP, so he's backing way the hell out of this. He doesn't want to have anything to do with this round. He'll just leave Russ with the Classic to try and work some magic on this B site, but it's not really looking at all likely. So, what a great little response there from Volvo Peak to the aggression from Terran Mill. Terran Mill have really been not too afraid to go for these aggressive pushes, both in towards B and towards A, like to just try and get that map control and try and catch Volvo Peak out. But Volvo Peak have really dealt with it well so far, and showing they don't want to mess with.
Yeah, it was sneaky by the side of Terran Mill to pick up the opening frag of the round with a classic pistol of all weapons. Not something you expect to see, as Cray made this lovely little play out here, catches Matty with a double headshot. at that point, you're not going to do much more than that. You cannot ask much more of an eco round than to get a 1-for-1 trade, especially 1v5. And it just puts them at such an advantage still in terms of the round position. We knew that Taramil were going to struggle with that round, but Cray decided to take the advantage. And I love that decision to make that play, just to try and show the strength of character in the game, to try and take the fight back to the end. We remind them that Taramil aren't here to be rolled over, and Volvo need to work for all these wins, as we're going to see the first place coming in. Beautiful map across the middle, going to show us exactly where they are, but they're going to find some information with that boombot. And the slow peek in as the paranoia's out and the sprays come through. That's not going to be on the side of Volvo Peak, as 2 are already down, although Amawar is able to, as always, trade one back with 8 health remaining.
Again, it's the push with the breach and the omen through towards A main. It finds some form of success this time around. They've been able to get the numbers advantage this time, but yeah, soon Volvo Peak will be all over that one if they figure out what Taramil's doing with that, with just the breach flash through and then the double swing. But everything going a little bit quieter now. Dark cover deployed towards the A main entrance, just delays Juso for a little while. But Taramil just content to remain in their positions for now. They don't want to overreact and over-rotate.
Yeah, and you have the Overwatch. Well, the Snipers has just gone away from that position, so Mattina has a route in. They were just waiting up on the double peel. They're able to get... Oh, the operator shot's going to go whistling past Yusu's head, and again, pushing in 1v the world at this point. The operator not being made to work, but there is a player hidden down in hell, which may pay Party Pooper to this one. Yusu has to find this player and win the 1v1 duel, but they're going to go up high. They're going to try and find this player up in heaven as the smoke goes away. They're going to hide from the dart, and that could be huge when the smoke goes. It's a shooting range set up for Yusu. They're going to pick up only 2, but it's all gone wrong for Taramil in the game advantage.
It really has. Brody left in the 1 versus 2. He'll get through this dark cover, lines up the headshot onto Matty, but he's taken a lot of damage here. He's down to 30 HP. Hunter's Fury is available, but that spike is ticking down away, and well, the Omen will abuse this smoke now as Amilwa will be able to get the 3k in the round, and fantastic stuff there from the Omen to try and finish that one out, as he got pretty close at the end there, but again, Taramil just getting caught out. The timing on the paranoia through, plus Juso being in that position was just absolutely beautiful. And Amilwa just to finish off the rounds there. Fantastic stuff.
And an incredibly expensive round for Taramil, leaving the operator behind. We're down to Bucky's Sheriffs and Frenzies right now as they try to claw back some of this economy. A 3-2 lead for the side of Volvo Peak. And what was a great start for Taramil just fell apart a little bit. The fact that they couldn't get the operator shot onto Yusu, just meant that they were able to push through. They got into heaven despite the player hiding down in the hell area under that position. But 2 players are set up. It's going to be a decent crossfire. We're going to see one of them.
Gotta be careful with lining up like that. They are up against the pistols, however, but Taramil still finding decent success. They've even got Bucky out there on Brody as well. Oh, the shock dart, Brody trying to dodge everything. It's Sova versus Sova action, but Uber wins out that particular fight. Spots one towards the defender spawn as well. Just at the Killjoy left on Taramil, trying to take this long-range fight with the Bucky, which is not exactly the most ideal of situations. Volvo Peak extend their lead 4-2 as we get the replay of Brody just trying to dodge all the shock darts. And yeah, when in a confined space like that, it's probably not going to happen.
Yeah, Kuba's been attending some geometry lessons recently. They were inch perfect shot darts into the positions they needed to be in. Despite the kills coming through, it just doesn't have an impact on Volvo Peak's economy. We're seeing rifles for days and more buy money going in, but FXY does have the operator back in hand. Need to try and make that work because they couldn't make it work 2 rounds ago. And it can be the difference maker. We know on Ascent how powerful the operator can be. These long sight lines available. And they just need the confidence booster. They need to get a round back from Volvo Peak. Volvo Peak are now 4 rounds back to back. And there doesn't seem to be any stopping them at the moment, especially with the amount of ultimates available from both sides. We only have 1 lockdown, but the Hunter's Fury from both sides can answer that lockdown. And we've seen this multiple times, the use of the Brimstone ultimate, the Orbital Strike, the use of the Hunter's Fury to try and get these kills. And the Hunter's Fury is going to come through for the first time. The flash is going to come out. We're going to see a beautiful shadow step from Amalwa, but it's not going to matter. Going to get shut down by Rust. Nice prediction on where that position is going to be.
he had the spike, so he shouted a step forward with the spike in hand, and now that's under the firm control of Taran Mill. Valorant is just going to get all stunned up here. There's the aftershock coming through as well to force him out of position, force him to swing wide. There's no one to capitalize on that though. Brody is activating his Hunter's Fury inside of the fence that's brought all the way down mid. Does find a kill as a result, but there's the response from Volvo-Peak. They're definitely not shut out of this one just yet. They've got the spike back in their hands, and now Brody inside this B site. What can he do as this one-man army? He's got the spike down once again. So Volvo-Peak have to commit to this one, but they've been able to step forward and grab the spike. Now they're getting their asses away. And now there's also an active flank going on from Juso as well. So Brody, if he's not too careful, then he's going to get shot in the back of the head.
Yeah, they've already made the decision. They're on their way to the other side, and Kuba with a beautiful 3k to finish the round. Some beautiful shot darts to close out against Brody, taking out the last health on this breach. But it was such a good start from Taran Mill. They got the kill down, but then it just fell apart from there. Yusu able to beat FXY in the 1v1. The operator again failing FXY in their attempt to try and bring back these rounds. And it gives Volvo-Peak a 5-2 lead. And the really good thing that we're seeing on this team is that they're sharing the kills across everyone. Everyone is stepping up to the plate. In fact, Amawar, who was one of the stalwart, consistent players yesterday, is bottom fragging for 4-3-2. Just shows you how well this team is playing on this map. And Taran Mill need to find a way. They're getting frags, but they cannot consistently take more than 1 or 2 kills before the rest of the team just completely gets blown apart by the side of Volvo-Peak.
I'm being told quite reliably that the jet on the side of Taran Mill is FXYO, not FXY.
FXYO.
Sometimes
okay,
that's a little bit confusing. But we'll roll with it. I made the same mistake in the early part of the game, it's fine. But continuing on here, Taran Mill trying to search for at least a round on the... the flash through, triple push towards A, finds nothing. Juso was just able to get away and evade them as they ran around the corner, but now he's going to try and push forward. There's another flash from the breach, but it's just dealt with by Volvo-Peak. They seem to have every single answer possible to Taran Mill. Now, Kray's left all on his lonesome again, with Bucky in hand. Yes, it was a low buy for Taran Mill, but again, it just seems like, apart from those opening couple of rounds, they're not able to find all that much progress. I think the only 2 rounds that they've won so far are still the pistol round and then the subsequent conversion. Every single gun round, Volvo-Peak have had the advantage.
Yeah, and obviously our profound apologies to FXYO. We'll now make sure that we pronounce properly. But again, but for Taran Mill in this position, you're on an eco buy round. You managed to get hold of a Vandal. A 1v3 is not the worst situation to be in, but you're not going to blow any ultimates on this position. You accept you're probably going to lose this round. You're just trying to get some exit frags. They are going to get Alorante down as well, despite the 3k difference early in the round.
Hello?
It's too late in the round. You can hear the spike. It's about to drop down, but 3k on the side of Kray pads the stats nicely, gives him a bit more money, although Amawar is able to just close out that one at the end. And going to survive as well, right outside the bomb zone. But despite the fact that it worked, Stan was able to pick up Yusu, but Alorante just tore the rest of the team apart. Kray able to get 1 with a Bucky, get another 2 before the game does end. But it was just too late at that point. The bomb's already going down. And a good victory there for the side of Volvo-Peak, taking them to 6-2 lead. And although the weapons are back on the side of Taran Mill, they haven't been able to make them work yet. And FXYO just has to have that confidence-boosting round. Have the round where they do get 3 or 4 kills with the operator, and they can start to go out from there. But Massey's already taken a decent chunk of damage, going to be running to their stage with the Please Heal Me sign up above their head. There's some information gained and some damage traded. Taran Mill need to find a little bit more than just damage traded. They need to find the secured kills. And they need to try and find a way of breaking the back of this Volvo-Peak attack. And just try and give them some consistency and confidence that they can take the fight back to this team.
It's again that typical early push towards A for Taran Mill, but they have to be watching their mid at this point because Alorante tried to pick up the pace, but he just ran into a whole bunch of Killjoy utility. Wall down towards the spawn area. Mattia has the tabs on this push, but somehow he loses the gunfight to Stanley. No way Stanley has any right to win that fight, but he has, and it might end up being crucial.
Yeah, and they had the advantage. They saw the play cover first. Kray's able to shut down Alorante in a 5v3 situation, make it 4v3, as Yusu was able to trade on to Kray, but if you're on the side of Matty,
30
you
seconds
can't be
left.
losing those gunfights. You had the advantage. You saw them first. They just couldn't land the headshot. The play's going to go in. Oh my goodness
Brody.
me, that Odin takes both players down as they line up beautifully for Brody.
This might be finally another round on the board for Tara Mill. 15 seconds left remaining. Not a lot of time for Kuba to work with. Spots out the operator. Round's basically done at this point. He's just trying to fight for his life and try and maybe do some economic damage. Also, at the same time, trying to keep a hold of that Vandal. Gets stunned up by the fault line, but there's no one close enough to swing on him in that vulnerable state. So Kuba will be able to save that gun into the next. But finally, a round on the board for Taran Mill. Stanley somehow finding that kill on towards Matty. It's not, you know, again, like I said, he has no right to get that one. And Brody with the double spray down a little bit later on with the Odin, just really sealing things up as players lined up inside a market. There it is. Fantastic stuff from Brody and Taran Mill. They've got some signs of life now.
Yeah, definitely great round to take from them. Getting the early trade kill. Stanley managing to win the 1v1 duel against Matty, which wasn't an expected position with Matty perched up such a nice angle, but the Odin spray through the wall. They know the strat. They know what they could be doing, and they're not going to give them a chance to do anything back. We're seeing a decent small chunk of damage going onto Brody in that defensive position, but push is coming to mid. Ultimates are available for the Killjoy, and Matty this time makes no mistakes with those headshots and clears out 2 of them instantly.
Time and time again, that A push has come through, and you know, sometimes it's found success for Taran Mill, sometimes it really hasn't, and that was one of the times where you kind of wish they didn't do that. And I think these 3 remaining players of Taran Mill are just going to keep their guns in hands. They seem in no rush to be getting to the A site to try and get a retake going. So FX Yo keeping a hold of the operator for now, looking for a couple of exit frags, but Volvo Peak, this will be their 7th round on the board on the attacking side of Ascent, which is really, really good going, if you ask me. They're really firing on all cylinders, but FX Yo finding the kill with the operator to at least cut their numbers down somewhat and try and keep their money in check. But this is Volvo Peak on the hunt now. They don't want Taran Mill to hold on to all these guns.
Yeah, they have no interest in giving them any way of holding onto these guns. They're not going to find any yet. They're going to see one around the corner. Yusu, they're going to give away 3 free kills. But again, the money is just flowing for the side of Volvo Peak. It just doesn't matter. But they just lined up perfectly for Matty, and he just got the beautiful spray down on them. Lovely kill there by FX Yo. It was too late, too little too late. They'd already made the decision to save. They do get a couple of kills, pad some of the stats, get them a little bit extra money. But the thing is, they didn't lose the operator, which is a massive investment should you lose it. And they just get to start, maybe make some ways back in, buy in the rest of their team, have this buy round, have the next buy round. But on the side of Volvo Peak, you're pretty much set for the next few rounds. You have enough money in the bank to lose another couple and to still win out. But with 2 rounds to go, Taran Mill need to be looking at the 7-5 scoreline and taking that as acceptable as we do hit a quick pause in the game. And I think that's always something you have to bear in mind. When you get to a team that goes to 7 and you've managed to find a few rounds to come back, the minimum you can expect to do is get to that 7-5 position. And they've shown that they can do that. And when we do flip to the attack, they need to have something to go in off of. If they can pick up the next 2 rounds, they'll have put together a decent number of back-to-back rounds. And that's all you can ask for to give them the confidence going into the attack that they can make this work against this double Sentinel comp at the side of Volvo Peak.
This is a change up though for Taran Mill. 2 towards B, 2 towards mid. Just the single player towards A, and Stanley's going to at least aggress that one slightly. Aggressively check, but he's not going to push any further. Of course he isn't. He doesn't have any sort of support on the site whatsoever. Smoke down to try and cover his position. He does get tagged up by the recon bolt. That allows the spam to come through from Volvo Peak, and they've gained basically free entry towards that A site, putting the wall down towards the door. Brody already up in heaven with this Odin, trying to find some spam shots through, but no one lies in wait underneath there. So not going to find success with the Odin for now. Spike plant in progress. Here comes the Owl drone coming through. Both the Killjoy ultimates, both the lockdowns being evacuated. How do the teams negotiate this one? Because it seems like it's going to be a pretty confusing situation. So trying to get these headshots, finds one before he gets locked down himself, but the round is done. The attackers win. Volvo Peak find their 8, and Juso finding that final frag at the very last moment before he gets completely and utterly disabled.
Yeah, and this is the Yuzu we were hoping to see. She locks on her targets and removes 3 of them cleanly, and that beautiful jump up to get rid of Russ at the end. Russ had no idea where they were. Absolutely beautiful by the side of Volvo Peak, and they take their 8th round, and in the final round of this half, it's looking really good for Volvo Peak. All the players stepping up, and Yusu joining Alorante at the top of the scoreboard. The dueling ultimates from Killjoy, deciding not to use either of the Hunter's Fury as they felt that they could close it out. But now we need to see what can happen. The operator's pushed up to mid. Kuba closes it out.
That's an aggressive play from FXYO. Pushing up mid with the operator, but Kuba able to punish the missed shots through the smoke as well. That is a big, big loss now for Taran Mill. Of course, operator's so expensive, and your initiator going down early as well. Not exactly ideal. And now, can Volvo Peak capitalize on this? 5 versus 4. We're seeing a push come through from Russ through towards mid as well, as he slowly but surely tries to secure this position. So there's not going to be multiple angles of this attack from Volvo Peak. Looks like they're just going to stack up and try and rush out of A main towards the site. Couple of ultimates available from the shadows from Taran Mill. We've got Hunter's Fury potentially coming out for them as well.
30 seconds left.
That's over in particular quite far away at this point. It's Stanley versus the world inside the smoke here. Towards A, avoids all the spam for now. The blast pack tags him up, and the wall and the door just deny him. It's just, he gets everything just shoved in his face and shut in his face, isn't it?
Yeah, but they do need to be careful of this flank from Russ. Russ is still on this position as Stanley does remove Yusu from the top with 10 HP remaining, but they've got to try and suss this out. Kuba knows there might be a flank coming, but they haven't seen Russ yet, and low health could still make this punishing for them. As the Hunter's Furies come out, Russ is going to get this beautiful flank off.
Here we go, pushing through. Doesn't find as much success as he really would have wanted in that situation, though. Taran Mill just 1 versus 3, 1 versus 2 now for Brody, and, well, Matty is all over it, and Volvo Peak continue to extend their advantage. They're really feeling it, and they try some of the BM at the end of the rounds here, which is, yeah, is what it is, but again, another attempted retake here for Taran Mill just kind of goes awry. If Russ were able to get that second kill in towards A main, they would be looking like looking a lot better, as those two players inside the site will feel a lot more isolated due to the more angles that they would have to keep tabs on. But again, it seems like Volvo Peak have the stamina to pull through, and now the sides get swapped over. Volvo Peak on the defense, Taran Mill on the attack. This has the potential, depending on how this pistol round goes, to get even worse for Taran Mill.
Yeah, Taran Mill needs to pick up this pistol round. 11-3 would be almost untenable to come back from. 5-9, definitely doable. We always say that between 4 and 5 round difference is where you want to be at a minimum to try and come back and win. If it starts to go to 6 and 7, it can just be so hard to put the rounds together in enough ways that you can then have a reasonable chance of continuing to buy out, because you are going to lose the occasional round. You're going to make mistakes. The enemies are going to get the advantage on you, as we do see the rush in already. Maddie's going to get taken out by FXYO before they know it hit them, and Stanley's going to follow up with Amawa.
Yeah, great stuff there from Stanley, continuing to push through. Looks like this pistol round is looking much better for Taran Mill. Kuba trying to hold things down, but he's left all on his own. It would have to be the ace clutch for him to do anything about this pistol round.
There they are.
Getting chased down somewhat, though. Tags one up with the recon dart, knows exactly where that jet is. He gets the right click to the face, and 22 HP is not going to be enough to be able to have any sort of chance at winning this round. So Taran Mill, they go 100% win rate in their pistol round so far. Granted, we have had 2 of them. We were able to convert on it last time as well, but they're going to be hoping those aren't the only 3 or 4 rounds that they're going to be able to get in this, or rather 4 or 5 rounds they'll be able to get in this round, in this match, excuse me.
No, definitely. And a great statement of intent on the attack. They made it work. They came in through the sort of the garden area off of Catwalk, and they just blew Volvo Peak's defenders apart. Beautiful coordination play. They sent 3 or 4 players into one place, and it was just 1v1 into 1v1. With the Volvo Peak players just going in one at a time, and it was just into the meat grinder at that point. And Taran Mill was said, "Thank you very much. We'll take a free victory on this pistol round and make you pay for the decision to not stack like we did." But we see the full stack here on the side of Volvo Peak, they've got one player on the B side who can still be an absolute menace, depending on what utility they have, especially with the shotgun. But this could be hard to get in for.
Flashed up and easily sorted out by Taranmil. Not too much of a worry for them as they hold the 4 versus 3 advantage and the weapons advantage as well, remember. And Amiwa would take out his opposite Omen there as Kuba with the frenzy can't spray onto Russ. And Volvo Peak quickly hurting. They've got both their remaining players on relatively low HP, well, less than half HP, so again, it's going to be a big struggle for them. But Taranmil, they'll be happy to take this conversion and at least get another round on the board. But the next gun round is when things start getting a little worrying, because as soon as they rolled around on their defensive side, then they were really absolutely nowhere. Hopefully they get some better fortunes here on the attacking gun rounds than they had on the defense, and they will be cleaned up finally by Russ. Gets the 3k in the round. Taranmil up to 5, but this is where things might end up changing.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Matty wasn't able to turn far enough away from that blind to not get fully blinded by it, and it lasts for an absolute decade when it's breached throwing that at you. But now we get to see the buys come in on the side of Volvo Peak. This is where they then started to take over the game when they were on the attack, and defensive positions with a double sentinel comp with this, especially with Kuba having this Odin all ready to go through the wall. It could make it hard for Taranmil to pick up round number 6 and put it back all in the ball in Taranmil's part to try and put these rounds together. They're not going to find anyone immediately in the mid. They are going to see some utility usage there. The slow wall does come out to prevent any push coming through, but they have left mid open. Only a couple of bits of Killjoy utility ready in the wings. Spray down comes through the wall. It looks like they're going to get around the utility. They're going to get tagged by it, but they know that there is going to push them back. So really nice positioning there from Matty to stop any aggressive push from Taranmil.
Yeah, there's a deep smoke in towards spawn as well to really sell the fake even more, but Taranmil have decided to back off for this. They will return to the A side of the map, and Samuel lies in wait for now. Tries to send the paranoia through, gets paranoid up himself, but somehow he's able to find the frag onto FXO. He gets blinded up finally by Russ as he pushes through. Russ with another kill as well. Juso trying to hold things down, but finds no success. These flashes from Russ, at least in this round, have been particularly good, and throughout this map has been exemplary as well. Taranmil are able to find a gun round here on their attacking side, so brilliant progress for them so far in this half. They continue to try and surmount the gap at the moment, but what an asset to Taranmil Russ is. Let me just tell you that. When you have a breach that can perfectly flash the enemies every single time, it makes your life so much easier.
Yeah, and we didn't see too much of it in the first half on the defense, just because the breach flashes aren't as oppressive on the defense. But when you're on the attack, this agent turns into an absolute monster. It's just, you can blind someone for about 30 seconds, it sometimes feels, or the entire round if you then go to a nice grey screen afterwards. But just beautifully playing it, able to get them in exactly the right position. That Sova dart is not going to find anyone. So they don't know exactly who's out here right now, but Matty does have a Bucky at close range. We know how dangerous that one can be, but we do see, looks like we might see an execute onto this B-side site and try and hide out from this owl drone, but I think they're about to be found.
FXO trying to make sure that the flanks don't come through on this A side of the map. Oh
no!
FXO finds the leg, shoots Juso in the shins, and well, he's been able to find the adjustment onto Amilwar as well, so great couple of kills there from FXO to give Taranmil the advantage in this round. Still, they'll continue on towards B despite those frags coming out on A. Kuba towards the back of sights. He's tagged a couple up with the recon dart, but can't find the heads with the Sheriff. Prey finishing things off for Taranmil as they get a run of rounds now, and they're looking way better on this offense than they did on the defense.
Oh, 100%. This is night and day difference for this Taranmil side, and you're seeing them with this economic glory of money that they now have available to them. Probably not the best use of words. I was halfway through the sentence and then forgot what I was going to say for the second word, but I mean, it worked, right? It still worked. It was still glorious to look at. But it's the thing, right? This is what we saw with Volvo Peak. They were able to put a number of rounds together, get the economy flowing, and Taranmil have been able to do the same. And at the moment, they just cannot seem to find a way to shut down this Taranmil side. And what a team that was firing on all cylinders originally, and now we're going to see them making a very swift exit. But Cooper is going to cover off his teammate, get rid of Stanley on that initial push through. And that's what you want to see from your teammates. But Brody's able to find Cooper in response, and it's still a 4v4 advantage still to the side of the attackers.
Brody is just waiting for some further aggression. He doesn't know how close that Omen is on the other side of the smoke, though. Pull back out of things, head their way towards shore. FXYO with a great little entry and lines up the second as well. Brody knows exactly where Amil was. Just has the presence of mind to find the Omen on the left side of mids, and now Matty, 1 versus 4, probably best served to save the Phantom here, given the economic situation for Volvo Peak, but I wouldn't blame him if he tries to do some economic damage, but Taramel looking unstoppable in this attack.
Yeah, I'm kind of lost for words in a number of ways as to just the difference of this team and what they've been able to put together on this attack versus what they were able to do on the defense. It's an incredible change of fortunes, and you can only but commend them for how well they've put together this attack. They've given Volvo Peak no look in anywhere. They've shut down every single play that Volvo Peak have tried to do. They've just closed these rounds out with very few deaths on their own team, and they're not deciding to go hunting Matty too hard because the bomb's going to go off with 5 seconds to go on the round before the timer goes down and we hit the next round. But 8 to 9, and you have to wonder, are Volvo Peak ever going to get a look in any round at all? They got a beautiful opening kill by Cooper, but the smoke didn't come down early enough. Brody managed to lock onto Cooper's position. And then this second one here, Alorante, crosshairs not in the right position. Pretty much it looked like they were aiming towards their feet. Can't get any headshots, but Brody with another beautiful kill there. And put it down to 1 player remaining, and if you're Matty at that point, you just got to be asking your team, where did everyone go? Because they all disappeared very quickly within the space of a very short period of time.
Yeah, the interesting thing about Taran Mill, if you look at their history on this map, they played at least 20 maps logged on things like the Spike and VLR, but they've won 60% of their attacking rounds on this map. So, I guess we're seeing that kind of reflected, if not more so, in this game, because their attack has been particularly potent here on Ascent, and it seems like Volvo Peak are just kind of grasping at straws, just wondering, like, okay, how do we actually deal with this? Because we're just being outplayed by Taramel at the moment, and there seems to be nowhere out. So a big change of fortunes here in the second half of things. Of course, we saw Taramel struggle on their defense, just like Volvo Peak is struggling on their defense now.
Yeah, and as you say, the 60% versus 52.9 on the defense, you can see the difference this team does have when it does get to attack. And Russ, I feel, has been the real changing factor in Taramel's fortune right now. They've been making this breach work beautifully. Maybe not topping the kill charts of the KDA, but just the flashes have been so on point. They just haven't given Volvo Peak a chance to see a lot of this. Now we're on to the Saber buy on the side of Volvo Peak, and FXYO is going to get rid of Yusu, but Alorante is going to fight Cray in response, so a good trade-off there. The Sheriff is still very potent in these matches, especially with players that have the aim as good as the players in this match. So a good trade there, but again, as we keep saying, advantage to the attackers. Even numbers always favours the attackers because you can stack one location and no one can answer it in response. And the Hunter Fury is going to come out, it's going to tag one, but it's not going to find a second one as Matty and Amawa tear apart FXYO and Russ.
Yeah, great couple of kills there. Taran Mill falling apart in this round a little. They get the response from Brody. Alorante finds the headshot, so great little round actually from Volvo Peak. They still have to convert it, and Stanley is no small task to sort out, but Matthew will make it seem so, as Volvo Peak are able to pick up around and get to double digits. So that one kind of came out of left field, especially considering that Volvo Peak were on the slightly weaker buy in that situation. Brody just swinging this angle, and Alorante just spamming wildly with the Sheriff, connects a shot. So at least that's the first round that Volvo Peak are able to pick up on this defensive half. Maybe that's something that they can build off, but it's going to take a while before they can break the economy of Taramel.
Yeah, but it's a good starting point if you are on the side of Volvo Peak. You stemmed the bleeding slightly. You haven't allowed them to pick up any more rounds than they were already on. And going into double figures is critical. It's now 3 to win rather than 4. And Taramel are still at the disadvantage. They still need to find their way in as we do hit a very quick technical pause with 2 seconds to go before we get into game. And it's one of those ones where at some point in the game, Taramil are always going to drop a round. It's very, very rare for these high-level teams to completely win out. The 13-0s are almost non-existent. We do see them occasionally. But when you get to these later rounds in the game, you find people trying new strategies, different positionings, and you will drop a round here and there. And for Volvo Peak, that's what you're looking for. You will win this match if you go 50-50 with Taramil to the end of the game. As the game does go off, the Fault is going to go in, but a 3-stack here might meet Cray. He's going to get it with the utility out.
Oh no, Cray. Oh, he's going to be kicking himself about that because he just pulls out, like you said, the util at the very wrong moment, just as they rounded the corner. He's going to be, well, personally, I would be super tilted at that. And they've lost the spike as well, so that's in the firm control of Overpeak. Stanley trying to make a play towards the B site here just to try and find a couple of kills. Well, there's Kuba going down. There's the trade available from Matty. Just delayed things somewhat. And yeah, again, it's just kind of, well, Taramil falls flat on their face a little bit here with that little altercation towards A. And FXO, again, finding no progress towards B. It's just Brody left in this 1 versus 4 now, but he's going to get shot in the side of the head. Alorante with the 3K to finish things up. And yeah, there's not a lot you can do about that. Look at this from Cray. You could not time it worse, could you?
No, and it always feels worse when you have timings like that, because how many times in solo queues you go around the corner, utility out, and it's like, why are they there? But in that position, actually, Alorante and the team decided to take a more aggressive position. And it's good to see Alorante getting on the score sheet with the triple. Had a great game yesterday. And again, another fantastic game here with this raise, the aggressive player able to make it work. And Volvo Peak now go to 11-8, 2 to go to win the round. And that rocket is not going to find anyone, but beautiful aggression from the side of Volvo Peak is going to remove a huge amount of health from a lot of players of the Taramil side.
Yeah, FXO just completely and utterly bailed out of that. He deployed a smoke and used the tailwind just to get away from that showstopper, and was just about able to. So the showstopper in no way effective for Volvo Peak with that push through. It was an optimistic play to go for, but again, in some of those, sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. As far as that goes. So Taramil readjusting. They were initially set up towards the B side of the map, but they're going to go and take the track over towards A. They've got the Killjoy pushed up inside of mid as well, establishing some form of control. Let's hope they can run distraction a little bit as well to be able to give the openings required for this A site offensive. The wall breaks just in time, by the way, so they won't have that to deal with as they try to get this A execute going. The cross is currently, well, was being held by that Sage, but not actively at the moment. So Taramil will actually have relatively free access, but Volvo Peak lie in wait. They want to wait for a timing here to see if they can swing and find these frags, but FXO will deny with the operator. The spike plan in progress. Volvo Peak, they know they have the lockdown still available as well. Matty is getting his running shoes on and try and get towards A to try and make that happen, but is it too little too late, because Taramil still holds the numbers advantage here, even though there have been a couple of response frags from Volvo Peak, because here comes the flank from Taramil as well. Cray finds the kill. Ultimate's being used. There was a rolling thunder a little bit earlier on. Now the lockdown has been destroyed, so Matty doesn't have that leverage in this round. Deploys that turret to help Beb out and takes out his opposite, the opposite Killjoy, but that spike ticking so far down away at this point. Taramil will be able to find another round and get up to 9 to the difference.
And a really interesting decision there from Matty to use the lockdown ultimate. Not the essential position you'd want to. There were too many players down, and they already had the bomb site, so not 100% sure on the decision to drop the lockdown. I'm still looking for how many players were left alive when the lockdown was dropped. Yeah, it was a 2v3 when the lockdown was dropped, and Cray made a beautiful lurk play, doing Matty's role, getting in between the team, getting up behind, and taking Alorante in that position up in heaven before any damage could be done more by the Rays. And like you say, the showstopper not being able to find anyone at the beginning. And you do have to remember that any damage done to the Taramil team will stick. There's no Sky, there's no Sage on their team, so any damage does stick, but it wasn't able to find enough. Only half health on Stanley, and Taramil were able to make it work, and they punished the side of Volvo Peak for giving them the opportunity to take the site and then using a lockdown that potentially didn't need to be used. But Taramil have got all the ultimates in the world here from the shadows. We also have the lockdown for the Killjoy. We have the Hunter's Fury for Sova, and obviously Jet's Bladestorm as the attackers killed. The Killjoy lockdown is going to be dropped with no response available from Volvo Peak. They know they don't have any Hunter's Furies, but the Killjoy Lamoswarm Grenade will try and slow this push down, so the ultimate's not going to have a huge effect. But the ultimate goes into the back of B. The ever-known combination of these two agents getting the space they need, and they're already going to take the first two.
Brody finds one with Hunter's Fury. That might give the space required for Terramil to get their way in. Volvo Peak only 2 players left remaining. Cooper's waiting patiently inside the smoke here to try and make a play. Juicel with the operator waiting for some further aggression through market, but he isn't being gifted any kills on a silver platter just yet. And that is the save call being made by Volvo Peak. They're backing out of things. Terramil will be able to bring it within 1. And this game just keeps getting closer and closer. Terramil not taking any casualties in that either, which will help their financial situation. But again, this game's bubbling along quite nicely. We haven't had many of those absolutely mad clutch moments. Somehow Russ is able to round the corner and kill Kuba there. Kuba's crosshair placement wasn't exactly on the head of Russ as he rounded the corner, but yeah, this game's been bubbling along nicely. Like I said, we haven't had those massive clutch moments, or at least many of them. It's just been a big old slog back and forth. Good shot from Juicel to close that one out, but yeah, it seems like these rounds aren't close. They're just either completely dominated by one team or the other.
No, definitely, and it felt like Terramil threw everything, including the kitchen sink at Volvo Peak there, and one of them managed to stick, and potentially the kitchen sink with the amount of damage that they did to them in the early exchanges, but they just were able to make it work. The Hunter's Fury came out, and three lockdowns were exchanged for that round. When the Resurrect is available on Yusao, what you were saying it's pronounced? Still trying to understand how a lot of these names are pronounced. I mean, it's fine. I think they're playing very, very well, and I'm sure we can have a chat with them at some point and understand what the how to pronounce all their individual names. But it was just that opening couple of kills. Brody able to find one. FX Yo was able to find another one with the operator kill, and then Stanley ulting into the back of the area or into the back side makes it super hard. But they're going to see an aggressive push out here. See if they can find this lurk play here by Cray. As if they can, they also might be able to find Brody. But again, being able to leave the Killjoy on one location backed up by Sage is always so difficult to play around if you're on the side of Volvo Peak and Terramil. But Terramil are going to try and make some plays now. They need to find this dart before it pings up. But that's one down, not able to find the second though.
Alorante almost got a fantastic lineup there as if he was able to continue on that spray. He comes the Paranoia through, wide of Cray, but he's still loses the gunfight. We've also got FXO finding the response though. Bladestorm out as well to try and dash it. Oh, yeah. That was more of a fake dash though, deliberately into the wall, I think, to make sure that Volvo Peak hang around A. I'm not sure that was an actual mistake there. Maybe there's a little bit more IQ in it. Stanley able to pick things up, and well, Bladestorm running all the way back towards the B side. That's because Stanley's been able to find a foothold here towards B and might be able to catch out the Sage on the operator here. No! Just goes the wrong way around the edge of the smoke. 8 seconds left remaining. They should still be able to secure this spike plant, and Volvo Peak have to readjust.
Yeah, but the Sage Resurrect is available, and it looks like that's where they're going. They're going to go and try and follow one of their teammates, get them up on their feet, and have a 3v2 situation. And this is the power of Sage when you get into these positions. You go from a 2v2 to a 3v2, and you have to expect Volvo Peak to be able to get enough damage in to close this out. But that's why Russ is playing aggressively. They're going to find one, they're going to find two, and it's going really well for Volvo Peak. Has just fallen apart in an instant.
It really has. Kuba 1 versus 2. Nice on the transfer as well. What a play, what a clutch there from Kuba. I was complaining that we didn't have many clutch moments in this game. He'll just about be able to get the defuse on, but, well, what a time to start with the clutches.
And what a time to step up to the plate. Stanley had the beautiful position, but they decided to pull out of the smoke. But this from Russ was so impressive. 1 and 2. Beautiful crosshair placement. But if anyone's going to even it, it's going to be Kuba. The clutch man themselves for this side of Volvo Peak. They've come up in this position so many times. Last player left alive on this over, and they were able to make it work with 15 health remaining, and match point rolls round for the side of Volvo Peak.
Here we go. Volvo Peak just one round away from taking a map advantage in this series. Of course, this is their map pick, so they really be expecting to have a little bit better luck on this map than some of the others, but they've been challenged quite a bit here by Taranmil, and that is to be expected, let me tell you that. Taranmil, a lot of experience behind this team. All in front of A will be a little bit of a concern for now as Taranmil tried to set up for that A site. They've established some form of control towards short here. They haven't gotten themselves all the way into garden, but they're certainly prepping for that. They get the smoke down towards the very back, and there's the Rolling Thunder to clean out that position. Doesn't stun anyone up, but gives them the sense of security they need to push through. And what more sense of security do they need? And FXYO getting a couple of entry frags. Matty on the flank, though, coming through short, has been able to find a headshot to Brody, so he's been brought to even numbers right now as that spike plant goes down. Taranmil are, well, they have to keep hold of this post plant, otherwise this map is going to end 13-10. Volvo Peak, are they tempted to go for this one, or are they just going to keep the weapons in their hands? This decision right now is not, you don't usually go for the save option when you have an opportunity here in Valorant, but sometimes you don't blame some teams. Meanwhile, Matty, he's certainly showing that he really wants to go for this one. The flash comes through. Kuba gets fully blinded up. No capitalization on that, though. And because of that, Kuba's able to line up to spray the paint shells underneath. There's two players here. How much damage can it do? Just a little bit. As Spike is ticking down the way, and Taranmil are able to hold on.
Yeah, and a beautiful hold there by Taranmil and Volvo Peak. You could tell they weren't 100% sure. The money is not great across the team, but trades coming out here. Cray able to get the first one was so important, and then the two players underneath able to find Kuba as they drop down, and it's just too much for Valorant to do. They got out of the way of the paint shells, potentially a little bit deep into the corner. Potentially could have thrown them a little bit more central and got both players with a decent amount of damage, but a huge hold there for Taranmil on that post plant after FXYO got them onto site, but then Valorant and Maddie traded them back out and put it in a 3v3 situation, but there were no ultimates available. It was going to be a hard retake, and they were able to hold on. And it's 11-12, and another huge rounding coming.
There's a potential for a very big brawl. The recon that will spot them out, at least one. I'm not sure if all three of those defenders were tagged up by the recon dart there. They are forced all the way back because of that, though. They don't want to hang around with Taranmil knowing their positions. Taranmil will be able to get the owl drone through and secure those close angles inside of B. But again, another recon dart coming through, dealt with quite swiftly. Stanley just watching for any of these flanks coming up through mids. Similarly so with FXYO on the other side of the map. He's got a deep sight line towards the A main side as Taranmil obviously set up for a B play here, but they had a lot of options because Volvo Peak haven't really pushed anywhere and haven't really got any form of map control.
Yeah, and they're going to make a quick rotate here over to the A site, and they're going to run into the Judge of Amawar if they're not careful. They need to make this defense work. They're going to run straight past them. Spams are going to come through. They're not going to find anything. Stanley with the opening kill. That's a ginormous take to start this round off, and they put them in a great position to hold out.
They have a couple of trades coming through. Man advantage now is non-existent for Taranmil as it's a 3 versus 3 now. Spike plant in progress with 15 seconds left remaining. Nothing that Volvo Peak can do to disrupt this. The paint shells comes in a little bit too late for Juso. Able to follow up on the frag. There's the trade though from Stanley. 2 versus 2 situation. Taranmil need this round win to bring it to overtime. Another trade from Stanley. He needs the 4K to be able to take it to overtime for Taranmil. Juice out to try and close this game out early. We'll go all the rounds in regulation, but does it end here? Time ticking down away on that spike, and Juice out mounts up Stanley. He'll be able to run over and get the defuse as well. Volvo Peak win the first map of this best of 3.
Oh, and the clutch moment there from Jusao. If ever you want a player to step up and do their job, it was going to be Yosao in that position. And they did it, and they carried Volvo Peak to a beautiful 13-11 first map victory, and will head to the next map with their advantage. And they need one more to close out this match and advance on. But if you're on the side of Taranmil, it was so close. 7 bullets in the chamber for Yusao, and they made use of every single one of them. And Alorante, as you see, topping the charts alongside Matty. The FXYO not far behind. A real gutsy performance from the side of the Jets. But at the end of the day, it just wasn't quite enough. And they're going to be 1-0 to the good for Volvo Peak. And what a game. What an absolute blinder of a first map.
Yeah, we got all the rounds in regulation time, but unfortunately, Tyron Mill weren't able to bring it to overtime. Stanley was the man to try and get the 4 kills in that final round to be able to do it, but wasn't able to quite take the heads-up duel when push came to shove. A massive slog of a first map, all things considered, but we head on to our second in just a couple of moments' time. We are heading on towards Split for our second map. So just before we go to the break, JP, just opinions on Split.
Against Vitality, I don't think that Volvo Peak had the greatest game on Split, so they really need to readdress that one. Obviously, you can see these two teams are so evenly matched, and it's all going to be balanced on a knife edge as to which team can tilt it more in their favor, but probably a strong start is the best place they need to be. Out the gates running, and you'd like to think that Volvo Peak might be in the ascendancy after this first map.
So that's what you think. I'll refrain from making any comments until after the break. I'm doing the whole British game show thing of like, we'll know the correct answer after the break, but we'll go to a very short commercial break here. Just a couple of minutes or so, and we have map 2 of this lower bracket semi-final coming up.
Hello, Overclockers, and welcome. Oh, screw this. Where's ATAC when you need him? Hello, Overclockers, and welcome. Oh, screw this. Where's ATAC when you need him?
Hello everyone and welcome to the Epic32 Intel Valorant tournament. My name is Raptros. I've been joined by JP Cast for this particular morning series here on Sunday morning. It's the final day of the tournament and we've got a couple of lower bracket games to get over and done with before we get to that grand final. We are midway, well, we're coming up to a third or midway through, depending on which team you support in this series, with Volvo Peak taking the map win on Ascent over Taran Mill. But we head on to Split as our second map of a potential 3 here today between these two teams. A bit of a slog on the on Ascent between these two. It seems like it was going to be massively swinging one way, massively swinging the other. Some close rounds, but not all that many. But the scoreline still ends up being relatively close. And of course, the clutch at the end to seal things out for Juso, for Volvo Peak, to bring them the advantage heading into a Split. But this is going to be Taran Mill's map pick, and they basically want to respond in kind.
Yeah, no, definitely. And we were looking at the stats in the break, which we've got to make sure they have 19 games on this map. So definitely a well-known commodity to them. As you say, it was their pick of map going into this one. So you have to feel they have the confidence to take it back, the fight to Volvo Peak. We saw Volvo Peak on this map versus Vitality. There were some definite positive standout moments, but also a lot of shaky instances as well, where they weren't able to close out rounds where they had a 4-player-to-2 advantage. And despite the fact of how good Vitality are, it does make you ask some questions over where do they sit within the metagame of Split, and can they close out some of these some of the more tight rounds that they have. But it looks like we're already heading down to the Agent Select, and I expect to see a similar composition to what we saw before. We're going to lose the Sovas. Sova is not good on map, or the general consensus is Split is not Sova's map, because it's very hard to get a lot of information off of the arrows with all the corners that players can hide around. And instead, we're going to see Kuba going onto the stage. Yuso is going to go onto the more aggressive Rays, what we've seen at them with their duelists before, and Alorante picking up their favoured Rays. But a bit of a different decision from the side of Taran Mill. They're going to change Brody onto the breach. So Russ is going onto the stage. And this is one of the interesting things that I didn't expect to see, is so many changes of agents. Brody was obviously on Sova on the last map, and Russ had a beautiful breach game, even though he wasn't quite able to get there at the end of the day, but taking up the Sage role and Brody going on to breach. So you have to wonder who's been practicing what coming into this event, because it's quite a significant change after how well Russ played that one. Obviously, we know that these teams have their standard executions on comps, but maybe Russ could have stuck with the breach, as they had a beautiful game in that first map.
Brody is not too shabby on the breach either, at least from my experience of watching Taran Mill. So it's not a downgrade whatsoever.
Not at all.
But yeah, we also saw you mistook the Reyna on Alorante for Raze. So it is actually a Reyna coming out for Volvo Peak on the defense here, which is interesting to see. You don't see Reynas all that often at this level of play. Of course, the other indicators are kind of more favoured in terms of that one. But here we are, out into the pistol round there. Taran Mill on the offensive, trying to go for this hard charge towards Heaven. And FXO with the jumping shot. Matty holding things down through towards Heaven here, but can't line up any of the follow-up shots. But that's at least some progress made towards the ACF. Taran Mill, they have to deal with Amilwar at the elevated angle, which is such an awkward fight to take, but Taran Mill is still able to win it out.
Yeah, and they could not make it work. They had the advantage, they had the health advantage, but Taran Mill completely removed them from the equation. And for the side of Volvo Peak, Alorante, the ever-consistent player on site on this Reyna, their chosen pick, as we saw yesterday, just wasn't able to have the advantage as the rest of the team just fell apart around them. But we know what Reyna can do with no utility. They need to make some good kills happen to start the round, and they need to try and fight this way back in their 1v3. Low health bars on the side of Taran Mill should be possible easy pickings.
And it is. Cray able to cut down Alorante before he goes too crazy and trying to get the pistol around clutch. So this was the initial entry towards Heaven. FXY jumping right click direct onto the head of Kuba. Well, if you're Kuba, that's definitely what you would not like to see. The opening round just completely getting deleted by a jumping classic. But it is what it is, and Taran Mill hold the early advantage here coming into map number 2. This is their home, at least in terms of the vetoes here, right now. They're going to go for all 5 of those SMGs coming into this. Volvi going to invest a couple of guns here and there. There's a shorty coming out for Juso, just sitting in the corner right now, just waiting someone to aggress through into that smoke, forced into that close angle, and he might be able to win it out with the shotgun, but no one coming his way for now, as that Jet has just been able to sneak himself up in towards rope room, and FXO, great little positioning there. Valorant just certainly wasn't expecting that as he tried to climb the rope.
However, they've given away all the priority into that vents area. Matty is going to trade one back onto Crow with a lovely shotgun shot, but a 2v4 situation with the spike probably heading over to the B side now. Well, it was a 2v4, now it's a 1v4, and Rust takes out Kuba. Obviously, the majority of the Volvo Peak team have gone for the more safe buy, but yet again, we're going to see Taran Mill taking these pistol rounds. That's 3 back-to-back pistol and follow-up buy round, and it's an incredibly impressive situation if you're a side of Taran Mill that you're able to put these rounds together with such consistency. 3 for 3 at this level is not something you'd expect to see. We'll have to see if Matty can do any economical damage to Taran Mill, but right now they're looking sitting pretty on a potential 2-0 start with a lot of money left in the bank with these weapons.
A very positive start indeed for Taran Mill. Matty is just waiting for some exit frags here to come his way. Doesn't look like that's going to be the case though. Taran Mill just waiting out that spike, and they'll be able to pick it up. And again, this is, I think they are now, what is that? 3 for 3 in terms of pistol round and conversions right now. Matty just kind of suicides into the into the spike explosion. Interesting, but yeah. Excuse me, if I get my words in the right order, it would be fantastic. But Taran Mill being particularly good on these pistol rounds. They've won all of them so far, and all of the conversions as well.
Yeah, and interestingly enough, the decision Matty made is quite an interesting one. So the way the economy works on these rounds is if you lose and you do die, you get more money than if you lose and survive. So obviously they realised the amount of money, they calculated the amount of money they needed to get a rifle, and they decided they're going in. But at the same time, doing it in that way doesn't give any additional money over to the side of Taran Mill. They don't pick up the kill money for that one. As we're going to see the immediate push up, and the wall is going to stop the attack in its tracks. There's a beautiful wall from Kuba to stop the attack.
Oh, the call up inside the slow orb as well, and it's a decent lineup for Juso. Stanley hiding inside the site now. He's got the spike on his back, but no friends around him to try and help him out with this situation on the B site. He does go down. Juso, another kill to add to his tally, up to 3 in this round. And Crate is left wondering what the hell went on. He can't even line up the headshot onto Alorante, as Volvo Peak will be able to get onto the board with a pretty clean first gun round for them. But of course, the other Taran Mill was still on those carried over SMGs.
Yeah, and you couldn't have asked for a better response here from Volvo Peak. The fact that they were in a position where they could buy out their weapons, but they were all on light armor. They were all at their sort of the bottom of the barrel in terms of economy. So getting that win does allow them to start to build up some money, and it means that they have all of their players have guns, all of their players have money, and will be able to buy this round and the next one as well. And we're seeing a little bit of a force buy across some of Taran Mill members in the current situation, and you want to be making sure you're putting as much pressure on them as possible. Brody's going to get rid of Kuba on the aggressive peak on the wall. Good start here for Taran Mill.
Yeah, Kuba looking for basically an early pick by just trying to swing that wall, but Brody was all over it. FXU also tried to readjust onto it, but in the end, his assistance wasn't required. Free mid control now for Taran Mill to work with. They have access to Heaven, they have access to Rope Room as well, so they've got a lot of options to work with, and that's one of the main things about this map. If you control mid, you basically control your destiny.
Yeah, and how many times have we used that exact statement? Even on the maps like Ascent, it's just so important, the maps that are mid-centric, that you get the control, and Taran Mill are all over that mid-control right now. You have 2-player split between Volvo Peak A and B site. There is a bit of damage done to the side of Taran Mill that they haven't been able to heal up yet, so they may be waiting on the Sage to heal that last player up to 100 health. But they need to start trying to find their way onto site. Cypher has so much utility over on this A side site. You have to make the feel that they need to start rotating Yusu across, get them into this B site as they prepare for the push coming in. The paranoias are out. We see the utility usage.
Okay, Valorant lines them up again, up to the 3k, and deploys the Empress as well. Still only on 3 HP, so it's not exactly the most ideal situation for Valorant, but there's all collapsed to Taran Mill, and FXYo's left in the 1v3, just 3 seconds left remaining. If Volvopeak can survive here, they've basically secured the round, but they make sure of it by bullets into the back from Matty. Valorant, fantastic opening kill here, and then the lineup to be able to swing onto afterwards. Again, it's just the spacing wasn't correct for Taran Mill, shall we say.
Probably the most appropriate way to describe that round, as we see Matty getting out that final kill. But an interesting decision from Valorant to pop the Empress, able to then, without having any dismisses in pool, obviously you get your full set of utility back, apart from the layers, and you're able to use that round. But we're going to see Taran Mill firing up the blade storm on this jet, making the aggressive push into heaven. Going to get tagged a little bit, but a beautiful headshot onto Valorant. Gives them the opening onto the A site they need, but they need to find a way through this site for tripwires. They need to find their way into the bomb site.
FXYo still has this Blade Storm out. He's been able to find himself in between those smokes inside of heaven, just waiting to pounce. But no one will be heading his way just yet. Amel just content to wind the clock down just a little bit, try and work their way around the map, but Amel will punish Crate with that big old peek down towards mid. Matty finds a kill towards FXYo as well, so slowly but steadily these Taran Mill players are falling. They've been able to find at least a relatively 3B bomb site, but they still have heaven to contend with here. Stanley all over it. It's a bit of a standoff inside the smoke. Both sets of players, both facing each other through that smoke. But who will fire the first shot? That's the issue. It looks like Volvopeak gonna return back to heaven to try and find a timing on the flank behind here, but Brody's all over it, but he can't land the shot with the pistol. Amilware is able to readjust. Russ with the slow up towards the back, trying to lay the rotations in. But he only has a Sheriff in hand. What success can he find? And it seems like he's found a lot of it. He takes out Juso as well. Stanley finishes things off with the frenzy, but Russ has done so much in the backlines.
And Stanley's smokes were perfect. Inch perfect to allow them to play around. They hit the site, they got the spike down, but even though they lost Brody early here, Stanley put themselves in such a position with 15 health, and then this double kill by Russ. They switch to the Phantom in time. They see Yusu coming around the corner, and then Stanley's able to finish off the last kill, and a wonderful thrifty round for the side of Taran Mill, putting them 3-2 to the good and stopping the flow that Volvopeak had started to put together. Now buys out for each player to see how this one goes as we go into round number 6.
A push through towards B for Volvopeak. They've established control of B garage. Meanwhile, they've kind of traded that out for mid control, though, as FXYo has just basically been able to walk all the way up in towards inside a rope room without any contention whatsoever. Double stack towards heaven, though, for Volvopeak. Valorant is able to avoid the flash and able to dismiss away as well. Here's the response from FXYo, but Valorant stands tall. He wants to hang around and try and get all these frags, and he certainly don't blame him for the way he's been playing so far this map. And he gets another 3k for the Reina as he steps up, stands tall. Taran Mill still able to get the plan, but they're at a severe numbers disadvantage.
And Valorant back to the ways we saw yesterday, where they took the fight to Vitality. They're taking the fight to Taran Mill now on the back of this Reina. Has been so destructive so far, even though Russ is able to find another one. 4 on the round for Valorant so far. Yes. And the ace to finish off the round. 5 HP remaining. Is there anything this player cannot do?
He's been absolutely popping off so far this game. 5 kills here in this round, and again, there's no stopping him. He's got the Empress for the next round just to make things worse for Taran Mill. You can see the replay of it. Valorant, great first kill with the avoidance of the flash onto Cray, and then, well, Rusty will try to pull things back with the 2k there, but Valorant just kind of steps in and says, Russ, just calm down. I'm the boss here on this map, and it just goes to show he's up to 10 frags already, 10 and 4.
I was about to say, like, if you ever want to sort of shut down an opponent, that is one way to do it. And putting the whole team on their back at the same time, the operator is in FXYO's hand, but isn't able to find anything on that initial peek through, but Alorante already perched up in this mid position. It's a very interesting decision that he wants to be so much, but a beautiful paranoia in response is going to stop the push through, stop the aggression.
Look at this!
Find the first players. Oh.
How is he allowed to do that? How is that not being covered by Stanley there? You saw Alorante, he just pushed all the way down the ramp into the opening mid, then killed the player in towards ropes, and then just went back in towards ramp without being traded out. That should not be happening.
No, but it shows you that Reyna is still a force to be reckoned with. Despite the changes, the decrease in the number of dismiss and devour orbs is huge, but they're going to cancel the ult off, so they know there's players in B garage now. They can start to make the rotate accordingly. Spike is mid, but they're about to run into Alorante again, and that's not the player you want to be finding as you enter a bomb site.
Yeah, oh wow, he's not even, his services aren't even required really, as just so able to bail him out of that situation. As it was the operator that was going to peek first, which is optimistic, but
30 seconds
how is
left.
Russ 1 versus 5? Yeah, not a lot of time left either. Spike not in as close to it. Everything up against him, finds the first, but Alorante 4K in the round. He's been able to get 9 kills over the past 2 rounds. What is this guy doing?
But as you say, watch this. Stanley is hidden in a corner. They're just not covering off their teammate. And then they're in a 1v1 situation against the Reyna of Alorante. And we've seen what this player can do. Yuso comes up on a beautiful flank, and then it's just picking them off in the last couple of plays. Russ does get Yuso, but it just doesn't matter because Alorante's there. And although Alorante finished top frag in the last game on the last map on Ascent, they had a bit of a quiet game in terms of these individual plays and these sort of 3 or 4Ks, but this map, they have come to play and they are showing the power of what they can do on this Reyna, and it is so hard for Taramil to get a grip in this game.
Trying. I respect the effort there, FXYO. Yeah. But unfortunately that's not going to happen. The slower behind the wall forces them back as well. Kuba might be tempted to peek this. He's got a lot of company on the other side of the wall though. Taramil having to take the weaker guns into this one, however. They've got sheriffs in hand. Don't underrate the sheriff though. We've seen a lot of great sheriff plays so far this tournament. If you can connect those headshots, then they're as good as the rifle.
Yeah, and we saw it in just 2 rounds ago, the thrifty win for the side of Taramil. And it's interesting how Volvo Peak are basically giving mid access for free. It's as though they're herding them into the place they want them to be. It's like, don't worry, Taramil, you can have mid. That's fine.
He's here and he's in the perfect spot to try and stunt this push. If he can get that swing on towards ropes at just the right time. He knows the information now as he has the sprayed out, dismisses away, still alive. This guy's insane. Oh my word. Like, how do you even deal with that?
I don't know, but there's not a good position to see if they can find the 1v1 duel here. Epic.
There's only 10 seconds left remaining. The spike's been delayed. Kuba's the perfect place to try and delay it, and there's nothing Craig can do about this. 4 seconds left remaining. He's out of the round. It's another round for Volvo Peak.
I am lost for words on what Alorante can do. They get the flick, they get the dismiss away. They then get the 1v2 kill here. They go back into the open and they are picked off by Craig. But at this point, it's too little too late. 2 kills have already gone down. Matty picks up FXYO on the flank and they see where they all are. Kuba gets the last 2 kills. And it's lights out for the side of Taramil. And Volvo Peak extend to a 5-3 lead on the back of some absolute destructive outplays of Alorante on this Reyna. And we saw this yesterday and it's being put to even greater effect against this Taramil team.
Alorante is basically smurfing at this point. He's taken his team in his backpack though, and it's still a relatively close scoreline when you consider that. Oh, and Matty just not expecting FXYO to be in that position. FXYO almost able to, is able to get the kill on towards Ammo. I thought it was going to be a lineup, but it was his teammate behind him instead. Spike planted towards the A site then. Maybe this is going to be at least some form of a successful round for Taramil, but Alorante is still alive, and now he's not, so maybe they are going to win it now.
The res has come through, and they're going to
spam.
find one through the wall. So it's a 4v3 for the side of Terran Mill. They did get the res through, so it's going to be challenging. We see the showstopper right here. Can Yuzu find the first one? They're going to go up top. They're not going to find anything. They're going to trade it out. Oh, but Brody plays policeman on this one. He doesn't allow them to get on the site, and Terran Mill finally pick up their next round.
There we go. They stem the bleeding. I think the objective of Terran Mill is their win condition is kill Valorant and they win the round. Like it basically seems like their strategy at the moment. Oh,
no. And quite frankly, it's a strategy that might be the way that they drag themselves on this attacking half. They've just been such a stalwart defensive position. 16 frags, already 10 frag kills ahead of the next player on Volvo Peak. Shows you how much impact Valorant is having. Only one other player up to double figures, and that's Russ on the side of Terran Mill. And in that round, they did manage to get the pick onto Valorant, and the early kills just went Terran Mill's way, and then it's so hard for them to come back. And we are going to see a slight pause here for a technical delay, but just does show you the difference between a round where Valorant is in full flow and a round where Valorant is not there, and the rest of the team it's not that they're uncoordinated or unable to do anything, but it just feels like Terran Mill no longer play with any fear, if that makes sense, as though they play a little more cagey around where Valorant is going to be, because they have positioned in different places in a lot of the rounds. But when they know where Valorant is, they play with this much more confidence to hit a bomb site and take the fight back to Volvo Peak, and it does feel that both teams are in some ways playing around this Reyna pick from Valorant.
Still under this technical pause for now. I think it was an issue with Volvo Peak because they were pretty delayed getting out of spawn. But we will get this match resumed. You can see the scoreboard now. Valorant 16-6 at the top. By far and away the best performer in this game at the moment. As we will get things back going in just a couple of moments' time. Just one round between these two teams. Volvo Peak hold the advantage, of course, but that's mostly off the back of the Reyna's insane plays, but they need to pull themselves up by their bootstraps now. They need to find consistent rounds of their own merits rather than just relying on one player to do all of the work. FX Yo gonna get tagged up, punished his ammo while with having his paranoia out, or rather his smoke out. Uber trying to go for the spray transfer, only finds one. 3 versus 3, Valorant able to avoid that paranoia as it comes through. Spike still down inside of mid, but should be relatively easily recoverable by Terran Mill. 2 players now stacked up inside of that rope room. They will get slow orbed as well, which is not ideal. It gives Terran Mill just that little bit extra breathing room.
Yeah, and the resurrect through here. Wall's going to go up 4v3 situation, and this B bomb site is about to be the one that takes the hit. They're going to tag a player up, but it's already open for business. Rolling Thunder through, it's not going to find anyone because Matty's taken this defensive position in heaven. The spray through is going to tag a few players, do a bit of damage, but it's not going to remove any players, and they have the bomb site at the plant soon will to go to follow that and plant that and get this down and get this retake on the way.
So paranoid about the mid angle, but all of the Terran Mill players had barreled down towards the side. There's a flank going on right now as Sage Russ coming in from the back lines. I think he's being completely unsighted, and he's able to finish off the round there for his team. Quick thinking there from Russ to push all the way through towards spawn, up the stairs and back behind Heaven. So that's another round on the board then for Terran Mill as they bring things even. But yeah, pretty simple stuff, dropping out of Heaven to be able to get that site plant down. Of course, Matty was there with the Cypher behind the smoke trying to get the spam through, but unfortunately wasn't able to connect with any kills, and it's going to be a different story if he was able to, but it's really luck of the draw in that situation.
Yeah, and just the consistency of the crossfire, making the most of having the 4-player advantage, able to set up multiple different crossfires and just hold Volvo Peak outside the site. And when they did drop in, although they did get a couple of kills, it just wasn't enough. But now it's Sheriffs and Utility, but the combo with the grenade going to hit the wall just put up by their own player. But Valorant just does not care about who is against them. They're going to take their name and add them to their kill sheet as well. And it's 5-4 in the favour of Volvo Peak on this sort of pseudo buy round. Valorant out with the Vandal, but everyone else is on a more safe round here. But they've held them on the outside of the site. Now Valorant is going to go down to Brody.
Aftershock through, Matty trying to step out with that Bucky, but finds nothing. Taran Mill still convinced that A side is where they want to go, but Volvo Peak have all rotated, and Kuba finds the frag as well. Amilware finds another, and Kuba racks up his own tally. Taran Mill have collapsed here on the A side of the map. Just Stanley left alone now. He does have the spike to recover, but not a lot of time to work with. Half HP as well. And the From the Shadows is available. He's able to get all the way on towards the B site. And Volvopeak have pretty long rotations here, so he's able to get that spike down, make it possible. But he's landing out in the open. But Cooper's not able to capitalize on that. Just lands a couple of bullets onto Stanley's chest, down to 20 HP. But can he find the 2 frags required to give Taran Mill the advantage? No, the spam just comes through from Matty. And Volvopeak are able to stall around and get back ahead. But yeah, that was inside the realms of possibility that Stanley was able to make that work, but nothing you can do when he just gets basically pre-fire spammed through the wall.
Cooper on this Spectre did so much damage versus his rifles. A beautiful opening by Valorant, does get traded out eventually, but just watch these 2 kills that come through heaven. They lose the gunfight against the Spectre. The first one goes through there, heals up the teammate, but then gets this second kill with Amilware picking up the Sheriff kill. But it was interesting at the end when it felt like Kuba just waited for Matty to get there with the rifle, because they know that the Spectre cannot penetrate that box properly. So they were like, okay, well, I think Kuba had seen them go behind the box from the visuals of the map. I think they saw each other. They just waited for Matty to turn up with the rifle with the heavier penetration straight through the wall and a nice quick closeout. And we go into the final round 6-5 to the good for Volvopeak on this defense. It's going to be very different on the attack. We've seen the struggles that Taran Mill are having on the attack. And in some ways, you have to feel that Volvopeak may suffer through some of those as well. But we'll have to see how they go. But again, we're in another quick pause. Obviously, players sorting themselves out, making sure everything's in order as we go into the final round of this half.
6-5, Volvopeak. Very, very close half indeed. We might even make it exactly equal coming into the second half if Taran Mill's able to pick up this one. We've had a couple of technical pauses over the course of this one. Hopefully everything's still okay for both teams. Smoke down for FXY to get the cross towards the ramp room, and the deep smoke, the dark cover. Oh, Valorant is going to tease around the edge of this one. He wants to get very, very greedy with how he's playing. Do you blame him? My words.
Nope.
FXY just completely getting caught off guard with Valorant playing that close, and he's allowed to play that greedy because he's getting results from it.
Eliminate. Cage trigger.
Trades are going to come out slow orb up to stop this push coming through. They know where the players are now. They're going to get that tripwire down, try and protect their flanks. But you can see the Sage is already in mid. They're trying to find where the end players are. They know where one of them currently is, but a 3v4 situation. And you know that Cypher is lurking somewhere around this bomb site with all the utility in the world. But Russ is going to find Valorant, bring it to a 4v4. But there is a resurrect on the side of Volvopeak. And if ever you're going to use it, it's going to be now. They're going to braze Valorant. It's not going to matter as Russ is going to crush Matty on site.
There's a bit of a panic jump there as well, but here comes the retake in then for Volvopeak. It's Brody versus the world, 1 versus 3, as that spike ticking down. This is to make it even coming into the second half. Aftershock through, swings onto Kuba, just 2 more to fight. Rolling Thunder's active, he might be able to get both of them. He does stun up both of them, but no! They're still able to land the shots and still able to get the defuse in. Valorant is super happy about that as Volvopeak leads 7-5 into the half.
And it was, I believe it was all on the back of being able to get this smoke down, that even though the Rolling Thunder was coming out, it meant that they had to run so far through. I think Valorant got out the way of the Rolling Thunder. I'm not quite sure we'll get the angle view from their position. But they just got themselves in the right position. The early kill there going on to Russ. Brody then on their own, and they almost made it work with this opening kill onto Kuba. The Rolling Thunder comes back. But look at this smoke. Oh, we're just going to miss the replay. But the smoke landed in the corner just as the Rolling Thunder came out, and it meant that Brody had so much further to run through and had no easy line of sight to go from one player to the next. And Amilware probably saved that round for the team and make it to 7-5. And it's one of those weird ones that you don't necessarily think to do, and it probably wasn't intentional as Brody got the Rolling Thunder off of that kill, but it saved them that round, and Valorant was able to close it out as they now go on to the attack. 7-5 to the good Volvopeak lead.
This would be a big surprise if Volvopeak were able to take this series 2-0.
Agreed.
It would be a very, well, if you ask me, it would be an upset. Taran Mill, so much experience, and now So FXO showing that experience with Taran Mill, able to hold on, at least initially on in this pistol round. Let's see if Volvo Peak can make any further progress here towards Heaven. And they've found a couple of entries here. Looking a little bit better for them. They're lining up all the kills inside of Heaven now, and all of a sudden this FXO just left alive for Taran Mill, but he has the flank. He might find all three players. He does find all three players, but can he land the shot? He kills Jesu. Tag damage onto the Omen, and now Volvo Peak are hot-footing themselves over towards B. FXO, he knows exactly what is going on here. He's rotating up through mid, but Alderante lies in wait, waits for him to aggress through the smoke. And there we go, it happens. FXY swings it, but Alderante is able to put him down.
Yeah, and the confidence Volvo Peak had to wait on FXYO to appear. This beautiful 3K from Amalwa definitely carried them through the openings of the game. They lose Yusu here, but it just doesn't matter. It's a 2v1 situation with Alderante at full health still. They leg it over to the B side, forcing FXYO to run with no real information on where they are. They hide beautifully around the dark cover. And it's a 1v2 beautiful. It's a 1v2 crossfire, and it just means it's a nightmare for any player to try and take the advantage back from that team. But we're seeing buys coming in here, Sheriff and a Frenzy for the side of Taran Mill. Not the position you want to be in, especially when the attackers have got the ascendancy with them now and all the weaponry that they could ever want.
The Leah forces FXO off that angle. Taran Mill, like you said, on the weaker buy, on the pistols. FXO getting aggressive here with the Sheriff. He certainly trusts in his aim, but the Leah might mess things up a little bit. No, he's just going to stay there, be very patient, then swing the corner, but can't land the shot onto any of those heads whatsoever. Optimistic there from FXO, but finds no results. And Justo will be able to sort out this B push, and that will open up the B site for Volvo Peak as they are going to commit to this. They get the orb on the way as well. Absolutely fantastic to see. Stanley's going to try and abuse this smoke inside of the defender door. But again, this is going to be another round to Volvo Peak, I think. Taran Mill don't really have the resources to be able to do anything about this at the moment. Brody's working his way in, but 12 HP? Nah.
And this is all about weaponry disparity. They're going to find Stanley legging it through the back of the site. And again, this just shows you the advantage that having a full buy of Spectres brings to the Classics. They're going to find Brody hidden in that last position. And a flawless round. The perfect result for the side of Volvo Peak. They get to keep their bonus round on every single player and just not enough damage able to be done. We've generally seen the side of Volvo Peak when Taran Mill do win their pistol round, they're able to do a lot of economic value. But with Volvo Peak winning their first pistol round of both maps, so it's basically a 1-3 deficit in pistol rounds to Taran Mill, it just allows them then to fall by. But the fact that they make it stick with all 5 players alive with these SMGs, you're just in this lap of luxury for Volvo Peak where you lose this round, you potentially have 2 full buy rounds to follow this one up, because you're sitting at 2,000 credits a player. You didn't have to sacrifice in that economy as we do hit a quick pause in the game, or the players get themselves up again. These are very, very tense games, and it's never a good position to be in when you are 9-5 down and you are really needing to get these in. You've already been through a long game. And it was good, and I've just been pushed forward. Yeah, I'd love to go back and look at this corner smoke that came in from the side of Volvo Peak, if we're able to see that one on our production team. You see here, so he gets the first kill, gets the Rolling Thunder, chucks it up, but this smoke that comes out here, it goes right in the corner. He cannot push out and see both players, so he has to take a 50-50 angle. He sees one of them, but Alderante is perfectly positioned on the other side to get that lineup, and it means that it was it wasn't necessarily the intentional position, because when the Rolling Thunder's coming out, you may go for a bit of a rush positioning on it, but it was one of these ones that if you imagine when you're coming out, if you go out straight and you look directly across the site, you're going to pick up Alderante in your crosshairs. But then Amor is on your left. If you're going into elbow without the smoke, you have the protection of the wall next to you, so you can look, find Alderante, and then take the 2 1v1s. In that situation, they were forced into a 1v2. So beautiful smoke placement does allow them to close out their round against potentially the most powerful ultimate, but Yasu's already on side with his showstopper. Can they find anyone? They're not going to look in the right place.
A waste of a showstopper as Volvo Peak head their way in. They've still been able to secure control of the site, but Taran Mill still have all 5 players left alive to try and get this retake going. Brody gets caught out with the flash. And Russ at least able to get a trade back here, but Stanley trying to lead this retake, trying to still push forward and make something happen. Teleport there from Amelwar into the pillar position, but can't get anything done. Matty's found a good couple of frags, but now it's Kuba left all alone. Craze down, 1 versus 1, jumping down, but FXO takes that as the opportunity to be able to shut Kuba up, and Tarabil get up to 6.
Yeah, and Yasu just caught between a rock and a hard place. Too many decisions trying to be made. They didn't just go for the simple one of chucking this rocket into the CT, into that spawn area. If you just throw the rocket down there, even if it does no damage, it allows you to make the space back there. But Craig isn't punished for the positioning, picks up 3, and then it's just FXO with the weapon advantage, Phantom versus Spectre to close out the round. And in some ways, you just wish they'd have just hit the trigger and thrown it into that back area. They would have picked up Cray, but it's just one of those strange ones that you sometimes just wish people would throw out the showstopper and just use it. But 9-6 Volvo Peak lead still, and great round for Terra Mill, but they lost almost every single player, so it's still money advantage to the side of Volvo Peak, especially if we go into this round. They're going to kill the wall as quick as possible, give themselves an access point in. But this time, Terra Mill are doing what Volvo Peak didn't, and they're taking the more aggressive stance and holding players in this mid location. They don't want to give it for free.
Smoke towards ropes for Volvo Peak to have a little bit of a look in towards heaven. They've been able to establish a foothold now. Both of those players in rope rooms, of course, not having to push because obviously they have the slow up down, so they're not going to find much luck in terms of that. So Volvo Peak given a lot of real estate here towards mid. They're going to back off and try and make some progress towards A. Stanley's getting inquisitive. He's going to push, and Matty just gets caught out by Stanley just creeping forward at the off angle.
Yeah, and not a great position because that's player down to Volvo Peak and weapon down as well. They might get hold of it, but they're going to find one with the utilities. They're not going to see them. How was that not communicated? How did they not communicate where the player was?
How is Stanley able to survive so long? That's what I'm asking. Volvo Peak trying to get away, and Amelwar continuing to teleport and make sure that he can save his gun into the next round. But yeah, there must have been some comm issue there because that just was not communicated whatsoever, that Stanley was up on that angle and he was able to get a free kill as a result. I'm surprised he wasn't able to get more considering the confusion from Volvo Peak.
Yeah, and it was strange because Alaranti ran in not looking at the angle. They saw them up there and it just didn't make any sense. A beautiful kill there by Stanley on Matty, but then this is the time here. They see them up top, but Alaranti just keeps walking in, looking at the top, maybe relying on the team to clear the position, but they didn't manage to do it. A huge amount of damage done, still being traded out, but at that point, it's all over for the side of Volvo Peak, and Stanley gets away with daylight robbery in that round.
Yeah, he hasn't had the best of times in the past 2 maps, has he? He's bottom of the scoreboard right now, with only 6 frags to his name. Still some time. Well, not a lot of time in this map, but still some time to show up for things and show what he's made of, because he's certainly a very, very capable talent, is Stanley. So maybe just having a poor run of things here. Volvo Peak continuing to focus on mid and on heaven right now, and FXO losing out the gunfight inside of ropes. This causes Stanley a bit of a situation, as it's basically him against 5 players here on this A site. Lines up 1, there's the trade available, so Stanley not able to get the massive spray down required to be able to hold on to that A-bomb site. But still a 3 versus 3 though, so still even in terms of the numbers. The neural theft comes out, so Volvo Peak know exactly where the Terra Mill players are, at least for just a moment. Cray trying to tease around the edge of that wall, trying to get the wall banks through to the other side as well, but finding no success. And Terra Mill kind of just content to wait this one out for a little bit. Of course, the wall is a big concern here, considering it's nice entry towards heaven, and Cray runs out of bullets at just the wrong time, and now the Empress has been deployed. Cut down by Brody, though. So Alaranti deploys the Empress and immediately loses it. Here comes the Rolling Thunder, though. That actually stuns up Russ more than it stuns up the other team, but Brody now 1 versus 1 situation up against the Cypher of Volvo Peak. The spike is ticking down the way, and the tripwire, it'll delay just enough because I don't think he has enough time. Yeah, he has to run away. Oh, that tricky Cypher utility.
Oh no, and because of the timing on it, he has to make the run into sight. They don't have the time to check where these tripwires are going to be. And yeah, as you said, the Rolling Thunder mess with Russ. Brody's able to take the kill onto Amawa, but it's just this 1v1, and they run into the tripwire. They get the kill, but it's just too little, too late. Oh man, you feel for them in that situation, because normally you'd have the opportunity to check for that utility, but they didn't have the time. Gets forced out. And beautiful round there on the side of Volvo Peak to win that one from a position of very little.
Absolutely. Again, both teams are very much a fan of these slow early rounds, but Stanley just gets caught out, and Matty was kind of expecting that. He knows Stanley has been pushing over the past couple and just set up the camera for it, just hiding behind the terrain, tags him up with the spy cam dart and swings it. That is clinical Cypher play right there. That's what you want one of your Sentinels to do when it comes to protecting these flanks.
Yeah, definitely, especially at weapon advantage as well on the side of Volvo Peak. The win giving them the money, despite the Blade Storm being popped on the side of FXO. Still advantage to the side of Volvo Peak, and they're going to find a completely empty B bomb site, despite the wall being there and a couple of challenges getting on top of it. They're going to find no players here, and it's a free plant and a free retake positions now to be set up for Volvo Peak, and Taramil with weapon disadvantage are going to have an absolute nightmare getting in back onto this site.
Neural Theft and Bladestorm available in terms of the ultimate for Taramil on this retake. They would have loved to have that Rolling Thunder from a little bit earlier in this situation, trying to find their way in, but not going to happen. Flash out. FXY has activated his Bladestorm up over the top of the wall. Bakoba is able to readjust. Rust of the trade. Alorante responds. Now Brody pushing through with the Sheriff, can't get anything done, and Volvo Peak hold on quite comfortably to that B site, and they continue to charge on to this potential 2-0 win in this series, and we definitely weren't expecting to have that happen.
Yeah, I'm greedy. I'm always selfish. I always want a 3-match best of 3. I love this game. I love seeing the players come and play it, but Volvo Peak have just started to run away with this game. 11-7 to the good, but weaponry now in the hands of FXO on the operator again, and rifles in the hands of the teammates they have to make this round work. 12-7, and it will be an eco buy on 12-7. You have to favour Volvo Peak, but they have a chance of getting back into it now.
Volvo Peak just a couple of rounds away from securing their slot in what will now be the lower bracket final due to Vitality dropping out of the competition. They had previously secured their spot in the lower bracket final thanks to, losing in the upper bracket, but in the upper bracket final, so they get instant access to the lower bracket final, but unfortunately not to be, as they had other commitments. There's the trade going on in towards mid, there's the revive as well from Kuba, the aftershock coming through, and denies Alerante's revive. So, perfectly placed there from the breach. Volvo Peak continuing towards A here, and Amil up close and personal. 5-3 frags inside of the defender's spawn. That's exactly what you want from the Omen. He was there just to try and delay the rotate so his teammates can get the spike down. He didn't expect to win the round single-handedly.
Oh, they were looking for the plant win on that one, but it just didn't matter. Perfectly positioned, beautiful crosshair placement, and 1v3 takes it out to get the quadra. And match point arrives for Volvo Peak, and the disaster scenario that we thought might come around has come. We're seeing rifles with light armor, or in the case of FXO, no armor at all. And Volvo Peak now have the lack of luxury of, even if they lose this round, they can do economic damage to Taramil, and they'll be able to buy again. Mind you, they want to obviously close this round out in this one, but really good from Volvo Peak to put the pressure on Taramil in such a way as they're going to make this push into mid with the lurk play coming in from Matty.
Again, Volvo Peak not rushing into anything. There's been some deep smokes deployed, or a deep smoke deployed by Stanley towards their A side to try and keep them at bay. But Volvo Peak will all group up here on that A side. throwing the Cypher Cage over towards ramp, so then they can deploy that and then try and rush through A main, but it's a very, very risky strategy indeed. You really want that heaven control if you want to exit on towards A, but Juso with the blast pack jump just completely deletes Stanley. Russ from up above, try to hold on, trying to find some advantages back here for Taran Mill. They get the revive up and another kill, so looking better for Taran Mill, even though the spike plant has happened. Russ trying his best to kick the team on his back at the moment, and there he is. He's been able to get 3 kills. If he can get 3 more, that would be the 6-kill ace. The rarest of things here in Valorant, of course. But now, as Taran Mill work their way through Volvo Peak and Raze, Juso just left alive. But low HP. Oh, he gets 2, but not the final one. Russ will take the 4K. Brilliant plays from Russ. Of course, I made the mistake in mentioning that he could go for the 6-kill ace, but I kind of misread the scoreboard there. But that was my mistake. But my words, Taran Mill, what a time to start to show up in this game, especially for Russ, able to get the kills and the headshots onto these players. A very late moment to be able to do so, though, because they are still at match point at this stage, and they're having to pull rounds back to back to back.
Yeah, but it's still a nightmare situation for the side of Taran Mill. They have no money available. They were already scraping the bottom of the barrel, and you're seeing these forced buys of Spectres, light armor with rifles. They cannot get it in the place to have full buys for everyone. But Volvo Peak are full buy this round and potentially full buy next round if they were to lose. And you have to still favour Volvo Peak to close this one out in the next couple of rounds just because of the economical advantage and damage they're doing to Taran Mill each round. Even though Taran Mill did win, it was 1 player left alive, and Volvo Peak much happier with that situation.
Showstopper coming through from Juso. Is he able to connect? Yes, he is. FXO goes down. Can't quite get the spray onto Russ, as it's an all-out brawl here on the B bomb side, says Valorant. Finds one before going down himself. Russ able to get the heal through as well. Taran Mill still have a decent opportunity of taking this on the retake. Russ trying to push through the smoke, gets the flash required. He's got 3 kills as Russ. Russ is absolutely insane over the past couple of rounds. Runs out of bullets, though, at just the wrong time. Up against Kuba. Now Stanley left 1 versus 2. Takes the spike star out, but he needs to win these one-on-one duels. There's another spike tag, but he has to pull that one out as well. You'll be able to at least get the half.
Pros don't fade.
He pulls out the gun. Oh, just looking the wrong way at the wrong time. And Volvo Peak win the match and they win the series. They go through to the lower bracket semi-final after what he says to be an upset over Taran Mill.
Yeah, and when we say upset, we're not in terms of massive upset, but again, Taran Mill, the established team coming out of the CSGO scene into Valorant, but Volvo Peak have made them suffer today, and they have played beautifully, and it's all on the back of Valorant yet again on this map with this Reyna pick, demolishing the oppositions despite Russ's best effort to drag their team across the finish line, and a 13-8 scoreline for Volvo Peak and a 2-0. An astonishing result. We don't even have to worry about you casting Icebox today because they haven't even got there so far.
Thank you. I don't have to cast Icebox. It's been a common thing in these best of 3s so far this competition, but not for me, as I'll be able to avoid it this time around. But yeah, fantastic stuff there from Volvo Peak. It's absolutely crazy, especially when you have that. You can leverage someone like Valorant to basically carry you for the opening portions of that game, and that's basically what he did. Because Taran Mill was starting to find some progress, starting to get back in the closing couple of rounds of that. Russ especially just started to come online, and if that game went any longer and able to get more rounds back to back, then we could have seen a very, very different story. But Volvo Peak into the lower bracket final. We'll have to see who joins them in that lower bracket final, because I don't think that other lower bracket semi-final has finished just yet. The one between Oh, it has finished actually. No, I'm actually reading this wrong. It hasn't finished just yet, but the Rix GG versus Keep Your Skill, that game is still going on at the moment, and the result hasn't been confirmed, at least from what I can see. So we don't know who's going to be meeting Volvo Peak in that lower bracket final. Of course, if you're wondering, wait, what happened to Team Vitality? Why are we going on to the lower bracket final immediately? Team Vitality, unfortunately, has had to drop out of the competition due to other commitments. So, yeah, kind of... makes the scheduling a little bit weird from this point forward. So next best of 3 that you'll see on stream will be the lower bracket final. Then we'll have something special for you. We'll have a show match in and amongst all of the epic.LAN staff, just to give the players a little bit of a break that came through the lower bracket, so that they can prepare for that grand final. Grand final, I think, is going to be at the usual scheduled time. So that's what we're doing. So instead of the extra best of 3, we'll just have a best of 3 or maybe even a single map with us slots. I think I'll be taking part. Hopefully I'll be taking part. I hope I'm getting back from a broadcast in time. But yeah, that has the potential to be quite interesting.
Yeah.
I'm going to make no further comment. I'm just going to say, though, Volvo Peak, can they make it to the final?
Yes, they can. I feel so. It depends on who comes out of the next game. Obviously, we've seen Rix GG on stream a couple of times, and they have had some very up and down performances. We saw some of the tweets coming out of their players. They weren't happy with how they played yesterday, but at the same time, we've seen some massively dominating performance in some of the maps. So I think it's going to be a coin flip. If Rix GG turn up as the team that they potentially can do, I think Volvo Peak will have a hard time. If Rix GG turn up with the team that we have potentially seen at times today, then Volvo Peak have all the hope in the world. Again, they're coming in as the pseudo underdogs to this. Rix GG, again, a more established team within the high levels of Valorant. But after today, and I went through this yesterday with Jay and Yinsu, I cannot get away from how good Alorante is and how clinical they are in executing against these teams that are meant to be good. We saw them top fragging alongside Vax against Vitality of all teams. They were almost even kills. They were top. They were second of the leaderboard above every other Vitality player apart from Vax. And that shows you how, A, much confidence they're playing with, B, how good they are, and C, that no one is able to shut them down. 26 frags, I think they ended up with in this game. And they were double figures before anyone was above 5 on their own team. The only thing I really hope from Volvo Peak is if they do go back to split, that the rest of the team steps up alongside Alorante. We saw them step up on the first map of Ascent, and they had a decent spread across the board, only one difference between Alorante and the second player. But on split, it was the Alorante show, and everyone was just playing an individual part in it. So I really hope the Volvo Peak can pull themselves together, get the team on board with Alorante on that map, and we'll have to see how they then function on some of the other maps that we may see in the next round.
Absolutely. So we will be going on to our next match, the lower bracket final, in just a couple of moments' time. We don't actually know exactly how long it's going to be. It's going to depend if that other lower bracket semi-final has gone to a third map or not, and how long they will take. So you're going to have to sit tight for now, and we'll have our lower bracket semi-final as soon as we are our lower bracket final, excuse me, as soon as we are able to get it. But I've been Raptros. That's been JP Cast. You might see both of us a little bit later on, either on the server or casting, which is
it's going to be different.
On the server is going to be optimistic to see if we even perform. But we'll have a little bit of a break here. It might be a bit of an extended break before we can get our next game, but you don't want to go away because the Valorant that we've seen has been absolutely fantastic. We'll see you next.
Hello, overclockers, and welcome. Oh, screw this. Where's ATAC when you need him? Hello, overclockers, and welcome. Oh, screw this. Where's ATAC when you need him?
Hello everyone and welcome back to Intel Epic32 Valorant, brought to you by Overclockers and Logitech G. I am Rook and I'm joined by JP as we are bringing you, well, yet more Valorant action. Volvo Peak versus Rix GG, as Rix GG did manage to take down the opposition in their previous match. So, well, I'm really excited to see Rix GG here. Happy to see the British boys and up against Volvo Peak, who have been pretty darn impressive so far.
Yeah, Volvo Peak, I would say, have been the real special addition to this tournament. They've really brought some exciting plays and some diverse characters in a new team that we haven't seen much of. And we do hark on this about this a lot when you look at the different teams. Again, Rix GG are a team that's been established for a while. As you say, British boys on there alongside a couple of the others, but they've had the opportunity to perform at the highest levels of Valorant. But on the side of Volvo Peak, it's a very new up-and-coming roster. Recently together, we believe this is, again, their first tournament. And so far, both teams have made their way onto stream quite a lot, actually. So we actually have quite a decent bead on where they are sat within the current editions of their rosters, things you can improve on, but also where they've really stood out. And I love that we've been able to see these rosters a couple of times because both of them are exciting.
They really are. The last game with Volvo versus Taran Mill, they did take him down 2-0 with a pretty impressive performance in the latter half of Split as well, really taking it to them. It was a little bit close, but I think it was just some really solid aim and good coordination that allowed them to take it over Taran Mill. And we've also seen them play against some of these other strong teams in the tournament, Vitality themselves, 2-0ing Volvo Peak in obviously not the best match for Volvo Peak, but I actually think they didn't perform all too badly. They proved that they are definitely a squad to be reckoned with and at least put some frags on the board and quite a couple of rounds as well.
Yeah, definitely they've put themselves on the map as a team to keep an eye on, and individual players, oh my good lord, some of their players showed up big time. Even in those Vitality matches, who was second on the scoreboard at every single position. Vac, you have been put on notice that your position is not safe. These other teams are coming for your roles within these big organizations, as Valorant has stood out as, to me so far, the standout player of this tournament. We can wax lyrical about the big players, the big teams, but when you see these new rosters coming together and one player will stand out and take the fight back to these big organizations is what you want to see. They haven't been cowed by the fact that they're playing against the likes of Vitality and the likes of Taron Mill, and they've just gone and fragged out, and it's been so wonderful to see.
Yeah, I mean, something else to kind of focus on if we're going to look over towards RixGG as well. They've had some pretty impressive performances on the whole. I've loved seeing Otom play around with a lot of different agents and continually able to frag on pretty much all of them. I think some really impressive performances from RixGG on the whole, and Luzza backing them up with that little bit of frags. And I think RCK, as a very supportive player, really does power them to great heights.
Yeah, and RCK has always been there or thereabouts, no matter the games. They're not the flashy player, they're not the standout top of the kill score leaderboard, but they have always been there in the clutch situations that they've needed to dig themselves out of. And we saw in, I believe it was the last game, they actually ended up at the top of the leaderboard for the side of RixGG. The main thing I want to see is and picking up on Autumn, they've played fantastically well, but I just want to see them on duelists. I don't want to see them going on to these more supportive characters. We did see, unfortunately, in one of the games, they got put on stage and they just couldn't make it work. I don't think we ever really saw Resurrect come through, but when they were put on the Phoenix, they absolutely obliterated the opponents in a lot of situations, and that's what I want to see. I want to see them on these aggressive duelist champions because that is where they're at their best. Leave the support to RCK. They're the stalwart defender who is always there. I remember the game, it was one of the rounds, it was RCK and Fry on site, 2v5, and they basically won the round as two of them. The last lot came in for, I think it was the final kill. But that's how good RCK is, and Fry has also been that great supportive role, and they've allowed the team to work around them, and they've carried their team through some of the situations where some players have had bad games. RCK has always been there.
Absolutely, they have. And I think Fry, as well, as you mentioned, always able to sit on site and provide so much value to the squad. We have got our bans coming on through as Haven and Icebox taken off first by VP and RixGG, respectively. So our first map is going to be Ascent, then we've got Bind, and then we've got Split. So that's going to be RixGG defending for the first, VP defending for the second, and then VP defending on Split as well. So Volvo Peak having that little bit of advantage in terms of side pick, but obviously RixGG really getting to determine exactly what maps we're going to. And I think Ascent is a great place to start as a bit of a litmus test as well.
Yeah, and we're seeing the standard agent selects across all of them. The set strategies are coming out. We're just waiting for Amelwad likely to lock in there. Omen, they've pretty much only played Omen throughout this tournament, showing that Omen is still there as an agent controller not to be trifled with. Not being taken over by Brimstone on every single map. Omen still offers so much on these big, wide open spaces with the rechargeable smokes and the longer range. But again, the big pickups is Oldtom is on their Phoenix, and that's what I really want to see. The other ones we're looking at the pretty standard elements that we've seen whilst they have been on stream, and it's now going to be down to who can execute better. We've seen both of these teams have some really impressive performance on Ascent, but we've also seen them throw away rounds that they were in a great position to take control of because they haven't coordinated around each other's teams to the extent we'd hoped they would. So remember, this is no longer a qualification to play Vitality. This is your direct route to the grand final to meet up with Wave Esports. And if you're both of these teams, it's the greatest opportunity on a reasonably large stage to show what you can do. And my fingers are crossed that we get a fantastic 3-match series. I'm selfish. I like 3 matches in best of 3s. But at the end of the day, it's going to be one team coming out on top and meeting Wave Esports in the final. We're into the map now, and I'm really looking forward to seeing how they manage to get this work and who really stands out. We know the players that we expect to see stand out, but it's whether the team can back them up at the same time.
Well, if we're looking at statistics right now, RixGG are feeling very comfortable here. Ascent as a map is 6-0 for them. They have not lost on this map yet. Maybe that's because they haven't got to play against some of the stronger teams. Obviously, they have lost in this tournament, but it's very telling how good they are at this. And I think Volvo Peak are the ones who are really going to obviously have to prove themselves, as we already see a bit of utility going out, trying to catch someone who's looking out for the tree.
Yeah, and they're going to get a decent amount of damage onto Luzza already. Held in this corner is probably going to go down, and Yusu is able to confirm the kill. The trade doesn't come. Alorante is going to pick up Latex, and they're the two players that you want to see taking the fight straight to RixGG on this attack.
Yeah, good stuff here from them as well as they push on into site for a good straight away. Otom with a good peek on out, tries to hit that shot, but Alorante at range with that ghost is one hell of a threat here. Fry gonna jump, gonna give his position away, and this is easily gonna be Kuba's. He's waiting in that mid, and well, and then that was one. RCK versus 4. Trying to push one through, but there's the right thing. And Volvo pick up that first one.
Yeah, and a great start. They got a beautiful amount of damage onto Luzza. They forced them into that corner location, and the paranoia that came out from Latex just wasn't enough to deter the initial kill. And then Alorante, as always, is always there, has always got the players back, and they do take out Latex, giving them a 5-3 advantage. And they just didn't stop from there, even though they lost the flank of the sort of the lurker of Matty on that push from Fry. They were able to play it beautifully. And then Kuba just sits in that middle position. They know they have numbers advantage, and it's down to RixGG to push back into them, and they get that lovely little kill in the mid. And a nice even split, and now we're seeing the full buy from a lot of their players.
Yeah, Rix didn't get many frags, and nor do they get much money in general as a result of that. So they are going to be playing on these pistols, not going for the force at all. Very sensible decision here.
And especially after taking such a fairly devastating first round loss, you probably need a little bit more time to get into the swing of things. Obviously, RixGG have come off of an epic 3-game series where it went to, what is it, triple overtime in the final map. So they've played a lot of Valorant recently, where the 2-0 at the side of Volvo Peak is showing it already as Ultim goes down to Kuba in that initial flurry of gunfire.
We see some great usage of the classic in some of the rounds we had, especially yesterday. I was very impressed with Wave's utilization of the fact that they just had the numbers to try and push on through a position. But I think Volvo Peak playing very sensibly here, grouping up and knowing that even if you get one with the classics masked, there's just too many bullets that are going to be go down range for you to find much more. Apex is going to be able to try and get some shots here, but it's not enough to take a frag. And RixGG are getting cleaned on up. Check velocity here. That's a free frag. You need to be looking in those corners, and I think he's pretty happy he got away with that.
There were 3 people hidden on site from RixGG, and they got rid of the first 2, and they didn't expect Luzza to also be hiding in that back boathouse corner. They do pick up a kill, but it's just not enough, and we're seeing 2-0 with 2 very clean rounds for Volvo Peak, and they've really tried to assert the dominance they displayed in this map in Split against Taran Mill, and they've tried to carry that on now against RixGG, and they're giving them the runaround. They've been able to play the 5v4 push onto site, but now it's against rifles on the side of RixGG, and this is the round that they can start to pull back into this game. Bonus round in the books for the side of Volvo Peak. See if they can make work with one already up high. They're going to get a little bit spammed through the smoke, but they're not going to go down, but a lot of damage being dealt to the Sage.
Yeah, we'll be able to heal it. Is that Sage, so Juicio is fine for now, but I think RixGG, now that they've got rifles in hand, feeling a lot more comfortable about this position. Otom just waits out that recon dart instead of really messing around all too much. It's pretty solid so far from RixGG, as they haven't overextended like we've seen from them before. They're just playing that slightly slower game because they know if they push Volvo Peak are absolutely going to be waiting, and they have not lost these duels at all so far. They've been absolutely on point with those frags.
We see Matty is able to pick up the ultimate orb, get towards the side of their ultimate, as well as we also see Yusa has also picked up Alorante has picked up the ultimate orb to get access to the showstopper. Shows you just how impactful they've been so far, and this could be the way they get into sight. No ultimates available as the showstopper is popped. They're going to try and get in, but they're going to get absolutely obliterated by Luzza in that heaven position.
Absolutely beautiful. Good stuff here from Otom as well to back them up. Sure, the flank comes in from Amilwa, but it's too late. Matty is going to have to push on up. Does find one, so it's a good bit of damage from Volvo Peak here, but it's going to be a real struggle to be able to pick up this round. Matty, with that bit of info, is looking for the spike plant as they get hit by the paranoia. The drone, the turret does give away some positions, but you know where they're going to be. RCK was ready for it, and RixGG pick up their first round here.
And as we've seen a lot of times today, the showstoppers from all teams across the board have done little to nothing. They create space, but I don't remember the last time I've seen a showstopper confirm a kill on anyone. And Luzza in the heaven position manages to take 2 outs in a couple of seconds with a beautiful spray transfer from Alorante onto Yusu as well. And what looked like it might be a good position with ultimate advantage, even with the weapons down on them, just disintegrated as they pushed in. But as we're seeing weapons now available. The benefit of Luzza getting those couple of kills is that the Blade Storm is now active on the Jet, so they can afford to keep the Classic with the heavy armor, pop those blades out, and then try and run rampant on this map and get them back to a 2-2 against Volvo.
But I'm making sure he doesn't get caught out there. RixGG fully aware of the utility which is going to be expended here. Volvo Peak have been often looking to try and deny these players boosting on up. Again, Otom happy to play that little bit slower as Valorant claims the space for their own off the back of that drone. I don't know if they checked for Luzza again. That could be a disaster this time now that they have something more than just that little classic. He tries to push in, but brilliantly done as it completely denied in mid there by Otom. And Volvo Peak pretty lost now, unsure of where they need to push, and I think playing for that little bit extra time, waiting for that utility to expire, or maybe even just straight up pushing to B is a very good call from them.
Yeah, and we saw the Sage Wall has already been used, the barrier wall put up to try and boost them above the smokes to get some peaks, but everyone was down on the ground for RixGG. They didn't want to let anyone in, and Otom getting the early pressure in mid. It's going to get removed by Valorant, and that's a great trade out there as it could have gone all wrong. You're going to get a second one before they even know what's happened. RCK, Water's ever going to take one down.
Valorant just rocks on in, takes down Latex, and then there was one. Fry. Great at holding down sites, but these retakes have often proved quite difficult for them. It's not exactly within the purview of their abilities, but it's still going to give it a darn well try. Fry. Having to deal with 3 players sitting at the same angle, it could be an easy spray down if they line up correctly, but I think Volvo Peak are happy to play that slower game. They have a decent amount of utility as well. The Hunter's Fury. Yeah, I do think saving here for Fry is absolutely the right call. You know that rifle's going to be worth way more to you than this attempt at a round.
Yeah, and it's going to be effective. It was in theory, technically, about a 1v1 million with the Hunter's Fury available was going to make it almost impossible for Fry to ever take that round. But again, off the back of Alarante's triple, and this player has been so reliable for Volvo Peak. They can consistently able to get these opening frags, even on this really tight angle. A beautiful wall bang through the wall to pick up the first one, and then Jet just falls down. They cannot get the knives in the right place, and we've always spoken about Valorant as being this sort of premier carrying the team, and Kuba assisting with that, but that just shows you how much confidence this player is playing with, that they're taking duels into the blade storm of these Jets, and that just shows you how much confidence they have in themselves, but just the ability to try and break a team's spirit is all in Alarante's plans today.
Rifles abound for RixGG. They shouldn't be too hard done by in this position, but obviously losing that round was pretty painful. Not exactly the greatest economic position. They lose this, they're back down to nothing, which I'm trying to get something in the spray through that smoke, but for now, not finding anything, just looking for that info.
So all you can really ask for. They are going to see one off of the Aldro before it's shot down. A little bit of damage has been done to the side of Volvo Peak, but not enough to deter this push. Shock darts are going to come through again. A decent chunk is going on to the Sova, and that's one of the agents you don't want, but the run it back is coming through, and this is dangerous if you're on the side of Volvo Peak. Otom has always been good with this ability, and we need to make something work on this one.
It doesn't get anything. I think very sensibly, Volvo decided to play that little bit more passive and didn't get caught out as a result. We're completely hidden from that push. They expected it to come from tree and onto that kind of walkway. Hunter's Fury coming out now to try and find some of this info. Won't quite spot them out as they push on through there, but this one, we massive. I think that hit 3 players. A brilliant tag, but Volvo Peak are already on site. They're pushing on through. Valorant moves on in. Otom comes up big and at least finds one. They don't have like any site control here now, and RCK almost falls as well. That was so close to being a bit of a disaster there, but they find 2 straight back, and now they have that massive player advantage. Melissa? Running from above. Juicy was trying to hold it, but with all of those players there, Valorant will eventually be cornered, and well, it takes a couple of players to do it, but RixGG pick up that win here in round 5, keeping themselves close to Volvo Peak.
Yeah, and they forced Volvo Peak into a bit of a rush situation. Otom's run it back. He didn't find anything. It does put it back, but that final shot of the Hunter's Fury tags multiple players, and Sage Heal obviously on cooldown. RCK with a beautiful shot across, and then the 1v1 gun duels being won by the side of RixGG brings it 2-3 to the advantage of Volvo Peak. And I suppose it's one of those strange ones that they had the site, but they just didn't have the time to then set up the post plants. It was a very rushed position, and Yasuo was able to get the bead onto the people in heaven, but there's 3 of them there in a 3v1. They couldn't convert on any of the kills, and it just meant that it put them in a terrible position with the last person alive.
Rix GG. 3 players on the site this time. It's not something you often see, but there it comes. The spray comes up big, trying to get the... Oh, doesn't quite take down the lockdown, but now it's just Kuba left. Anyway, that's not too much of a problem. 1 versus 3, and with the recon bolt giving away their position, the lockdown might enact, but Loza was covering their teammate there, and that was just it. That's the Phoenix in a nutshell. Just a flash round, the spray here. This is such a gorgeous play, and I love this angle we got. Perfect timing on the spray for Otom here. And as much as he goes down, he has the backup from Latex as well. And even with the lockdown, not getting sprayed through the box there, you see a lot of success, and that's the exact kind of aggression that we need to see from RixGG. Measured and really solid.
Yeah, and they made it work, and you can't fault the positioning that they decided to go for it. Autumn, again, has just shown up big on this Phoenix. This pick that they've constantly been able to make work, they made the read, and that was the most impressive thing. They read that Volvo Peak were going to go to the B side. We've seen a constant attack onto the A so far from Volvo Peak. They decided to go B, and it just turned into a disaster of something that had been set up so well to do something different, and it just got shut down by Latex and Autumn in such a perfect way.
Valorant with a Sheriff is still quite a big threat, though. RixGG are going to have to be careful. The shots are already landing on through. Does take a lot for it, but not quite going to be able to finish them up. It's Otom who really tries to finish things off. Does deny Valorant. Rez could come out here. I'd be surprised to see it coming on through. No, Juicio instead pushing with Kuba here. They take down Latex, and it's 3 versus 3. Brings it down to 2, does RCK, but Juicio not letting it stay that way for too much long until Loza barks out a response with a hail of gunfire. They just leave 2 left. They've got that spike on site, but they do not have the weapons to try and contest this angle. That Bucky is just that little bit too far away. Does finally finish off Fry, but unfortunate there for Volvo Peak. They got a lot of damage out, though, considering their buy.
Yeah, a pretty reasonable result, you'd like to think, for that one. Just, they couldn't quite get the lock on the targets as they came in through heaven. Otom is able to pick up that first kill, get the second before being traded out. And when you have weapon advantage, the minimum your expectation should be, is to get those advantage kills for your team, and putting yourself in a 4v3 is a really good place to start off this round. As we wait to see what happens next one. Latex looks like they might be going for an early ultimate from the shadows. They want to find this information as soon as possible whilst ulting from a safe position. We're going to see a very slight pause here. 2 seconds to go before the round starts.
Yeah, and I want to highlight how well Otom has been playing early on here, yet again. Constantly looking for those aggressive peaks and gets a lot of information for their team, even if they don't find anything, even if they don't get that frag. I love that they've actually been very coordinated on these pushes as well. Latex backing it up, Loza doing a very similar thing. And this is the kind of stuff we need to see from Volvo Peak. Kind of, again, to highlight just how well they're playing. Sorry, not from Volvo Peak, from RixGG. Kind of, again, to highlight how well they're playing around each other and the kind of difference between these teams. Look at Volvo Peak. Sure, they're down a round, but look at those assists. 4 in total. RCK alone has double that +1. 9 assists on the man. 7 rounds in, providing so much value to the squad. I think actually 3 of those were off of the really big Hunter's Fury that we saw. But again, RixGG much more adept at utilizing their teammates than Volvo Peak necessarily are. Much more reliant on those individual plays, and I think that's very obvious from how Valorant in particular has been playing.
Yeah, and as you can see, as we said before the game, this stalwart position of RCK is always consistent. As we're going to get a tag up there, but no Hunter Fury to go back. But again, Otom has the run it back. It only felt like 1 round ago that we had the run it back available, and they're already up again with it. And Luzza has Operator in hand. It's going to be very dangerous pushing into this mid area. Volvo Peak needs to be on their toes. It looks like they've set up a firing range for the peak that might come out.
I think Luzza very sensibly not trying for that one. That would be a bit of a disaster. Almost instantaneously if he tries to make that happen. A lot of players watching that angle. And Volvo Peak just being very sensible in playing that more measured pace. They have a lot of time to work with. They're happy to try and play this in a pretty slow manner. Get that mid control. No one's watching it right now. And that could easily lead to pushed on in here. UCU's going to do that. They're going to open up that all-important door. And they're going to really have to deal with it. The smokes are just about enough. Alorante looking for a potential rocket here, but doesn't know where they are. The run it back denies the frag. The kills come on in, and Alorante doesn't expect a player to be there because of the run it back, saving him. That was absolutely gorgeous. Amilwa, one of those last two remaining players, tries to jump away, but he's too little, too late. It's going to be RixGG picking up the round almost certainly here. And as Matty comes up, you try and get the spike, trying to get that spray, trying to take down this Phoenix, but Otom comes back to meet them, and RixGG pull that off. A beautiful usage of utility there.
And the prediction here from Otom to trigger the run it back. I think they may have actually been tempted to go for the aggressive play, but no one knew they were there. They got one as it went in. They never expected both players to be there. And just big brain Phoenix play from Otom. It's been so impressive whenever they've had this agent in their hands, and they are making it work yet again to a 5-3 lead in a round that Alorante had the site to themselves, but they just didn't know there was a player still lurking in that boathouse behind them.
That was so well done. Great knowledge as well.
Oh, yeah, that was incredible.
Sheriff's out for Volvo Peak. Again, we said before that they really can be a big threat, but with the way that Rix have been shutting down a lot of these pushes, it's not been so successful. Miller pushes on in, takes them down, and manages to get out scot-free there. Takes a little bit of damage, but it's really the rest of these rifles from RixGG that are coming to bear and might be a real problem for Volvo in these upcoming rounds. However, with that closed door, I believe, and also just a very difficult position to try and push on in, I think this mid push is a really great call. Fry goes down as Kuba continues to find an opening. They're trying to land a couple more of these shots, but there are the rifles. And sometimes that enhanced weaponry does make such difference as Rix pick up a round off of it.
Yeah, and it was such a good start. They got the opening kill on to RCK, but then it just, as you say, weapon advantage, the longer range usage, and Latex and Otom just make it so difficult this game to get a lot of these site pushes. Already at 13, 6, and 3 for the Phoenix, leading the charge for the side of RixGG, and they're punishing Volvo Peak, who just cannot seem to coordinate one of these attacks together on this map. And we've seen both sides of the coin for both these teams, but this RixGG that's turned up for this game is looking dominant.
Loza likely going to have to get out of this position. Off, because they get rid of that dart pretty much ASAP. But for now, Volvo Peak not committing all too hard. I do like their patience, but there's a point where I think they need to push in that little bit more aggressively because they're struggling to find some of these picks right now.
You can see Latex firing through, trying to find the Cypher utility. I do always appreciate this when you take those opportunities to try and find it, but they're not going to find any because it's been relocated into the entrance to market and one across the entrance onto the site. And it looks like they're going to make a B hit, and there is only one player here. There's a camera available. If they can find this camera, then they get a free run. But here comes the lockdown. The jig is now up, and the push will soon come in. Interesting, they have decided to, potentially waiting on the smokes to come back up, or whether they're going to take the bait. But staying at A for the moment is RixGG. They don't want to make the run as through goes the push. The lockdown comes down. They're going to get the utility through, and the site belongs to the side of Volvo Peak already.
Nice stuff from Alorante there to find one, but it's Jusu who comes up big here, takes down those two players trying to push in from CT, and it is Volvo Peak with that two-player advantage as a result. Ultimate's still ready, but none that will be particularly helpful here for RixGG, whereas Volvo Peak can play that slower game and even invest the Hunter Suri if they need to. But just playing on site for now, it's a pretty solid call, and they're not peeking out, not even remotely, knowing that if push comes to shove, they can just wait, spend the time, and RixGG are the ones who have the onus on them to really make that move. And I think very sensibly, Loza and the gang are just going to back off.
Oh, can I get one?
Okay.
Two?
Or Latex just peeks and finds the free frag.
Yeah, and that's always the thing with RixGG is you can afford to play. Oh, as Kuba's going to go down as well to the explosion of the bomb. That's not ideal for the side of Volvo Peak after such an impressive round, losing 3 players on the way out. It's not a not the most promising situation. Again, I'm not 100% sure what the economy was at the end of that round. I'm sure we'll soon get to see whether they can buy. But Latex with a beautiful couple of spray downs, although they get traded out, it's just too little too late. But they had enough money. They're going to get to full buy, but you have to wonder what would have happened if they'd been able to get out with all of those weapons in tow. And it's just run out of no smokes available, left it a little bit too late, and they do get picked off as they exit the site. But they put one on the board. 2 rounds to go. Volvo Peak 4-6 down. Push in. The operator is going to clear up straight away.
Just get a little bit body blocked by their teammate there. He was trying to pull back in, but Luzza with that dash actually stopped anything from happening there. Jisoo boosts above to try and give that covering fire, but it's Matty just walks on in, takes down Latex here. And Volvo Peak are keeping this half pretty darn close, exactly where they want to be. RCK is going to be able to find some information for the squad, but they are 3 versus 5. They don't have many ultimates that are going to be of much use here. RCK trying to take some people out with these shock darts, but I'd be very surprised if they find a thing. Luzza now just wide peeking, trying to land that shot. Giving away ever so difficult, especially because right beneath them there are these players, and Matty is even looking for the flank. The double spray down from RCK is there, so it's only a player advantage, but Rix GG really gonna struggle to be able to pick this up. With the threat on the side, they just cannot move forward. They cannot try and make some of these more dicey plays, and Volvo Peak will pick up the round, and only 1 away to rounding it up to an even score.
Yeah, and that was huge. Weapon disadvantage on some of the players, but Matty making that Spectre work, getting 2 beautiful kills with it. And just a nice flank position. They managed to take the site, and it was just unfortunate, as you say, the body block from the opening team. You see the push out here. They get the first kill, but then they collide with Ultom, and they're taken down. The Resurrect comes in from Sage, and it's player advantage to the side of the Volvo Peak team, and RCK with that Odin not quite able to do enough. But final round of the half. Full buys across the board. Everyone, apart from Fry, has a full weapon in hand.
Some have more than a full weapon. That Odin really is quite useful here, especially on that Sova. Look to see if we can get some good usage out of it, but it looks because of the A site, that's not going to be particularly likely. Trusting the shot hits the leg, unfortunately, there. And we all know that obviously they're going to be able to heal right back on up. No damage, I believe, from RCK with that ultimate there, but Matty did not expect to be caught off guard in quite that angle. The damage coming through from Latex, and he just flicks on, takes down Jisoo, and Volvo Peak are already on that disadvantage. Great stuff. They have a Hunter's Fury, and they find that frag in mid. They still have a lot to work with.
Yeah, now Rante's now come over to cover. Latex coming out to smoke. They're not going to see him straight away, but he's going to get the first kill as Matty decides to take the peek out, although the trade damage is going to come in. It doesn't confirm a kill, and a 3-4 lead for the side of Rix GG as 55 seconds to go. Volvo Peak need to try and get this bomb somewhere as it's still in mid at the moment.
Luzza holding the cross, expecting that push via mid. Famil walks around here, has to get their pre-fire, otherwise it is going to be an absolute disaster. Sova trying to spot off info. The rotate comes on in, and well, the jet is already gone. Isn't holding that anymore.
30 seconds left.
Arante starts to clear out the shots. Push comes on through Fry. Nice to push from Amilwa here. You know they're absolutely massive with that Spectre, but the Odin kill as well from RCK, and the Hunter's Fury finds little to nothing. Hoover with Diddly Squat now is going to have to push on in versus 4. Only gets 1 before he's taken down. Good round there for Rix GG to take a positive half for themselves.
Switching sides.
Yeah, fantastic round, and we're going to go into half. But these opening frags were so important. The laser sights from Latex to get rid of the first player, removing the Cypher, and then managing to find Matty as well, the huge advantage play. And then this Odin spray down clears out 1 and then allows the team to push in a round. But 5-7 down for Volvo Peak is still within touching distance. And now they get to go on the defense with their double Sentinel composition, which should make it much harder for the Rix GG side to come in. We're now going to see the double duelist attackers versus the double Sentinel defenders. And this is the opportunity that Volvo have to come back into this one. Rix GG need to find a way to break into these sites. But I do feel once they're on, it's going to be very hard for Volvo Peak to take them back from them.
Yeah, they just don't have that same kind of entry utility. In fact, they only have 1 flash, and that's Paranoia. And that's 400 credits. That's a lot. You really need to be playing around that. So they have to rely on the fact that they're able to stop them initially. And well, a wall like that will absolutely do it. But Otom, position given away. Cyber Cage does mean they can potentially push up mid here. And I love that Volvo Peak are being more sensible, not getting caught off early. They rotate so much away. That is okay. I said it was looking good, but this could just be a disaster here if they still make this push happen.
Yeah, they hid 3 players behind the wall. They made 0 noise. They didn't try to take the wall down. It's completely confused Volvo Peak where they are. The wall is about to go down, and this could be an open bomb site, an open season for the side of RicksGG. The utility's going to go in, and Volvo Peak are going to realise they've been downbounded by the enemy, and it's going to be an incredibly hard retake for them to make because the team is already on site. Ultim's already pushing through, but he's going to get taken down by Kuba. That's a critical kill to get to open this one up. It's going to be trading back with Valorant going down.
Yeah, Fry does manage to take that. Looking for that little bit more. Is hiding. Knows that if he buys some time, that's all the more valuable. Push comes on out. RCK doesn't quite manage to land more than one. But with that going down, Fry is still here. He's looking for that one tap, but it's 2 versus 2 and so little health on this Omen. It's going to be difficult to push on in here. Lazar even just cleans it on up. Jusu still looking for that frag, wants to be able to pick up an all-important pistol round for their team, takes down Latex and gets the tap, but it's only one, only to the body, and Lazar just sprays him on down and takes RicksGG to 8 rounds.
Yeah, and Volvo Peak going to be scratching their head going, how did we miss this rotation come round? Because it was a free bomb site, and although it started off really well, beautiful flank position here by Fry, catches out the player as they rotate around, RCK gets another, and it starts looking at 2v2, and Omen's got such low health. Jusu gets the 1v1, but Crosshair's not quite in the right place to get the headshot, and the round is closed out for another pistol round. Victory for RicksGG in this tournament, and an 8-5 lead. Going into the bonus round, effectively, well, not bonus round yet, but the fourth way out for them now is the victors. And we're seeing a very aggressive push here out. And we're going to see Ultim took a couple of flashes. It's going to be a shooting gallery, but they're not going to get the shots that they want to go through. But the B side is open, apart from one player.
Yeah, Matty holds strong as well. That Bucky really does work its wonders. So low is this over here, but he manages to just about make it out. 2 players pushing on in. And as much as Matty found a plethora of fantastic frags in the start of this round, the Execute's still going to come onto this side, trying to spray on through. Kuba gives away their position, and this Bucky might really struggle to push this position. Okay, they've swapped on over to a Spectre, I think, very sensibly here. Utility they've got, maybe they can try and flush out some of these players. That turret, looking for some info here. He goes down, they're forced that little bit back. 2 in the same position, peeking on out, giving away their position. They don't know if both are there. Matty having to be that little bit worried, going to jump on through. The landing happens, they're in the smoke and trying to play on through it. 2 players here, this could be an easy spray, but Fry gets the ace. And what a monstrous set of plays from them there, cleaning up after Otom's mistake, and even the rest of their squads as everything fell apart on that B site. But this A site was just frag after frag after frag.
Yeah, but Matty did their utmost to try and carry them through this double Bucky shutdown, but Fry with 3 manages to get the 4th one, and Matty just couldn't quite get there fast enough. The peek out here just... the crosshair placement, just a little bit advantage to the side of RicksGG, but the key thing with that is just look at the position that it's put RicksGG into. They weren't able to buy because they lost so many players, but the rounds are going to come up here, and Luz is going to get rid of Jusu straight away. Unfortunate positioning as they tried to get the Sage Wall up, and the Jet punishes it appropriately.
Kuba rotating over with this rifle, expecting someone to push on through, and that paranoia invested early. The only flash for Volvo Peak here. Keep that in mind. And they're also down a player. They drop one of those rifles, and Otom is easily able to upgrade. RicksGG are happy to just play this round slow from here. A minute and 5 seconds on the clock. They have all the time in the world to play with. Look at that mid contingent from Volvo Peak there. Interesting to see.
Yeah.
They've really pushed up.
Yeah, and I guess that's what they must have learned. They've definitely picked up in a lot of these games that the side of RicksGG don't really play very much into mid, or they haven't until now. They've definitely made their attacks mainly through the default entrances into the bomb site, and it's a free opening there, but the spike's about to hit the A site, and yet again, we're going to see Volvo Peak not on site in time, and we're going to find a free site for the side of RicksGG, but they're so cagey about pushing in because they have no idea where the Volvo Peak team are.
Otom doesn't even commit towards this. Maybe going to fire a couple of shots and give away their position. Still 2 players looking to try and flank him. He's likely a dead man, but the rest of their squad is already planting on that A site. You have to be feeling a little bit completely beamed there. Otom even trades 1 for 1. They lose Fry on the site. Matty was able to deal with that flank covering player. They're 3 versus 3, but RixGG have such a control in terms of positioning. They have a lack of weaponry, but they can still win this. No, Latex loses the duel. And then there was one Luzzer with just a Spectre versus 3 here. And at these slightly longer ranges, it's going to be ever so difficult to pick up. Position not given away yet. No, I believe it spots him out. This is going to be so awful for them. Luzzer trying to get an opportunity, but Volvo pick it up, and it's all off of the back of Matty on this kill drop.
Yeah, a couple of beautiful kills, and they got the flank position in, and they managed to punish it early on, get the early kills, evened up, getting rid of Otom, who was able to get a kill on that B-side side, but then Maddie with 3, able to then push in as Alorante closes it out, and a fantastic round for the side of Volvo Peak. One they needed to do, they needed to stem the bleeding of the last couple of rounds of RixGG. They make the weapon advantage work, but now it's flipped again. Rifles across the board, and whoever loses this round is going to struggle with their economy yet again. The punishing Valorant economy coming to the fore again. We spoke about it multiple times today, but if you cannot win multiple consecutive rounds, it's just back and forward between full buy, eco buy, full buy, but more defensive setup here for RixGG. They're not going to make the aggressive pushes this time around.
You are just bouncing around those rifles. Oh no, Otom gets a bit of damage, but it just caught out in the open, and that's an easy tag to come on through there into an easy kill as well. Volvo Peak just really have been playing a lot better around this mid, and I think that's a key part to keep in mind.
They are going to find the player hidden in that cubby, and Paranoia out to stop the push. Kuba has been good with this Bulldog so far.
They know he's there. Pray from Kuba to try and find things. Latex manages to dodge nearly all of it. They're likely expecting to be out of there. Smoke goes in again. Doesn't want to get caught on the cross, as he's being very diligent about this situation. Although Peak have that player advantage, she execute likely coming very promptly onto this A site. As soon as that smoke goes, RixGG will make their move. And they're best be sure to check this corner for Juso. We've seen that angle be ever so deadly for squad right now. Dashes on in, Juso shots him down. Luzzer tries to clear it. But these rifles for RixGG come up massive, and now they're the ones with the player advantage. Even throughout the neural theft, they have absolutely everything they need right now. They're even going to try and deal with Kuba, who's coming on forward, attempting to get that spray, but 4 HP there, it finishes. Matty peeks on out, takes down 2, and luckily Fry manages to hold it on out. RixGG hit double digits, and it was looking a little bit dicey for a second there. Matty has been huge.
That was super scary to do on the side of RixGG. You get the opening kill. No idea how they weren't able to get rid of one of these, but some beautiful play around the 3 players of Latex, RCK and Fry managed to take the site. Matty does get 2, but Fry is there yet again to close out the round and hold this Volvo Peak team to account for not checking all of their corners. A beautiful play there. And 10-6, you have to feel the RixGG are on their way towards match point now as a force buy coming in from Volvo Peak. They understand how important these next few rounds are.
They really do. After this, it's back to rifles potentially for them then. But they're going to have to really show up here if they're going to be able to pick it up, because RixGG, with that advantage, they've just looked so strong, and Volvo have not been able to deny them. Even with this double sentinel, it just hasn't been enough to get them anything on the board. Matty waiting with the Bucky. Position will be given away. And Otom even takes it down yet another. 3 players, and I think very sensibly RixGG are going to invest some of that utility, try to not get caught off guard. Paranoia still almost lets Matty get that frag, but it's Alorante who cleans out Otom, and it's 2 versus 4. Volvo Peak absolutely can pick up this round, especially with a rifle in Alorante's hands. Never count them out when that's happening. Pushing on through this is going to get so difficult. The spray almost there. It's RCK and Latex who clean it all up. And with the showstopper invested as well, Volvo Peak find themselves on very little as a result of this round. They are trying to find an opening, but RixGG just do not give it.
And it's on the bag of Otom's Phoenix again. 2 kills, including the one with the run it back before the shutdown. But the damage was done when they came through mid. Cooper just got picked out as they peeked in through mid, and I'm not entirely sure why they're giving mid so freely. They had no idea where Autumn was. He got a free go up. He basically could have walked up and almost knifed Cooper with how little they had paid attention to mid, and a beautiful play there on the side of Rich GG. And we're going to see the big stack here of 3 on this B-side, but there's going to be no one at home. They're all over at A already, and Autumn's going to be leading the charge yet again, but this time it's into the Killjoy. The utility is there, and it's going to slow the push down, but Autumn is already in. No cares given towards the side of Volvo Peak and their defense.
You know what? Tags himself off, unfortunately, by pushing on through there, but still takes him down. Pushing on through Cooper's utility, obviously not giving their position away as a result of it not being an enemy ultimate, but still very ballsy here from this squad. Position given away. Going to start to rotate to try and find themselves in that little bit better of a spot. And Cooper kind of messes up that utility early on here, but it's okay. They have a backup one. Valorant is absolutely going to look to try and find these frags. Loza cleans them out, easy as it goes. And Loza now starting to move back, doesn't he? Now knows there's a player up there, but with that slow orb, they might really struggle to try and hold those angles. There come the sprays, there come the frags, and Volvo Peak pick up the win.
Yeah, and a critical round to win there, but a lot of money invested. You may see the Resurrect coming in here from Sage. They can't find a body, though, to get the Resurrect onto. Oh, there we go. They do find one. They find Ammo, but it's just getting rifles across the board now. Get teams up there, get some money in the bank. But this attack came in so good. Autumn gets the first one, but it's traded out instead of Ammo. But the Nano Swarm grenade stops every other player from supporting Autumn as they go in. And just unfortunate timing there on the door going down if you are on the side of Ammo, but they get resurrected. And some money, and, well, rightly so, some money and rifles in the bank here on the side of Volvo Peak, and they just need to keep winning out from here. They cannot afford to drop anything.
That was really nicely done from Ammo. I've been pretty quiet for the rest of this map, but actually really nice aggressive pull there. Loza just pushes on through. Unfortunately, there was a firing squad waiting for them there. Sometimes these Jet players, they do get that little bit gung-ho. However, push on in, make sure Wine is free and clear. And Matty can't quite find that frag. Volvo Peak are going to have to go on that 4v5 retake. It's 5v4 retake. They do have lockdown to work with as well, and I think Matty, very understandably, already getting a position, is going to drop that one on down. And then Volvo Peak are going to play for this kind of retake, the kind that they really like. I don't believe that there's... Okay, yeah, okay, that's exactly what they needed. I was going to say, I didn't think there was anything coming through into Wine, but RCK finds Matty alongside that lockdown, and sometimes you just got to be that bit more careful. Don't want to get caught off guard. Oton pushes out. Tries to land those shots, but Kuba was way too ready for it. Juicy drops on in. Latex is back to him. Ships in the night, but returns for a second dose. They take down a Millwater and are on match point. This map 1 really does look like Rick's GG. There's 6-0 on it for a reason.
Yeah, definitely. And this Hunter's Fury, after the start here, when Lusser goes down to the early one, they get the push onto it. But it's the fact that this Hunter Fury doesn't just pick up the lockdown, it also picks up Matty. And that is not good if you're on the side of Volvo Peak. You want to use that to bait out the Hunter's Fury so it can't be used in the post-plan position. But the fact you lose a player at the same time is so detrimental to your abilities to retake the site. You lose a player for free, and it puts them in a 4v4 situation. Rich GG played that post-plan perfectly. And unfortunately, Volvo Peak are on a pretty awful buy coming here as the players come in. First one's going to not go down.
And that is just brutal for Volvo Peak. This might be curtains for map 1 if they aren't careful. They really need to find these opening frags, and a frag like that from Kuba could be all they need. They're going to try and get rid of the door. They're going to play around it. They don't have any ultimates left. I believe only a rifle on Kuba. Versus 4 with all the site control in the world. Position having to be given away there. Kuba, he's trying to bait that there's something here. This recon dart could be exactly what they need, but only if it lands in the right position here. It doesn't find anything. Back to shock dart, lands onto Matty here, but they find the headshot. 3 versus 2. The shock dart to try and deny the push, but Fry just sprays them on down. And Rick's GG pick up map 1 here on Ascent and continue their undefeated streak on this map.
And you can see how good they look. The fact that Alorante wasn't able to confirm the kill onto RCK was the death knell for this round. Despite what they tried to do between Kuba and Matty, it just wasn't enough. And 13-7, Rick's GG take down map 1 on Ascent, and in dominating fashion. They looked really, really good, and Ultim just punished so many potentially mistakes on the side of Volvo Peak. They decided to give mid so many times, and Ultim was always there to punish. And the round that he managed to get the kill, going through onto Kuba, and then as they went into that into the defender spawn, it's a really good look if you're on this map. But obviously, as we go to the next one, which I believe is, if I'm rightly correct, we're going to Bind next. You have to feel that RixGG are in the ascendancy, and if Ultim plays that way again, it's going to be very hard for Volvo Peak to find their way back into this game.
It really is, and that's why I love seeing Ultim on these duelists that I care in the world, popping those flashes, jumping around corners. Phoenix is an absolutely fantastic fit for him with that Devilkin may care attitude, and also that ability to play that little bit more passive, has the molly to kind of move around with and deny some of those pushes. It's good stuff. I think that, or maybe something like the Rays, but obviously they've got another Rays player on their team.
Yeah, and it was great to see. We've seen the RixGGs of different elements turning up, but that one was just dominant, and RCK and Fry as ever were the stalwart defensive positions, and they just held the team together. I think that for Volvo Peak, it was an unfortunate situation. They just didn't cover the wrangles well enough. They didn't necessarily have each other's backs well enough in that game. And in the 1v1 duels, yes, they were able to win some, but a lot of the instances they were completely outnumbered, or they just gave the flank positions away to the side of RixGG. So back to the drawing board, I think, after this game for Volvo Peak. Things to pick up going into the next one of Bind, but they've just sort of got to shake off the loss. They can't take it too much to heart. They've got to understand that they've been playing well. They have the ability to take the fight to RixGG, and now we just need to see it come to fruition in the next map.
We absolutely do. I'm really interested to see how Bind goes. This is a map which is, I think, a lot more open, to be completely honest, for Volvo Peak. It's a map which they've had a decent amount of success on, and isn't a completely undefeated map for RixGG. That's, I think, something to really keep in mind, and should be a bit more interesting for them. But unfortunately, that's all we have for now. We're going to have a short break while we get ready for that second map. Don't go anywhere, because more Valorant action is coming your way.
Hello, Overclockers. Welcome. Oh, screw this. Where's ATAC when you need him? Hello, Overclockers. Welcome. screw this. Where's A-Tuck when you need him?
Hello everyone and welcome back to Intel Epic32 of Valorant, brought to you by Overclockers UK and Logitech G. I am Rook and I'm joined by JP as we still have Volvo Peak versus Rix GG, and in that first map, Rix GG, I mean, they looked pretty darn strong. Otom was absolutely popping off, really playing well on those duelists, and that's exactly what we want to see from them.
Yeah, and I think you hit the nail on the head. I think on an individual level, they just outshone Volvo Peak on the basic level of the mechanics and fundamentals within the game. I think the Volvo Peak maybe dropped the ball a few times with some of their positioning of utility and agents. They let Ultom up that mid area so many times. And on a pick like Phoenix, they're not going to make any mistakes, and they didn't. And I think that if Volvo Peak were to look back at the map, they need to look at the rounds that they lost and how much free space they gave up, and that they didn't watch their flanks in all the instances to the level you might expect. Maybe they didn't expect Ultim to be so aggressive on the Phoenix, but at the same time, you have to respect your opponents to try something different, especially at a tournament like this where it's a bit more of a free, open environment to try new things. There's less pressures on you, and Rix GG really flexed on that map. They showed why they're 6-0, as we rightly said. And now it's up to Volvo Peak to find their way back into it.
And I think a big part of them finding their way back into it is, well, when you look down the game and you look at the scores, and the bottom fragger is Alorante, well, that doesn't exactly look great for for Volvo Peak, when a lot of the rounds that they've been doing have been pretty reliant on the maps that they've had a lot of success on. Alorante has been absolutely blowing things out of the water, and well, here they found themselves only on 11 frags over 20 rounds. That's not a great look, and obviously that needs to change if they're going to be able to pick up a win here on this next map of Bind.
Yeah, and it's not an ideal scenario to be in if you're in any team. We all know that every one team wants its star player, but at the same time, you need the players there behind you to pick up the slack. So again, it's going to be down to the overall roster for Volvo Peak to give Alorante that support, that if they aren't able to frag out, as we have seen so many times over this tournament, that there is the backup there from the rest of the teams. Looking at some of the other duelists, I hope Yusu has had a couple of really clean games this weekend, and just needs to now find that footing again in this one to push back Rix GG and give themselves the best opportunity to pull themselves out of the 0-1 they're currently in and take us to that final map and win this one upcoming on Bind.
Yeah, I'm particularly interested to see exactly what agents we're going to have over on Bind. Volvo Peak don't have a huge amount of information on some of the, on the games that they've probably played. We've actually seen 11 picks from Rix GG of Yoru on Bind. So I'm hoping we'll get to see more of that today. And obviously, that is going to be for Otom, who was feeding themselves a little bit. The times that they didn't pick Yoru, instead it was that Phoenix. And either one, for me, works pretty well. I love seeing this guy go absolutely ham. Obviously, that can be a bit of a problem on the defense, but I actually think he performed quite well the last time we saw him on it.
Yeah, and it was in that best of three that we both cast with EDW. And the pick of Yoru looked really, really good, and they were able to make the most of the mind games to get the advantage. But obviously now we're going to see them coming onto this map and almost an identical team comp for the side of Volvo Peak. The only real difference is we're seeing Amawa taking out this Brimstone rather than the Omen. It seems to be the general consensus that Bind is a Brimstone map, and that something like Haven and Ascent are Omen maps, but it's nice to see the flip up from both sides. And as you said, putting down the Phoenix and picking up this Yoru, try and play with the minds of the Volvo Peak team. They're potentially already in their minds after map one, but this is only going to make it that bit harder, because although Yoru has not really stepped up to that high professional stage, it's very much a pocket pick for a lot of players. The general consensus is in solo queue, in the chaos that is sort of solo queue, duo queue, the agent's insane because it's very hard to track where they're going. In professional, and high-level competitive where you're playing with 5 people in a coordinated roster. Yoru has lost a lot of that impact on it, but Ultim has made it work, and I cannot wait to see what they do up against Volvo Peak as we see the rest of the roster coming out. Luzzer going on to Raze, Fry, RCK, and Latex bringing back their typical agents of choice on this map in Cypher, Sova, and Brimstone, respectively. But it is on Volvo Peak now to make the change, make the difference, and bring this game back to make it to a third map. You don't want to go out in a sputter of a 0-2. You want to show the fight, grit, and determination that we saw in the previous match where they 2-0 Taran Mill. That's the team I want to see come back. Hopefully we have a good game from Valorant, but it's the rest of the team stepping up to support them and bring them through in this game.
Absolutely. Something you have to keep in mind with this Yoru is that you can use those footsteps to try and bait out rotates. Normally, you can actually tell the difference between Yoru footsteps and his fake footsteps. I think you have to listen for the clinking of his belt or his boots or something like that, if I remember exactly right. But when it goes through the teleporter, obviously it can be quite far away from you. All you hear is the teleporter noise, and it pretends as though it's a player moving through. So that's always something you've got to keep in mind, is that he's really able to do that. And look at this lineup for them. I think that's actually going to make it into the teleporter. Okay, no, it doesn't quite. But they're still going to make that push come on out. Otom is just pushing on in here. And they're going to go straight through the teleporter. And completely trying to bait those rotates out. But it's not quite enough. The wall is there, and Jusu is happy to play around this. Tries to get the knife, and Jusu almost gets that frag back. Doesn't quite take down one of these attackers, but they're happy to do exactly what they need to.
Yeah, and it's a patient start for the side of RixGG. They're still not 100% sure where everyone is. They know that Sage is playing there, but a huge opening pick from Kuba, and is not going to get traded back out. The heal's going to come through back to full HP, and they get rid of the Brimstone. The smokes are down, make this execute even harder for the side of RixGG. But Ultim is hiding in that teleporter, ready to make their presence felt if they can find this flank position when the site hit comes.
They will. 2 players in hooker here. Jusu looking out, expecting some kind of push. There it is. Takes down Luzzer, with Matty picking up Otom as well as he tries to push on out there. This is looking like exactly the kind of start we want to see from Volvo Peak. Brilliantly done as Valorant picks up a 2K. And that's the kind of Valorant we need to see. However, Volvo Peak picked up the pistol round in the previous map, and they still didn't have a very good game. They've got to use this to really start to roll over Rix.GG, because otherwise we know they're likely to just come back and find their footing.
And that's scary. That was a flawless round for Volvo Peak. Very rarely do you ever see flawless pistol rounds. It's more of a rifle thing where you take the advantage and then slowly sort of grind the game out and choke your opponents out the game. But a flawless pistol round is incredibly hard to achieve. But Volvo Peak have managed to make it work, and now they're playing against the attackers on Classics, and we're going to see the flash coming out here from Yoru, try and find his way around the corner. He's not going to find it, but he is. Kuba's going to trade out for 2. But then we're getting the third, and what started off in a really good way as Ultim gets the first kill just goes to absolute disaster for the side of RixGG.
Otom was just not able to hit those right clicks. Sometimes you got to go for those left clicks. They're not quite, the right click isn't quite as strong as it once used to be. That alt fire doesn't find as much. Good nade there, does actually clear out Jusu, and Luzzer is able to slip on into the site. The problem is that these SMGs are so good at spraying you out, and it should be an easy frag here for Volvo Peak, and an easy round as well. So, Otom, this was a great flash. That was everything they needed, and he just whiffed everything. That meant that Kuba was able to come on in, clean it all up, and this execute completely fell apart. They had to rotate, and, well, the utility was just ready and waiting for them.
Yeah, and they managed to pick up a couple of kills, but because it was a flawless first round, you have to wonder how much money is currently sitting in the bank accounts of the Volvo Peak team. But it looks like they're going to go for the safer, secure, hold their weapons, buy some frenzies and armor buy, and go for a more light buy versus the first rifles of the RixGG team. And this is, again, we talk about this so many times, and it's so repeatable. It's the critical round for RixGG to pick up. This is their buy round. This is the one they can ill afford to lose, as Latex does take down Valorant to open up the rounds. Really good start on that peak round for them.
Drone drifting around these corners, trying to find some of those players, but I don't think they quite spotted that Cypher. However, Otom is fully aware that he's there. They're going to shoot it out finally now. Even get some info out of it, as Matty Still waiting an elbow here. Rotates coming in from the teleporter, and Otom deciding to go for his as well. They're looking for an A push here, and Volvopeak are already making that move for it, not wanting to get caught out with too many players in that position, dropping 4 onto the site in a matter of seconds, and then rotating back that little bit in case that B push comes. And because RixGG delayed it so long, Volvopeak only have 2 on the site now. They've at least got some backup from Amelwa here, but it's going to be ever so difficult to make it happen. Re-smoking these angles.
Watch the teleport. Watch the gate crash teleport position. He's already in the back of sight.
30 seconds
Yeah, Amelwa, though, is the only one on this site, and they are hiding in a smoke in bathrooms here. So it's not going to be super relevant in the end, even though it was a nice setup, and Fry was just waiting for Amelwa to push on through. Knew that that's the only position they could have been in. It was an easy pickings for them. Now, Volvopeak going to try and push on in, 2 versus 5. This is a flawless round. That's so good for RixGG here. However, they lose RCK in U-Halls. Matty can't push on in, does finally fall. Rifle in hands does allow them to net 1, but only 2 in total. RixGG used a couple of players, but at least pick up their first round.
Yeah, and a decent chunk of damage. Only 2 players going down is probably not bad for the economy. If they'd have got another player, it's probably looking a bit worse for the side of our RixGG. But it was just that they managed to take the early kills, the early initiative to get those kills, and the kills returned by Volvopeak just maybe not matter, as we are seeing the ability to still buy out for the majority of the RixGG team, although it is money low for a lot of players. And this is the rounding we need to watch, because it'll either dictate, are you eco buying again, or are you able to continue with these rifles and try and extend an advantage at 2-1 currently for Volvopeak. Again, hugely aggressive plays out of this Volvopeak defense. They're basically turning into attacks. They're trying to find this lurker, but Luz is going to get rid of Jusu straight away, and that's going to open up the bomb site straight away as the Hunter's Fury does take down Luzzer in response, though.
Yeah, good ultimate investment from there. Volvopeak know how impactful this round could be if they could pick it up, so happy to invest when they need to, especially because they lost that first play. They have to find something. Etix does get that all-important frag onto Valorant, but Amelwa happy to play that slower pace and get that refrag, knowing that if they just play it, they've got a decent amount of utility to stop these pushes.
And low health here on the side of Fry, 65 health remaining. But Otom is still holding their way around here. They're trying to find this camera. They've managed to locate the camera now, so they know that the Cypher is still within that area. They need to just try and work out where do they attack. They've got 1 player still to the A side, although the bomb is on its way to B. But against this defense of the Cypher, it may just be not possible to find their way in. Spam through the Kuba coming through. 3v3. RixGG need to find their way onto one of these bomb sites.
Otom tries to get that spray on through, but Matty has just been so great at holding down these angles. Spike has gone down, but they're not expecting a player to be pushing from behind. RCK gets caught out. 1 versus 2 now. Fry even taking out there, Matty! I was saying he was done well good, and he really shows up there. Oh, our charge is going to go over to Kuba there, and Volvopeak picking up an all-important round here. It is defender-sided this map, but still, they've had some pretty impressive rounds.
Yeah, we spoke about it before. It's not as defender-favoured as other maps are with the way the teleporters work, but just beautiful hold here from Matty on this bomb site. Gets rid of Autumn as they come onto site, and it's 1 player alone, and this shot through the wall is beautiful. The headshot through the wall bang. It's what you want to see, and we're seeing RixGG not able to make a dent on the an impact on the money of the Volvopeak team, but they are able to maintain a forced buyout with rifles and a couple of SMGs, so it's still doable for RixGG to get themselves back into this match. Just they need to make sure they're not losing too much economy.
Does just about manage to hightail her out of there, but Lossa gets through anyway. The rocket doesn't land, and RCK takes down Matty as they're trying to hold strong here, just pushes on through and nets the all-important frags for their squad. Not quite finding anything here. Kuba trying to get info for their team to make this retake that tad easier. However, with the rest of RixGG descending on this site, things could get a little awkward. We take down Otom, so they are too far behind, but Fly just pushes on through. And again, this Spectre is so darn comfortable in their hands. And, well, with this neural theft, I think very sensibly Volvopeak are going to back off and look for the save.
Yeah, and that was potentially a bit of aggression from the side of Volvopeak. For some reason, they decided that they were going to play 3 players out of hookah. They got seen, and as they tried to run back into sight, Jusu was left on their own, and they got picked off by the 3 players that were charging at them up through that B-long area. And just not able to coordinate a defensive position to track the 3 attackers coming up through B, through the long corridor, and they were removed as they went to site. And 3-2, RicksGG able to claw one back, able to get rid of Matty straight away, and then Jusu left in the middle of no man's land, and just gets taken out. And it gives them the ability to keep the rifles on board, start to build up the economy. RicksGG 2-3 down, but definitely looking like they found a way to break some of Volvo Peak's aggression and to punish them in some of their positioning.
Has been some really great performances from Volvo so far in this game. And it's been off the back of not necessarily Valorant. This is what we need to see them stepping up. And if Valorant starts to hit the server as well, this could be a formidable Volvo Peak in these next 2 maps. Already setting up for this play. Getting spotted out. It makes things a little hard. Otom's pushing through aggressively. Valorant covering this angle. This could be a good spray down. They take him out and look for more, but Latex, the backup. No, Scuba finds another one for good measure. Loza with a little bit of backup in Fry, but not really in the right position to try and help them out here. Turns away at the worst possible timing. Emilwa will punish that deftly. And Loser does get through, does take down Jusu, but cannot deal with Emilwa at all. And that means Volvo Peak pick up yet another round, and off the back of some brilliant play from their Sova.
Yeah, we asked for someone to step up to the plate, and it is Kuba yet again with the 2 kills, being able to get it to a 3v2 situation. And then for the rest of it, it's Luzza versus the world. They do get 1, but as Amalwa runs around the corner, the White Peak not able to be tracked by the side of RicksGG, and a 4-2 advantage for Volvo Peak. And Kuba is an absolute monster on this map right now, showing the way for their team and getting to the point where they're consistently having impact in every single round.
Tries to get aggressive and get that spray down, but Otom, he knows aggression that little bit better than you. Not exactly the best thing to be trying to do with a Cypher, and RicksGG do punish it, but they lose a lot of HP for it, especially with that double play, those 2 players trying to hold that angle. Volvo Peak pick up their 3rd ultimate, the Dimensional Drift coming out from Oton. The Res coming up from Matty almost instantaneously here. Juicy trying to get something. The ultimate comes on out. Dimensional Drift back around the corner that pushes them. RCK is covering. They managed to make it out, and this time that Yoru doesn't get caught off guard when they used that Dimensional Drift. RicksGG had some issues with that in the previous map we saw from them, but that's a good usage of the Showstopper. They're denying that plant from Rick, and that nade almost buys them another frag. Ricks.GG are so darn low right now.
Yeah, they've got the spike down, and that's the most important thing. But despite they're 4v4, but it's about 4v2 with total health bars right now. The smoke's going to come down, the spam's going to come through, but they need to start making their way in. They need to find a way to gun on. They don't have any ultimates to go in response as Jusu picks up 2.
Loza waiting, has that paint shells to try and deny the plant. Knows that they can waste some time here. Volvo Peak will find things very difficult. There it is, the frag back and forth, and the paint shells buy some time as well. Loza takes down Jusu. Just now has to play effectively around that timing. Straight out. Those shots barely don't hit. Flicks on over, takes him down. And RicksGG barely find that one there. Brilliant play from Loza to clutch it on out. And, well, a couple of ultimates invested on both sides here to try and make things happen, but in the end, Ricks come out on top, even in spite of a beautiful showstopper from Valorant.
And there was no right, they had to win that one. It was a 3-2 advantage, but Luzza makes it work. Gets rid of the first ones, gets traded out, but Fry gets traded out, but then Luzza here just has the patience, turns the corner, gets the crosshairs as Matty tries to make their way back towards the spike. And another round goes the way of RicksGG off the back of some beautiful individual players. We had a small game pause, but Volvo Peak have got to be wondering how they managed to throw that round away, as it was theirs for the taking.
It's been really impressive stuff from Loza so far in this game. To be able to clutch out things like that and, well, provide so much for their team. Cooper has been very adept as well at stopping a lot of these pushes from Ricks.GG. Now they're down to very little in terms of weaponry, but at least they have that Hunter's Fury open. If they get an advantage, they can maybe pop it, and well, and RicksGG could find themselves at a 2-player deficit in a split second. They've got to be very careful because these ambush angles from Volvo Peak are ever so deadly. They're even pushing up here, and there it is, the Hunter's Fury to try and confirm something out here from RCK, but they can't find anything, and they're the ones who got caught off guard, don't have a lot of map control, and are being forced off by Volvo Peak right now.
Yeah, and low health bars on both sides. Well, only one with low health bars now, as fortunately for the side of Volvo Peak, they have the Sage, which can heal up the Brimstone. Not going to hurt that too much, but the changes come out, the spams are going to come through, and they need to try and find their way back onto site to support Matty, who's on their own. The Sage wall is in the way, but it's now depriving them the way back onto site.
Yeah, unfortunately getting caught off guard by that one hit. I'm just ready to try and snipe some players. I think only found a little bit of damage there, not enough to actually confirm anything. Some paint shells that will finish off. Yeah, Valorant finds the frag, but the rifles do come into their own here. An instant rotate coming on in. Look at where Fry is, shuts down Jusu, who wasn't expecting anyone to be there. Good play here from Kuba, but Fry was too quick on the play, takes him down, and that'll be now one player left for Milway. He's close to the A site, but it's still going to be very difficult to make anything happen because it's just outnumbered in so many ways.
Yeah, the old hashtag weapon disadvantage coming to the fore there. Cooper wasn't able to confirm the kill, but unfortunately that spray of bullets means that Amua has now been found. They know exact location of where this Brimstone is. And I think at this point they may be just looking to get some exit frags. I don't think 1v3 is going to be possible with only 80-odd health available. In fact, 80 exactly is all they have, and that's 2 bullets from a Vandal in a 1v3, and Luzza with a long-range snipe is going to remove that threat from the game. And 4-4 is taken even, and a beautiful attack here. They made it work with these long-range sprays. It got traded out early on, but then the quick decision to rotate, and then Fry picks up 2 key kills as they come into this site. It just meant a 1v3 is almost impossible to win at that point.
Yeah, it really is. Had a health disadvantage, well, had the same kind of weapon, but just didn't have any of that utility left either. Nigh upon impossible, but impressive performance from Rix as well to run them around. Volvo, they found their couple of frags, but it wasn't enough to push them over the edge. Their ultimate didn't find anything, and they really needed that server to come up big.
Oh,
well, Kuba does, but Otom gets that refrag, and Milwa's there to back things up, and now Volvo Peak is still in the lead. That showstopper could be a way for, well, Rix GG to be able to set that pace again, but with nades coming their way, Rix GG are going to be at least set back in some small way here. Fry barely doesn't have to trade with Matty there. Instead, it's happy to push up into bathroom. I think Volvo were probably expecting this, because it has often been an attempt to try and deal with the split push. Tried to push up and not stop that rotate from coming in. Jutsu is just waiting in the smoke here.
Oh no!
Fortunately gets pre-fired. Brilliantly done by Latex and goes on down. Matty is on the other side of the site, doesn't necessarily expect that push to come on through, but takes a sensible position anyway. Fry going to turn on over. That'll be an easy frag, and doesn't expect Valorante to push on in here that little bit more. The rocket comes on out, and Luzza doesn't find a thing. Milwa sets up the smokes and sets up for this retake now. Valorante's getting ready to push on in. Expect someone to be in U-Hauls here, but they're playing that little bit more passive, ready for that push to come on through. Just needs that headshot, takes it out. Amilwa's going to push on in, but Latex holds strong here, takes it down Amilwa too. And with a 3K, locks out the round for Rix GG. They are looking to hit that 6 mark and take at least half the rounds here. They're so close to it.
Yeah, beautiful shot there from Cuba to find it. Unfortunately, Altum goes through into the 1v2, does get traded out, and it was looking so good here. Valorante gets rid of the opposition raise, gets rid of Luzza, but then cannot find Latex, and Latex get both players. And Amawar just couldn't get the sights in the right place on the box, and yet again into another save round on the side of Volvo Peak. As much as these sheriffs have been good for them, it's looking a bit rough now with Rix GG potentially able to get to that critical 6 mark victory score. Oh my goodness me.
Leza has been on a tear so far on Bind, and I do think it's a very good map for Raze as well, so it's sort of surprised to see them succeeding that match, much especially with how well they've played so far. Otom just jumps on through, and they've got this backside control for free. He is going to catch this flank off guard, this rotate off guard, and that's going to be easy pickings. He's now dueling with that Sova, and well, Cooper has been hitting a lot of those shots, so I love that Otom's been that little bit patient, waiting for him to move out into the open, and with no cover, Otom will take it down, and Milwa trying to make something happen with that Judge, but unfortunately, unfortunately. Just cannot get to the right kind of distance to be able to deal with that one at all, especially with Smokes denying that push. Volvo Peak,
Spike planted.
obviously with Matty not even on the right side, completely chunked out, and 1 versus 5 doesn't exactly look like the best chance for a round, if you ask me.
No, and it's all going to come down to they want to throw their life away for the monetary value. You only have a sheriff. So it feels like potentially looking for some individual frags is going to be the best thing that Matty's going to be able to attain. He's going to go through the teleport. He's going to find a player waiting in the wings for them, and they're going to get shut down before they get to do much damage with that one. And 6-4 for RixGG.
Really done so far. Otom with this play. That teleport into the backside was absolutely huge. And just easily cleaned up Cuba. Well played on the whole, and well, if Volvo Peak get caught off guard by plays like that again, it could be pretty disastrous. Otom constantly finding some pretty dynamic stuff with this Yoru. Hasn't had the best of maps so far on this offense, but still very impressive.
Yeah, but they haven't had to. Luzza has been on absolute fire this game so far, and in theory, the rest of the team has just been there as the support act. So Autumn just having a little bit of difficult positioning, making it difficult for the team to know where they are. Going to try and get rid of this drone before it finds Jusu in this flank position, see if they can find them as they go in. So Autumn's going to make it run back away. They're going to hear the boombot coming out. Oh, that shot through the smoke from Jusu.
Juicy stuff there from Jusu to find an advantage for Volvo Peak. Sorry, so they can start to use these ultimates to solidify that. Getting 1 round on the board, trying to break that economy somewhat from Rix.GG is absolutely necessary if they want to bring this back to even, and you absolutely do. This is supposed to be a defensive-sided map, and right now it's looking like RixGG are giving them the real runaround.
Yeah, it'll be interesting where the shot dart does land. Yeah, but it looks like they're going for this execute onto the A site. Going to see the orbital strike going down into U-Hall, and the shot that's coming out to try and slow the push. We'll see if they do much damage. A little tag there onto one of the players is going to do some damage as the Hunter's View comes through. Pride's going to get rid of Matty. The action's kicking off.
30 seconds left.
Shots here coming on in to try and find some info, but they weren't able to deny that play, and Fry shuts down the showstopper there. They will be able to get back up Alorante, so they do have that player advantage, but with RixGG just holding these angles and these more defensive positions, it's going to be hard for Volvo Peak to really make that play. But yet again, Jusu steps up when they need them to. Luzza is using that satchel charge as well to buy some time, just pushing on through here with the backup. They're expecting to see 2 players from here. Latex finds the frag, peeks on out, and Jusu cannot deal with it. RixGG pick up another round, and I don't know what Volvo Peak have left in the bank here for this half.
Yeah, and a player advantage as well. They just played 2 players in U-Haul, and between Luzza and Latex, they tore this team apart. A beautiful blast back there to put a slight bit of a jump in where Amalwa was going to position and put his crosshairs in. And the fact that Autumn went down within the first 10 seconds just didn't matter. Luzza and Latex carrying this team to the first half lead. At the moment, 7-5. But you have to wonder, is it going to be 8-4 by the end of this one? As Volvo Peak need to find some way of getting back into this game and stopping RixGG from the full flow they've managed to find.
Dimensional Drift goes out. Otom trying to get all that info, pinging on some of these players. But there's no way to be able to try and pick that one up, unfortunately. Luzza with the nade. Can get things out here. Otom just teleports back, sprays through the smoke, takes down Kuba, exactly where they want to find themselves. And, well, also now pushing in through bathroom. Matty completely cut off by this molly. Might just about be able to get out of the position, but also given away by that molly there. Latex gets the free fire, and as much as Luzza falls, and so does Fry. Fry pushes through the molly, gets caught out there by Amilwa. Brilliantly done. RixGG not quite in it right now. That is just brilliant stuff from Volvo Peak to be able to pick up such an advantage in this round. 1 versus 3. RCK has been solid so far this game, but he's got the flank here. They're not going to be expecting this at all. But he misses the shot, and Alorante, well, he just don't miss. 5-7 in this half. Volvo Peak have kept it at least relatively close after RixGG really started the ball rolling.
Yeah, and Amoa came up absolutely huge in that with the 3K. The first one with the orbital strike getting rid of Luzza. The second with this molly that made the Fry walk through it, but then he manages to get the weapon, escape Autumn, win the duel, and then it's a 1v1 RCK versus Alorante. And as good as RCK has been, you always have to put your money on Alorante to win out in these 1v1 exchanges, and Volvo P dragged themselves back to a 5-7 deficit. But now they get to attack, and we know how good this team is on the attack, how good Alorante has been. But this time he has the support cast of Kuba leading the team at the top of the chart so far on this Sova. And they just need to try and find a way of breaking through the Rich GG defense. One Sentinel with two duelists does make it a little bit easier. There's less of the Sentinel to rotate around. But Rich GG have shown themselves to be more than capable. They know that they love this play with the Yoru. We'll have to see how you can make it work. The first false footsteps have gone through the teleporter.
Volvo have been strong on these pistols so far this tournament. It's been a key part of their game plan. Win pistol, get a massive advantage, and, well, roll it from there. If they can pick up another pistol and have a good attacking half, rather than the start which they had against Rix GG in this map, things could open up once again. They're at that deficit, but you know, that doesn't mean all too much. As long as these players start to find their footing, things could go very quickly one way or the other, especially if Alorante is starting to hit those shots. Gets a little bit of a peppering onto the opposing side. Doesn't quite finish them off. A good flash from Otom means he doesn't go down here, but he can't finish him, and Amilwa cleans things up. That was a disaster from Rix GG as they lose all the hooker control, and so many of these players are kept off of sight. Luzza can at least find one here to rectify the mistakes, but being out in the open, Amilwa finds that frag, and, well, Kuba steals the ace.
I think at this point they aren't going to care who picked up the ace and who picked up those kills. Amoa went absolutely monstrous in this defense. They just couldn't lock onto the blinded Cypher, and Amoa, who was not blinded, made sure that they were punished for the missed shots, picking up 4 before Kuba finishes off the last player, and a massive round for the side of Volvo Peak. And just Amoa's just these last 2 rounds has just finally found their footing and absolutely blown this Rix GG team away.
Really did. That was beautifully done, and these pistols have been absolutely massive from Volvo Peak. As I said before, they've been really strong on them. And, I mean, Rix GG struggles sometimes to deal with what happens when they get cut off by these smokes. So I'm going to try and use some of their own smokes, be a little bit more pushy there, and, well, Alorante being pushy as he likes as he just moves on through and bulldozes 2 players off the map already, making it a third, as Otom just was not expecting to be dealt with quite that promptly. And Volvo Peak have the site control, they have weapon advantage. This is looking like yet another round in the bag for them as they are looking to lock Rix GG out of this half.
Yeah, and just beautiful play. They use the combination of the drone, the smoke to cover off the players as they push through it, and then they just closed out the rest of the round as Amoa gets yet another kill on this half of the map. And it was just one of these combinations. The drone comes out, guides them in, it forces the player to look up. It caught Fry completely unaware. Fry looked up to target the drone. Alorante swings around the corner, takes the head off, and it's just beautiful there. And then it's Pistol Classic versus Spectre, and we know which one generally wins those fights. Wasn't able to get the right click, and Alorante picks up the 3K for the round. And you saw how quick the attack was. The 2 players were still on A when the other 3 were dying, and it was just such a beautiful execution on the attack. And they were able to make it work, and Amoa makes their way to the top of the leaderboard. But Rifles in for the side of Rix GG, leveled up at 7-7, but the bonus round in a full effect for Volvo.
Otom trying to bait out something here. Obviously putting a lot of pressure in. The ultimate invested. He was well out of there. Well done by Rix GG to be able to bait that ultimate out. And I think Volvo Peak are aware that they've been completely boozled in that exchange. Fry still on site. It's been absolutely massive so far on the defense when we've seen him before, but he gets completely the run around. Alorante takes him out, and, well, Rix GG, even after that big brain play earlier, play a disadvantage, and obviously that isn't a place you want to be finding themselves very often. They take back Jusu with some good utility usage, but take a bit of damage as that happens. In fact, if you look at Otom, he has little to nothing left. Some good sprays through, almost finds some damage, but not quite. Alorante's going to push in with this bot. Pushing with the backup. This could be perfect, but RixGG come out on top, and Cooper just barely hightails out of that situation. 2 versus 3, and make it 1 versus 3 as Cooper is no longer of this world. Matty trying to spray. He takes down one of those tripwires, but unfortunately it tanks up a bullet, and well, Latex survives.
Yeah, it was talking of bamboozling plays. They drew out the ultimate, but absolutely beautiful play by Valorant to completely confuse Fry from where they were. They get the early kill, but then potentially too much aggression into this elbow area at the back of site. They get the spike down and instead of playing safe, they give the free kills over to the trio from the side of RixGG, and they claw their way back to the 8-7. And not a lot of damage done to the economy. They needed to wait a little bit longer for the players to hit site, use the utility to force them back out. But they are on rifles now for the side of Volvo Peak. 8-7 to the good for RixGG. They just need to find a way to put a couple of rounds together, start to pull ahead in this game towards the 2-0. I'm sure they greatly desire it.
This time, those footsteps come on through, and at least pretend that Yoru's playing. That's a key part of why we see Yoru getting played by RixGG here, as they net another frag, not expecting Otom to be in that position. You just get so much value out of those footsteps that you don't normally find on other maps. Manages to catch him without passing through there, but Fry, yet again, it's absolutely massive, and it's cleaned on up. Brilliantly done by RixGG as a flawless round just rolls off the tongue.
That was disgusting. Look at this from Otom. Doesn't get the first kill. Gets rid of the tripwire, but Fry's picked up 2, and it's just picking up the last plays. It was a shame we didn't get to see the earlier ones, but wow, what a round from the side of RixGG, completely blowing Volvo Peak away in that one. It was just those early couple of kills just fell to the wayside so quickly, weren't traded back, and RixGG just put their foot to the floor and closed out the rest of the round as fast as they started the first few kills.
Gets caught off a little bit with a bit of damage. There's a decent bit of utility invested there by Volvo Peak to try and pick off someone early. Doesn't quite amount to exactly what they needed, but it's something at the very least. Unfortunately, well, that's way more than something. Fry nets a frag, and Volvo Peak yet again find themselves on the back foot. They're trying to play this slower push, but even with that, these angles are being held by RixGG, and it's just not working out. Kuba, however, has been big so far, but Otom all too happy to deny that one in the end, and Volvo Peak still at that player disadvantage, unsure of where they want to stop them out. It was a good frag for RCK out to Matty there, and I appreciate the attempt.
My influence.
Freeze. You. Oh no, there we go.
No,
back on in, Jusu.
Return to dust.
Okay, it's cleaned up.
Yeah, no, I was trying to work out whether I should step in on that one, but you seem to find your way back. The internet connection came back, and yeah, it was a good start from the side of Cube again in the first one, but then just the raw power of the rifles versus pistols came to the fore, and they were able to close out with 4 players left, 3 players left alive. Nice little kill by Jusu on that. On that frenzy. Just look at the ultimates available on the side of RixGG. Showstopper, Neural Theft, Dimensional Drift, and the Hunter's Fury, just to the Showstopper and the Hunter's Fury on the side of RixGG. Although Jusu is one of the Sage Resurrection, so if they're able to find that one, that'd be great. But they're trying to bait out some utility. They're going to teleport in again as the Hunter's Fury does come through.
RCK expecting him to maybe step that a little bit more forward, and actually tags up someone entirely different there. Gets a bit more information, but obviously doesn't get that kill, which would be oh so nice for RixGG. But being on double digits, I think they're pretty content with their current position. They just got to hold on and look it up that little bit more. I wasn't expecting that push to come on through the molly. Finds so much damage, and RCK with the wallbang takes down a Milwa, and Kuba finds nothing with that ultimate. Absolutely diddly.
Oh no, runs straight
Tom just pushes on through, and as much as Jusu was able to take down Latex up in heaven, with only 3 players, it's going to be difficult here. Jusu is going to be that key piece, that key part of the squad right now. They are covering that flank, gets the spray, but goes down to 9. Almost falls here. It's coming, going to be able to hit the shot.
Rocket.
Oh, Valorant brings it back to the advantage for Volvo Peak here, but promptly takes himself down as well. And Jusu just barely surviving through all of this. That spike's going over to B, and Fry is already there. He's pretty much on the rotate instantly. The res comes on through, and with 3 players on the board for Volvo Peak, this could be a disaster. I love that res came on through and instantly the rotate back. They knew that Ricks were looking to try and catch that spike out on its own, and they didn't want to throw that away. They'll be able to get the plant down now, and Fry really has his work cut out for him. This is going to push on in, get taken down by Jusu, who is the real star of that round.
Yeah, getting the opening couple of frags, and then they were able to play to the position where they waited on the enemy to put them in place. What Kuba managed to just run straight into Otom, 3 to 5 down, and this was a 3-player versus 5, and they made it work. They got the first kill, then they got the second one onto RCK. They get away from the Raze, and then the showstopper comes out. And how many times have you been in solo queue and you see that rocket coming towards you and you just realize that there is no escape from Death's Door? Takes down Loser at the back, puts them in the advantage. Then when Fry rotates the teleporter, they use the res. And the main thing with that res is because they didn't hear any gunfire, they have to assume they've gone towards the B site. First player is going to be found. Paint shells in, no damage dealt, but they've got to be careful of Botom in this teleporter, and they're going to find Alorante the first time they stayed in the teleporter, and they're making a punish work on their team.
You can never be sure if it's Otom or one of his utility, or either Otom with that teleport back, ready to just do whatever he needs to do to be able to pick up the round. I love seeing this come out from RixGG, and I think this is one of the few maps where Yoru is potentially viable in a competitive setting. But, I mean, a lot of pro players disagree. I believe Boaster, to quote him, said it was absolutely dog. But I think it does have some merit, at least on this map here. Now, Volvo Peak looking to try and move on in, and yet again, going to be met with multiple angles, which can be ever so problematic, but Juicy just domes Fry there, and even tries to turn onto Autumn as well, but unfortunately, the Vandal in hand, he takes down 3 in total that round, but is cleaned up by a mill where it's back to 2 versus 2 off the back of this breach yet again, who, as we said, was quiet in that first map, but has come to a perfect position to try and rescue Volvo Peak from the depths of despair as RixGG is still in the lead.
And generally, their Omen play has been good, but hasn't been stellar a lot of the times. But this map has been amazing, and they're going to get blown apart by the Showstopper ultimate.
There's not much time at all. Matty has to push on in here. RCK will net the frag, and, well, Volvo Peak losing another round. That was so much to try and get it, but unfortunately, it wasn't quite enough to set them up, and Otom with an absolutely huge play here to set them up, and it is Jusu finding those openings, allowing the space as well for a Milward to pop off.
Yeah, but it was just those 3, and then they ran out into the open as the Showstopper came down, and it was just a 1v1 situation, and the pressure is on Matty, not on RCK, to find that one, but he does, and it's 11-8, RixGG in the lead, and a force-up coming in again from the side of Volvo Peak, and now they need to be aware that the Yoru may be in that teleport, so you can see them looking there. They're not going to find anyone in hookah. The push is going to come in. Blast Pack's going out, trying to find some information, get rid of players hiding under that hookah window. But it's going to be hard work now. Fry is positioned on site. We know how good Fry and RCK are at holding down this B-bomb site. They've done it multiple times before, and Dimensional Drift is popped.
Pushed off there, Alorante almost body blocked and takes that a little bit more, but Cyber Cage gives their position away, but they only go down to 2. They're not dead yet. Released yet. No, they take down RCK instead, and well, Fry does manage to clean them up, but falls for it. RixGG now down to that player deficit, and with the coming on in, so much info going over to Volvo Peak here. Alorante even looking to try and take this duel over Latex and chunking him out. Volvo Peak are in exactly the position they need to be in. Ever so close to taking themselves to double digits right now. They want to even think and playing to great stuff from them so far, as Volvo have been able to find their ways to get these executes on in so far in this half and finish things off with that little bit of utility.
Beautiful shot there to finish off that round with the shot dart, but it all came on the back of the aggression. They did push Alorante back, but it just doesn't matter. This player is so good, and taking the operator out of the hands of the RixGG team as well, and just a beautiful, again, playing around the Aldrone, getting the information, getting the positioning of the RixGG team, opens up the map completely. They get rid of the expensive weapon, and RixGG are now on an eco by themselves. And in 9-11 down, this is exactly the position you want to be in for Volvo Peak to bring this back to even Stevens, who push towards map 3.
Volvo Peak going to push on up. Being spotted out too much yet. As this time, Cypher isn't quite in the right position to try and get some of that info. Wasn't set up to try and deal with that. I love these boosts from Jusu to try and get that info so far. It's been really interesting and just play over those smokes. Trying to find that little bit more. Tom just pushes out, gets caught. You don't quite have the weaponry, and I think that's why Ricks are playing this slightly slower paced game, but unfortunately the ambushes just aren't coming, as for the most part Volvo Peak is just pushing on in, taking those names, and well, Latex on the other side of the smoke is unlikely to find very much. If they do push through, they're gonna, well, try and gun them down ASAP.
It's just classics here. It's the normal eco buy, try and do as much economical damage, but it doesn't seem like Ricks GG are going to find that much. The players are rotating, but it's probably going to be too little too late. The spike is already down, and the pressure is on Ricks GG to try and get some information as to where they are. But it's going to be hard. The positions are nicely set up for this post-plant positioning. Amberware is going to get rid of RCK. Latex is going to be the next player on the list. They are going to get rid of Jusu, and that's big. They're going to take one gun off and a bit of economic damage. They're not going to get the next one, though, as Amberware is going to close it out. And Luzza has decided that discretion is the better part of valor. They have themselves a Vandal. They don't want to let that go, and the spike is about to blow, and it's going to be 10-11. Volvo Peak still down one round, but again, looking much stronger after these last two rounds, showing the strength of character we know they have. Not wanting to give up any weapons, going to hide in some corners and wait for the next one to start.
Yeah, it was just pretty solid play on the whole from Volvo Peak here. Punishing these pistols. They do lose one player, but that happens quite a lot. It's very difficult to get these flawless rounds every single time, so it happens. Ricks GG, this is their rifle round, and it's not exactly the best advice. This isn't where they really want to find themselves. But Volvo Peak, well, they've got everything and more. Even if they lose this round, they'll be able to buy up. They will be playing for overtime if that happens. Ricks GG just need to put one on the board to at least confirm themselves for that little bit.
We're going to see the spray down here. They're going to get some players, but in fact, I think Latex is going to take more damage, but the orbital strike is coming down. Not going to find anyone in that position. Potentially a bit of an aggressive use of the weapon in an area that is very, very open for people to escape into. Had a big list, big ultimate off the check sheet for Volvo Peak to fight their way through. They have the Resurrect, but the Neural Theft and the Hunter's Fury is available, and they're the two ultimates they need to be aware of. Losing any players early could be disastrous for their pushes onto site.
Put that drone on through, but doesn't find anything. Hunter's Fury could be big here. Lands the second shot, takes down Jusu, and even tags up a second player for good measure. Miller's going to be able to try and get close to that ult, but just one frag will be able to allow them to put it on down. But Volvo Peak mostly getting denied off of these angles right now. Great stuff from Ricks GG to open up this round. Matty's still trying to put that pressure onto the A site, but Ricks have three players waiting there. Oh no, they're rotating over a Sova's A site. That could be a bit of a disaster, as Volvo Peak are only now starting to make their move. Amilwa will likely expose themselves to this Cypher, but he wasn't paying attention. Fry gets taken down, and that's easy pickings onto Latex as well. The advantage they have is completely squandered, and Ricks GG might have just choked out this round off the back of some terrible rotates and unfortunate timings. RCK now going to have to lead on through, has been a big fragger for the squad in this map, but pushing in like this, that's going to be hard.
Yeah, and the orbital strike is now available on the side of Volvo Peak, one of the most impactful post-plant ultimates. You can literally clear off the site, let the enemy team take it, chuck out your mollies, chuck out your utility. As long as you do not die, that's the most important thing. As Kuma's going to take down Autumn, and they're going to get the next player, and it's just lights out for the side of Ricks GG. And Volvo Peak bring it to 11-11 without even having to expend the Brimstone orbital strike.
Yeah, brilliant stuff, and it all looked so good when RCK found that frag, found a tag as well, but Emil pushes on in here, and this Cypher can see them the entirety of this angle. When they don't fire a shot, Fry was not observant enough, and Latex was just easy pickings after that. After their flank is exposed, someone can push on in. It's very difficult for them to really play that angle, and Emil has just been so huge this map.
Yeah, and it's just unfortunate. Fry may have taken a quick look at the mini-map at the most unfortunate time, and it's 11-11 and Volvo Peak back in the ascendancy on this map. Boombot is going to be seen out one player in known location, and in fact, the fact that Autumn has made their way over to this B site to support the team on that defense. Sheriff in tow, but it's going to take a bit of damage. In fact, the grenade does this. But RCK has already lost half his health. But the big shot from Ultim does do damage, as here comes the orbital strike. It's not going to find anyone, but it does clear the space to get onto site, but Ultim's not going to let them in for free.
Push on through. These sheriffs are getting a lot of success. The spray on through. Otom even takes down Jusu for good measure. And that wall seems a lot more problematic for Volvo than they really had intended. He does at least manage to finish them off and finds 3 in total. Rick's GG's hopes looking rather shattered right now as Matty opens it all up. Just a disaster for them here. Luzza is going to have to play so darn well to find this, but giving it away. Jumps around, sound cues aplenty. That recon bot tells you where they are. They're just going to back off, save this rifle for the next round. They want to take it to overtime. Rick's GG have fought long and hard for this map, but it might not be, as Volvo Peak really have come into their own in the later part of this map.
And Matty came up huge. Not the flashy player of the team, not the one that's going to be lighting up at the score sheets, but it doesn't matter. 3 critical kills across the site from that hookah window. Everyone was so focused on the resurrect behind the wall that they forgot that there's another entrance onto site, and Matty promptly punished all 3 players for it. And with 1 left alive on the side of Rick's GG, it's going to be match point to the side of Volvo Peak. And Rick's GG have got to find something different to do for the next one.
Gets a good shot on in there, and you can see it all looks so good, especially with Latex finding that frag as well. And this res just amounts to nothing as a result of the play. But, well, in the end, just absolutely huge stuff from Matty. Shuts him down, shuts him out, and now Rick's GG are yet again playing for that one opportunity.
Yeah, as we go to a quick game pause, it's spend all your money, buy up everything. You cannot take it with you any longer as we go forward to the next round.
Well, been so impressed with how Millwall has been stepping up. Wasn't huge, as we said before in the previous map, but it just wasn't enough either.
Yeah, so I think we're just waiting on a quick pause at the moment.
We've had the game might be going ahead. We've had some technical issues on our end. Hopefully, we'll be able to sort things out in just a second, as we are going to be able to go on through. But it's very unfortunate timing, to be completely honest with you. Oh, no, we're back. Okay, we're in. And it is 3 versus 4. Rick's GG. A look of the retake now as the dart goes on in to try and open up an opportunity. But Volvo Pig move back to those positions that they've used so well before. Matty coming up huge, finds that frag, and means that the refrag doesn't bring things to even. Fry's already trying to slip on in all that util over on the A site to complete waste. That's one of these problems with the Sentinels, is you have to invest so much into a single position. Fry is going to make sure the site is clear, make sure that there's no shenanigans of that regard going on. Camera shot out, headshot for Valorant. Luzza takes him down, but it's going to have that 1 versus 2, and with such a difficult position, isn't even gonna find that first frag. Needs to stick it now, but Amilwire is waiting there, and Volvo Peak take the round, take the map. And Rick's GG, they're going on to that 3rd one after everything was looking to fall in place at the start of this one.
And as you will, we get our 3rd map. Volvo Peak able to fight their way back from the deficit they found themselves in to a 13-11 victory. Alorante and Amel were dragging the team over after Kuba had set them up so well in the early rounds. And they just couldn't quite get them at the end. There were so many rounds back-to-back where they would just get blown off the map. Individual players from Volvo Peak coming up clutch. We saw it from Jusu, we saw it from Alorante, we saw it from Matty as well. And between the players of Volvo Peak, they bring us to map 3 and the decider that I cannot wait to see as we go to the map of Split. And I'm really hyped to see what these 2 teams bring there. We already know what Alorante can do there. I want to see what Rick's GG can do.
Yeah, hopefully we get to see more of that Reina, as Alorante was very happy to bring that one out on Split. It's been an interesting matchup so far. I've been pleasantly surprised by a lot of what Volvo Peak are able to do here. Just constantly finding those frags off the back of some good flanks, some good defensive positionings, and positioning themselves very forward and then playing from hooker there. Something we do see at least a decent amount, but they are playing it very well, and that's something to keep very much in mind. But we are going to go to a short break while we prep for our final and 3rd map in Split. This is Intel Epic32 Valorant, and we'll be right back.
Hello, overclockers. Welcome. Oh, screw this. Where's ATAC when you need him? Hello, overclockers. Welcome. Oh, screw this. Where's ATAC when you need him?
Hello everyone and welcome back to Intel Epic32 Valorant matchup between Volvo Peak and Rix GG. I'm Rook and I'm joined by JP, and it is all 1-1 in the series, and we are headed to split. We were just on bind.
Yeah, and it's for all the dice this time round. Whoever wins this will march on to face Wave Esports in the grand final. And that's what is on the line on the map we're going to, which of course is Split. We have seen these teams both take to this map with differing fortunes. The side of Volvo Peak have always seemed to enjoy this map. Rix GG have always been able to complete through, but it's never felt as comfortable as some of their other performances, and especially coming off the back of that, I would say, slugfest to get through on bind. You have to feel both teams are feeling it, and they're really going to have to step up and try and get this last one closed out. Some big performances are going to be needed, and the big star players need to step their way up to the top.
Yeah, it has been really interesting to see this, because I think Rix have been, a lot more solid in a lot of these rounds, and bind looked pretty good for them considering it was their opponent's map pick. This third map, I would normally say, hey, Rix have been playing really well. Why wouldn't they pick up this third map, which is supposed to be the more even of the three? The problem is if you look at this statistically, Volvo Peak have a 75% win rate on this map, and Rix GG have 43. Split has not been a great map for them. It's not just they can kind of get by on it, and they absolutely have been in some games, but when it comes up to teams that are closer to their skill level, they really do struggle. And I think this could be a real hurdle for them, and it might be the one they fall at.
Yeah, and then we can hark back to what we've seen on these casts this weekend. They need to get over the hurdle that is Alorante's Reina, because this player has torn apart both the best team, one of the best two teams in the tournament in Vitality, although they weren't able to pick up the win. Alorante was up there top fragging with that, but also in the last match we saw against Tanamil, they took it to the enemy. They got over 30 kills in this high-level games. Is something that's next to unheard of in a lot of situations, and they just run rampant on this Reina pick. So expect to see that coming out for Alorante, and it's just then how the support cast to these sort of top fragging players on these teams really show through. We've really seen the likes of Kuba stepping up to the plate on the side of the Volvo peak, and on the side of Rick's GG, it's now seeing if the likes of RCK can continue to hold up without having their favoured Sova pick. As we keep coming back to, and we'll keep always saying, Sova is not the best agent on Split, and instead we're seeing them go to the Sage. We'll have to see how they work this one out. But as we expected, Alorante picking up their Reyna, Otom going to Raze, and we're seeing Fry again going to these Sentinels in the Cypher, not switching over to Killjoy yet, and Omen again coming out for the 2 controllers. It's going to be an interesting game to see if they can shut down the aggression from the side of Volvo Peak, because if they can, I think Rick's GG have a good chance to take this one down.
They really do, and I think they've been playing at the very top of their form in the past couple of games. If there is a weakness so far in this current form of Volvo Peak, it absolutely is that Alorante hasn't been fragging in the same way. Now, if they obviously step up with the split, things could look very difficult, but I've been loving the way that Rick's GG have been playing a lot of these rounds. Otom now over to that Raze as well, and RCK playing the Sage this time. We saw last time they were on split that they were Otom on that Sage, and I think that was much to their detriment more than anything.
Yeah, the Battle Sage didn't work out, not many resurrections being able to use, but RCK definitely works as this more controlled, centric player, obviously the Sova main of this team across so many different maps, that I feel that giving RCK the Sage, although they may not be as well practiced on it as Otom might just be better for the team as a whole, and just giving Otom the ability to just frag out whenever possible, deciding to take Raze instead of Phoenix, and Luzza taking up the Jet. Potentially, we could have seen Luzza on Raze and Otom taking up that Phoenix, but they've decided to go this way with their agents, and now we get to see what the teams have put together to pick up on the issues that they have had on this map in past. Volvo Peak obviously need that support element to Alorante, but also Alorante needs to find that form again, and on Rick's GG they just need to work out a way of breaking Volvo Peak's ability to hold and attack this map, and then put themselves in a position to allow themselves to go on. And I like that Rick's GG are on the attack first, because I feel that if they're on the defense first, they have to attack second. That's where the issues might develop, because Volvo Peak are so good at shutting down any sort of advantage that the enemy team's able to have. But we are into the first rounds. Pistols are plenty. Smokes are out, and we're already seeing aggressive push up here from Amalwa. This could be incredibly dangerous if he doesn't find anyone. And I'd be very scared if I was on the side of Amalwa as to how many people are about to come through this smoke. And one comes through, and it's a disaster already.
Yeah, Otom takes out Amalwa, but Juice playing in mid denies opportunity for Luther to really run rampant. Somehow it does manage to open things up. A pretty easy position now for themselves, but Jutsu just playing on through, takes down another, and when they're off their Sage duty, they're under this Raze, and they are absolutely rolling it. It's 2 versus 2. And they can find a little bit of damage off the back of those paint shots. They do finish off Matty, but Jutsu, potentially the clutch here, just needs to find the ace. Turns away at the last possible second, knows that they're going to have to be the one to touch that spike first, wants to get that information, wants to get that frag, but Otom stops them in their tracks and picks up a 4K of their own.
Oh, it was so nearly the ace win for Volvo Peak. The 2 Raze players holding it down. Not exactly sure what Amalwa was doing here. Getting caught out by 3 players as they pushed in. Although Jusu was able to trade it back out onto Luzza, it was such a disadvantage. The site had already gone over. Cooper then falling to the boom bot is never something you want to see. But it was so close. The Raze is facing off against each other. And at the end of the day, it was the side of Rick's GG that were able to close out the round in a nice, orderly fashion as we played a little bit of Ring Around the Roses to find these last players.
It was so sad to see. Jusu had played so well throughout that round. I thought the ace was coming. They even had them health advantage, but unfortunately it was to no avail. Fight stops that push at least there, but it looks like Volvo Peak are just rushing on through. They take control of that A site, but seed the entirety of B as the spike is going to go down. Otom's even going to move up to rafters, and well, this is a great position for Rick's GG to be in. They have the weapon advantage, even Stevens, and well, the onus is really on Volvo Peak here, and well, they're splitting themselves up into these different angles as they absolutely should, but even with that, I think it's going to be very hard to push on in here because you just don't have any of those flashes other than potentially the Lear. And I don't know how many of those are even. They already used 1, maybe 2. Drops on in, and RCK cleans that one up. Juice waiting for their time to strike, but only 2 players left. They are going to have their work cut out for them. Alorante Cannot find an opening here either, trying to peek one out. And, well, Jusu's punished. Valorant finds one. That was all she wrote. And Rix GG stopped the round. The push was really great, really aggressive from Volvo Peak to find that first frag. But unfortunately, Fry, with that Spectre, is able to trade back one. And, well, it's not an advantage in the end.
And just not quite able to put it together for the side of Volvo Peak. But again, it's full buy versus partial buy on the side of Volvo Peak. They kept a lot of classics, were able to pick up a couple of weapons, but now they're on the full buy rifles and bonus round in effect for the side of Rix GG. Look for Volvo Peak to make this one work and take the advantage, but we are seeing a full 5 stack to the Sayside site with just one player on the defense. It's going to be hard for them to hold. They need to rotate super quickly into this one.
Just about staying out of that. A satchel back and a half as they barely do the fadeaway from that bot. RCK, however, up in this position means that Rix GG, obviously alongside the rest of the hold that they've got, are absolutely in control. Jusu is going to have to be very careful here. Shoots at that tripwire. 2 players turn towards the position. Spray is there. Oh, Tom doesn't quite find a frag. It's a lot of damage. That satchel charge gives away their position, but they don't know. The spray is there. This could easily be a 3K, but Valorant flicks on over. And with that heal is still alive, still on the board, and it's 3 versus 3. They're moving on to the spike now, trying to bait on it. The frags are coming through. The rising wall provides them enough to let RCK go for 2. And, well, Volvo Peak are now going to have to go for broke. They have so little money left.
And I understand the use of the wall there from Kuba, but it completely messed around with the line of sight of their fellow player. And they had this beautiful line of sight aimed up on the crosshairs. And you're going to see it now as they go through. They're going to get lifted up and they're going to go from instead being on the body and the player just disappears. And they aren't able to confirm the kill. And it's potentially a bit aggressive use of the wall that didn't need to happen. But now we're seeing, another buy coming out from Volvo Peak of the save variety, with only Alorante taking that rifle, as we know how good that rain is. Oh, my good lord! Matty stops them in their tracks with the Bucky.
Yeah, he has been absolutely fantastic with that, but the heal's going to come on through, and with the res, RCK allows their team to still have that advantage in terms of players, and to dash onto site, there should be a spike plant. And Volvo Peak, because they don't have the weapons, this is going to be a very difficult situation. They have something, at the very least, as you can see them already rounding, looking for the flank, but with Fry holding that angle, it could be that 1-for-1. Alorante even heals up the full, now doesn't even require that extra armor. Double Lear coming through as they invest a lot early on here. They do get their frags, but they still have a deficit.
Oh!
Thank God Autumn got that refrag, because that could have been absolutely huge. Kuba dropping down now, but doesn't have that weapon advantage, doesn't have that rifle like we saw from some of the other members of Volvo Peak. And Kuba is now looking around. They're not checking the angle. The shots come on through as they turn back towards it. Volvo Peak lose out yet another round, but come way too close for Rix GG's comfort.
Yeah, and Alorante showing how good they are on this map. On this Reyna, getting 3 kills out of seemingly nowhere, just not providing any lifeline for the enemy to stick to it. Gets a beautiful lair, uses the first one, then holds the second one as they go in, forcing the player to look towards it. And at that point, it's easy pickings, and then this beautiful long-range shot to take up the third. But as you say, Autumn was there in support, stops it going sideways for the side of Rix GG. And 4-0 start. A dominant start we wanted to see. Oh no. Luzzy, you can't be doing that to them, but it's going to be traded back. Amor is going to take out Fry on the defense. Volvo Peak 4-4 on there, but already Rix GG are moving this bomb over to the B side site. Only one player alive. They are going to be found, but they're already on site, and this is all going to go wrong. Autumn, beautiful double blast pack over, and Maddie does fall, and the site belongs to the side of Rix GG, and Volvo Peak have got to find their way back in. 3-4 disadvantage, and it's going to be, well, evened up slightly. 2-3 players left, but 1 alive for Kuba, and it's not a good position if you are the Sage. Latex is going to close it out. And 3v1. They don't want to be using any ultimates here. They shouldn't have to. It should be a clean closeout. Latex does take down Kuba for the round victory, and 5-0. Rix GG are going to take it to Volvo Peak on this third map. Yeah, it wasn't quite able to be made to work. They couldn't quite find the plays, and Matty just lost track of where Raze was. Beautifully punished by Otom. They went over the top, Cooper was able to trade it back, but again, it's just the strength of this side from Rix GG, able to find the advantages they need, get over the top of the players, and Matty in a great position to generally hold the site. No idea where they were going to come from, and Otom punished them out.
It is. And Volvo and Peak, you'd normally expect them to have a lot more success on this defensive side, but Rix GG really have been setting the pace of the round, and, well, Otom, obviously on 10 frags, 2 KPR so far, has absolutely been on a tear. Alorante has stepped up, admittedly, but not quite to the level of what Rix GG are putting down. And, well, I'm loving this arena so far. I want to see it pop off that little bit more.
Yeah, and it's always challenging because but it's always challenging, so you have to bear in mind that we've seen this position before as we have a slight technical pause in the game. One of the things you have to bear in mind very much with this Rix GG side, we have seen so many times that they have taken these 5-0, 6-1 leads, and then the half has ended at 7-5. They have a tendency to switch off at times, and that's what I hope is something they have addressed. They have a beautiful 5-0 lead. They have taken the fight to the Volvo Peak team, and they have been found wanting by the Rix GG team. But it's can they now close it out to a decent record over the top of Volvo Peak and don't give them anything back? But Jusu's going to hide up here with the Bucky. You know how dangerous this weapon can be, but the cyber cages are going to go out. Cooper's going to wall off, not allow anyone in, but Spike is still towards B, even though the attack is going to the A side site.
Latex there into the backside, and he wins the duel! The spray was there from Matty, but it wasn't quick enough, it wasn't good enough. And Asuke even clears out Alorante. Volvo Peak very much on the back foot, especially with that heal coming on through. Spike is rushing on over to get put on down. As much as Jusu wants to find something with the Bucky in this position, it's very unlikely they're going to. Loza shuts it down as soon as they try and make their move on in there. And Volvo Peak 2 versus 5. They have rifles on these players, but they're just really struggling to get in these positions at all. We'll probably be able to see the gun Sage No just around the corner, not quite there, but oh, Kuba was ready for that push, knows exactly how those Sage players be thinking, and Volvo Peak trying to find an opening here, but Fry was just covering his angles, and he's constantly been so great at these defensive plays. Post plants are exactly that. Has had them on lock. The Sentinel player certainly knows what he's doing. Good attempt there by Kuba, but 6-0 for Rix GG. I mean, the T-Bag shows it all. They really are feeling themselves.
Yeah, and the problem you have here is there is no way that he should ever win this gun duel coming out of the Omen ultimate. Matty just doesn't find him in enough time. They hear the ultimate, but doesn't come potentially around the corner in time. Gives Latex the 1v1 fight that he shouldn't be winning, but he does. And it just opens up the bomb site completely, especially as they find Alorante in heaven. And 6-0, buy round back in for Volvo Peak, but they need to find something to break the Rix GG attack, because at the moment they just have not been able to find a way to get in and amongst the action, and Rix GG is starting to run away with this map.
Loza has been backing up a lot of what Otom's been doing so far in this game, and has been great at doing it. I've loved seeing them be more aggressive and be more proactive. And then Emilwa trying to channel some of that here, but as the push comes on in, he loses the duel! And that is Otom! He's been absolutely on a tear! However, he is torn from reality by Kuba there, as the refrag comes on through, and that showstopper finds little to nothing. Latex trying to make that push on in slow, almost instantaneously there. The wall comes on in, and with this backup, they've really got to try and hold this. They're at a player disadvantage as well, because of that res, and those ultimates are really coming home to roost now as Kuba is looking for that peak. The shot comes in. Can RCK find the double man spray down? No, they're just backing off. 45 seconds on the clock. They know they can try and play for this. If Fry gets off a good flank, this could be huge. That first doesn't quite go for the second, as it is now 2 versus 3, and Fry is covering what could be a massive flank here. They realize the wire's there. They shoot it out, and Rix GG are going to make their way onto site. RCK waiting at Cyber Cage actually buys them enough time to make it on. They still get tagged up. And RCK has to be very worried here. No position to get these reses down because of how far forward, a lot of these deaths are, which means GG are going to remain at that 2 players.
They know Fry's here. Good kill. Good defensive kill there from Alorante. They remember that there was a Cypher there. It's now 1v3, and it's Volvo Peak's best opportunity to get the first win of this map. But one goes down. RCK's going to get 1, but it's still a 1v2. They're spamming through the smoke. Needs to find the next one before he goes down. but it's not going to be enough. And Cuba with the 3k on the Sage. The Resurrect came in huge, and Amawa was able to... He went to the enemy. Fine, I lost one 1v1 duel, but I'm not going to lose the second one, and holds them on site, forcing them to go across to the A-side site. They then go in with numbers advantage, but this kill here from Cuba was so good. Manages to avoid Autumn's rocket, and then from there it's can you find the different players hiding in different locations. They're able to find Fry early on in the retake, puts themselves in a great position. But again, money is good for the side of Rix GG. They're still at 3,000 credits, and we're going to see Luzza bringing out the operator on the attacking side. Interesting choice, because we haven't really seen Volvo Peak be very aggressive. They've normally held back, played the safe angles, and not really been open up to something like an operator. But that may change going forward. But they need to find out that it exists first.
Yeah, they haven't quite gone for any pre-fires. They haven't announced the existence of that operator to the world yet. Going to start to play those longer sightlines. So Luzza inches forward. He's going to have to shoot there. Gets rid of that camera. As he said before, very much makes Volvo Peak aware that this operator is going to be waiting in the wings. Cooper expecting some kind of play there, and well, easily rectifies the situation. As Otom seems to think he can get away with that. Can't at all. Volvo Peak playing these more defensive angles, as you said, and it's working wonders for them. Valorant can see it, trying to tap away, doesn't quite finish them off, but does damage that spike carrier, at least somewhat.
There.
Just waiting on the backside of this. Two players drop one through. The flank is there, and RCK right back at you, takes him down. Matty pushes on. No, Valorant does trade 1-for-1, but can't dismiss quick enough, so does fall. And Rix GG are going to be able to get that res off this time. This time it's their chance to be able to take things all the way to the bank. Amilwa tries to get that spray on through with the rest of their teammates as they're going to push through at a very high tempo here. They're going to have to check way too many angles. A slow orb could be there, but knowing exactly where that player is makes things very difficult. They peek out here. Too many angles, too many contact points. They're trying to spray and find something, but Kuba cannot get anywhere in there. Fry is just playing that most passive possible angle so he doesn't get caught out here. Knows that if we can save the rifles, Volvo Peak will find themselves at an even more difficult position. As Rix GG looking to strike up their seventh round, and looking super strong on this offense so far.
Yeah, 1-7 down for Volvo Peak. It looks like the writing's starting to appear on the wall. Very faintly written out there, but Rix GG, despite the issues they've seen before in closing out these first halves, have no issues on this one. 7-1, and they reached the beneficial half point. The minimum it can be now is 7-5, and it started off so well for Kuba, getting a beautiful kill. Otom, that's the first time they've been punished for their aggressive plays, and this was exactly the same. It was Sage killing these Rays again, but unfortunately Matty wasn't able to find the kill. Alorante was to follow with the trade kill from Latex. And it's looking hard for the side of Volvo Peak. They're able to buy rifles in this one, but again, keeping the operator in the hands of Luzza, lots of rifles and lots of money across the board. And Volvo Peak need to find a way back into this game. They need to start breaking the back of this Rix GG attack, because right now Rix GG are running away with this match.
Yeah, and Split hasn't exactly been the best of maps for them so far. This is a really impressive performance from Rix GG. They've stepped it up, and I think in part it's because fundamentally a lot of their fragging power, their coordination has been really solid these past couple of games, and Volvo Peak have not been able to deal with it. Things might change obviously on the hard side switch, but Volvo Peak with this more defensive roster should be in a perfect position.
Yeah, and we're seeing Otom starting to make their way in. They're going to find it pretty empty. They're going to get rid of the camera instantly, but they might be looking the wrong way. But then Kuba doesn't decide to turn the corner, but that's a huge amount of damage going down, but Otom's going to go down. They have their back. Amawar has the support of their team, and the spike is still there, but it's already on its way to A. And the two players on A need to be very careful. They're about to have a huge party arriving, and the red carpet better not be rolled out for them.
Paranoia goes in, but it doesn't hit Alorante here, and Luzza is caught out as he tries to dash on in. I don't think they're going to expect that Raze to be playing there. Scan doesn't hit. Alorante takes down Latex. He was trying to back things up. Fry, as always, is the stalwart member of this squad. RCK backs him up, and well, Volvo Peak now down to 3. The spike is looking to get onto site here. The cyber cage will buy some time, but Cooper trying to push on through, trying to find that. Fry takes down the spike carrier and will finish off Fry for good measure. Volvo Peak starting to find those openings that we were asking so desperately for.
And it came off the back yet again of Amawa and Alorante. The first couple of kills coming in, but Jusu able to shut down Luzza as they dashed in with the Blade Storm, taking the operator out of contention with the game. Puts them in such a good position and they make it work. A beautiful spray transfer from Kuba spamming through that box to get back onto target. And they close out the round 2-7 down. And now they need to start thinking about how they push through because the money is still there on the side of Rick's GG. Rifles across the board, no operator this time, deciding not to take that one. The defenders have access to that one now. But it's how do you make this attack work? How do you make the defense carry on now? They've already got 2. They need to find 3 and 4. They need to try and find a way out. Paranoia is going to go out to stop the push. Wall is going to go out. Fry's already got Alorante.
Yeah, and a good spray does find some damage here, but that's showstopper. You just can't find any of these opportunities to use it here. And oh, Matty!
I thought that was the Rays going to go down to their own rocket, but it wasn't. It was Fry going down. Ammo was going to pick up 2.
Yeah, this defense is super strong here from Volvo in this round, and cut the legs out from underneath the Rick's GG after they started off strong. The wall allows RCK to push on in, takes down Jusu. Just backs on off, knows that they don't want to play for that one. Push is likely going to be here and loses that all-important jewel. The spike falls down and Latex can get the frag and also get the heck out of dodge. Might want to play for those other sites. Doesn't quite have the ultimate, unfortunately, for them, so can't rotate as quickly as can possibly be, but should be able to get that rotate on in time. Will they expect the player to be at vents here? No, they haven't even rotated quick enough, so it won't be too much of a problem. Ricks, you're going to get the spike down and play for the 1v1.
And what was looking not great for Rick's GG turns into a 1v1, and in theory the advantage of plant spike going down. Volvo Pete's going to hear this in a minute. They know where it is, and Kuba's got to go across. But Kuba has been clutching a lot of these situations. And if this from the shadows is going to make it so hard for Kuba. They're going to not know exactly where they are, and with little to no utility available, they're just going to have to guess at where they are. But they're going to check the corners. They're going to tap the spike, try and hear it out. It's going to go into CT, one into heaven. That's going to reduce the number of angles, and now they've got to find the last player who is behind them on site. It's going to be a very strange game.
Latex catches them off guard, picks up the round, and Rick's GG are rolling on through this attacking half. That one was a little bit close for comfort after all these trades back and forth and back, but they pick it up and yet again put the pressure onto this defending side, and it really does feel like Volvo Peak don't know how to deal with this kind of aggression.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Kuba was one ult orb off of the resurrection. So when Amala went down, if they had just been able to stay alive, it would have been a 2v1 and they could have played the pressure game. They weren't able to. Kuba only now has the resurrect ultimate available, and they're on an eco buy. 8-2 down, 9-2 is going to be a horrible position to be in, as Amala is going to get a huge chunk of damage done to them.
Orientation gets the spray, takes them down. They're going to need to find that little bit more than that. There it is again, Matty with the shotguns, and Emil Wolf just finding that click in the smoke. Again, Rick's GG overextend, get caught out, and find themselves down a player. I've seen this situation multiple times over the last round, but the res is here this time for RCK, and they reap the rewards of Emil overextending. They get the spike on down, and it should be an easy start to this post plant for them. They can get that spike down. They're going to put down the wall first to try and cut off any more of those extra angles. Matty is oh so low. Probably isn't expecting this push to be here from RCK. This is such an off angle, trading 1-for-1, and with 5 HP left, Latex claims their fourth, and Rick's GG. So many members are stepping up in this game. Both the Duelist and Latex have been absolutely huge, and it's been more than enough to set them up here. Matty does pop off, I'll admit it, but it's not enough to stop him. It seems like every single time Rick's GG are able to play from that deficit.
Yeah, and it was such a good position, and they even were able to pick up the rifles, but the numbers just don't matter, it seems, for Rick's GG. They just don't seem to care at how many numbers they're playing with. They will still take the fight, and they've been able to win them out. And at 9-2, it shows you how strong this team has been. And with now being the final round, Volvo Peak cannot afford to be 10-2 down. It's almost an unwinnable situation at that point with it, but the showstopper's going to be blown. We have Alorante on site with the Empress available, but they're not going to use it. Ultim's going to use it. Going to use this. Oh, Alorante! The beautiful opening alongside Matty.
The Empress is out. He's really looking to close this round down. Amilwa finds a second, and it's just RCK left for the final round and a half. 1 versus 5. It's going to be difficult, but starts off with that first frag. Unfortunately, is way out in the open. Kuba gets that shot. And Volvo Peak will pick it up, but only 3 rounds on the defensive half of Split.
Switching sides.
Give me some good news here for Volvo Peak.
Well,
Please.
good news is that Split is not a defensive-sided map anymore. The changes that were made have really opened it up to the attackers, as we saw with this first round half of Rick's GG. So the hope is still there for Volvo Peak. They would have been nice to potentially be at a 4-8 deficit rather than a 9-3 deficit, but it is by no means over. There is still multiple ways for them to get back into this game, and we've seen how they can attack this map. If Valorant can continue to frag out the way they are, there is a very good chance that they're able to pull this back from the abyss that it looks like it's heading into. But we need some real strong play here, and we need the confidence to come back flowing through this Volvo Peak team. It is still doable. The attack is still very prominent on this map. But we need to see what they can do once they get into the live action of the gun rounds.
Drops the bot. The bot obviously getting tagged up quite a lot, and Juicy actually misplaces theirs, unfortunately, a little bit there. And Matty, yet again, at those close quarters combat, does reign supreme. Loser does find one at the very least here, but it's just been so many good pistol rounds from Volvo Peak. It's been a key part of what's allowed them to pick things up. However, Fry doesn't give up. 3 players taken down already, and Volvo Peak feel at least some sort of pressure here, but with that wall, Fry will find themselves with a difficult position.
Yes, last player alive. They know where he is. He's going to hear the drop down in a minute, and he's 1v2. Both players stacked up in the elbow area. Now going to hear it go down, and it's going to get closed out by... Oh, my, he still gets the kill onto Valorant as he drops down, but Amor is there to close it out. Oh, nice bit of shooting from Fry, I'm not going to lie.
That was pretty scary. If you're Volvo Peak there, you have to be a little bit worried that that was not going to go your way, but because they double peaked, it's not a automatic weapon, so it's not a problem. Well played by them. They're going to be moving on up to those Spectres, while Rick's GG mostly playing for that kind of save. They've got a couple of shorties, sure, but they're just kind of fishing for frags there, get that little bit of extra cash in the bank. They find some frags, maybe they can start to invest a little bit more and push up aggressively and find some plays, but it's going to be very difficult when these Spectres are playing the more default angles and default ranges.
Yeah, and RCK back on the Saber by now. The shotgun at close range can be devastating. Amor has put out the cover. It looks like they might try and make a push through, but they need to be careful of RCK. The camera's going to find them, though. It's going to get spammed down. The grenade's going to go out to cover, though.
Yeah, RCK is trying to get some of those shots of the shorty, go for those jumping plays, but Volvo Peak, they know how to deal with an anti with a Randy jump in. Just put down a solid anti-air and should be easy from there. Going to start to back off, look for that A push most likely. It's been a good call so far for Rick's GG when they were on the attack. Why not do it here?
Yeah, and Yusu's going to find Otum. The first kill of this round is going to go the way of Volvo Peak. The attackers are now at the 5-4 advantage, and even though the players are stacked 3 on this A site, it's still looking good if you are a Volvo Peak fan. Good to go 5, and they're going to get the first... Oh no, 2 players go down to Matty, but Matty's there to cover them up. That's 1 more for Jusu, and it's 1 left from Fry, and they're on the wrong side of the map for this one.
They really are. Fry is going to try and make a push on in most likely here, because if they can find some extra frags, maybe they can open up or at least get some cash in the bank. There's a couple of opportunities for them to find something here, especially with these players all tacked up that little bit. However, camera shows exactly where they are, puts the camera directly on top of that utility there, and it's instantly shot away. Fry does finally fall, but Volvo Peak, I mean, that was kind of their round. They pushed on in with that force, and it was pretty solid.
I must say, I've seen some funny combinations of utility with like people running around with Sova darts stuck in them, people running around with blastbacks on their face, but I've yet to see the camera dropped on a blastback and then blown up in response. That was brilliant. But yeah, Volvo Peak able to pull it back, but they now need to buy themselves into this round. They've got to keep it flowing through as Rick's GG are now on the full buy round. Bonus round in effect for Volvo Peak. Rifle in the hands of Valorante. The one player you want the rifle in the hands of. They're going to try and use this advantage as the first weapons come out. The ball's going to go up and get shut down just as fast.
Rick's at that weapon advantage right now. and deciding to play that a little bit slower. We've seen them in some cheeky angles in the previous parts of the defensive round, but this time playing more sensibly because, you know, they can afford to. They have the money, they have the weapons, they just need to find a good couple of headshots and the round can be theirs. They don't need to overextend. They don't want to get caught out and hand a rifle over to Volvo Peak, who aren't entirely on those rifles. They've got quite a few Spectres.
Yeah, but it's slow going here for Volvo Peak. They are going to be found out, and Alorante is going to pick up the first kill onto the stage. That's big, because that's the healer gone down, and they think that the B site is open for business, but they need to find this Cypher, and they've got the flank coming in from Raze already. It might be able to flank it from behind. This is going to be huge if they can find it, but Fry's going to find ammo before they can do much more.
Well, Tom, back up from Fry, is also going to take down Jusu here. It's just 2 remaining players, and they're going to back off. Not have to test it in many different ways. Alorante pushes on forward and wins that duel. Unfortunately, runs out of ammo. No Tom will shut them down and shut them out. You can see that this Sage now looking for the flank. If they can find this, this is going to be absolutely huge. Kubo will just head towards this A site. I think this is a good call.
Yeah, they want the money, they want the 300 credits, they want the opportunity to fight this one back and another point towards the Resurrection Ultimate. And a round that could have gone very badly is not going too badly if you're on the side of Volvo Peak. You've taken some of the economy out of Rick's GG, but Buzz is about to find their way onto site. This could be over before you know it. But chips in the night, they're not going to see each other. That's one down, but he's not going to quite find the second. And Lazar is able to close it out. Could have been a disaster had he got his targets on site faster.
Yeah. Lazar smoking it off and giving an opportunity for Volvo Peak to push on through. But Rick's GG hit that double digits regardless. But as much as they get the round, they're not exactly in a great position. They're back down to very little economy. And, well, this is a buy, honestly, for the side of Volvo Peak.
Yeah, but it was an impactful round on the side of Volvo Peak. You can see the money on the side of Rick's GG. Despite winning, they're able to only pick up a couple of Spectres alongside the rifles, and it's going to be pretty much the same on the side of Volvo Peak as we hit a slight game pause. And it's starting to become a bit closer now, although Rick's GG have now got themselves to double-digit figures, and obviously that's one of the key crossovers within Valorant. You're only 3 off of winning the round overall. Volvo Peak have shown a bit of life now. They've been able to find some more kills. This was so good. Just dropping it right on top of the blast pack. I love that. Thank you very much, producer and observer team. But I think we might have had an unfortunate potential disconnect for Alorante from the game, especially this one, but the money's not great across either team. It's going to be Spectres and rifles across the board. We'll have to see who can make the most of it.
I think that's particularly impactful that Alorante will not necessarily have a rifle coming into this round. Maybe he will pick up the Guardian and a little bit of armor, but for the most part, not able to put that same kind of value on the board. And they've been such a key fragger in this game for Volvo Peak. Obviously, not quite as pop-off as some of the other games we've seen, but still absolutely essential.
Yeah, so just waiting for this last player to rejoin. But I think if you're Alorante, you can afford to maybe buy into like a Bulldog as like a budget weapon, or maybe get Matty to buy you a rifle, and then Matty takes the budget weapon off of you. And try and just put it all in the hands of Alorante to carry it again, because we know what Alorante has been able to do. I think if you are in that position, potentially Matty buying in for you is the right thing to do. But maybe Matty might also be going on the save as well. But 5-10 down for Volvo Peak. But they found a bit of a foothold in this attacking half. They've already picked up 2 of the rounds to 1 on the side of Rick's GG, and it looks like they might be able to do so again. Just need to work out where we are within the game pause. We should be back with the action very shortly.
Yeah, hopefully we do. I've been very impressed with this play from Rick's GG so far. They do take that first rifle round, which is very impactful, but they just need to pick up a couple here. And again, you said it wasn't defender-sided after the changes. It's still pretty strong for them. There are a lot of ways you can kind of play around it and leverage it to its strengths. So do keep in mind that if Volvo Peak aren't playing in the right way, if they aren't dealing with a lot of these different angles, which can be very problematic, Rick's GG is still going to be able to hold down the fort in a pretty easy manner. So don't expect Volvo Peak to be able to just take a lot of these rounds ever so lightly, because Rick's will deny them. Rick's will take these angles and win these duels when they have the advantage of that defending side.
Oh, 100%. There's no free lunches at the top end of Epic32. And that's just going to be shown even more apparently on this one. But Otom's going to get down Amawar to start off. The spam through the smoke was strong for the side of Rich GG, and the attackers are down to 4 with some damage onto Alorante as well. And the decision still to be made. It looks like Matty's going to try and make a flank up on the Cypher, but they need to find this camera quickly. They need to find the tripwire, and they need to open this bomb site before they make any more pushes.
Really do. Alorante's waiting on there, looking for something and made a hungering for these frags. Wants to get that heal up. Their Sage is alive, but doesn't have heal for another 20 seconds, so they're not going to be able to get that one. Slow warp.
Oh, no.
Worst timing. Otom will be very happy with that, though. He's going to pop this Empress as Jusu just flushes and flies on through. Flushes out a player, but RCK still in this position, gets so much info out of this, still in that rafters, but at the longer ranges, that Spectre doesn't work very well unless you're Fry, so it seems, as he finds a third and completely crushes Volvo Peak. Brilliant stuff yet again from this man, as he just seems so at home with these SMGs.
Like, I don't even know why they bother picking up the rifle unless they're going to give it to one of the teammates, but it was looking so good until they didn't cover Sage coming into the mid. Resurrect was available, but Fry shut everything down before they had a chance to push through. And 11-5, Rix GG now leads 2 games off of victory and a finals visit to meet with Wave Esports, but it's not over yet. Volvo Peak are still going to try and fight tooth and nail for this one, as hard as it looks in the uphill struggle they might have ahead of them.
Jusu already trying to contest for that control up in heaven, but good nade will flush them out somewhat. Not lead to any frags. He needs to find an opening here, especially with RCK taking down Valorante and all these frags coming back left, right, and center. Kuba gets the res to keep it through a 3v3, just barely. They don't have a lot of control in terms of this map right now, especially with Fry locking things out with that cyber cage. Good smoke to keep dark cover, keep Fry in this position. Rix are already looking to pounce on this B site. Aren't looking to go down as Alorante is out in the open and caught off guard again. Needs to be more careful in these duels because they are just not winning them. A wall up in heaven is going to be so invaluable for Volvo Peak here. If no one breaks it, dash on into the dark cover to try and play around it, and extends that, getting them that little bit of extra space. Cooper playing around in it on that other side. He's completely zoned off right now. Knives out. Looking for those frags, jumps over the top. I don't think spots them out. Amilwa has enough bullets to take down 2. Almost finish off a third. The spray from the Spectre takes him down to a sliver before Kuma puts him in the dirt. And Volvo Peak after a start and what looked like a disastrous end until the very final absolutely clutched out the round.
Oh my goodness gracious me, that transfer from the Jet in the air down to the Omen on the floor, taking out both of them and still not losing out to Fry as they try to swing the corner, and Kuba clears it up with a classic and a gigantic win of a round for Volvo Peak. Rix GG are going to be wondering what went wrong in that one, but it's still not out of the woods yet. Luzza now has operator in hand and rifles apart from one. It's still a close game, and it's still hard to call who's going to pull this one out of the bag as we do go on, and the wall is going to go up. Jet's going to find their way into the smoke early, but we have a big attack coming in here. 5 players stacked towards this 8 side site, going to make their way up ramp, and there's only one person waiting in the waiting arms of bottom, so you'll find the first kill. Alorante, of course it would be. Who else would it be picking up the first kill? But the wall's going to go up in heaven. RCK is going to close out Alorante. They need to find their way in. They do have the Resurrect on the side of Rix GG, but Cooper's going to get rid of Fry, and the flurry of kills that started off this round, and the aggression has not stopped yet. Utility usage at the 4, trying to find some of these players as they make their way into heaven. It now belongs to the side of Volvo Peak. Rix GG have had to pull themselves out, apart from one who's going to be found on the site. They roughly know where they are, but they've got to find them through the smoke. But Latex is going to get one, Jusu's going to get another one, and it's a 2v3, but they have to be careful because Sage does have the Resurrect available for this post-round.
RCK trying to make that play now as you see the ultimate come on through, gives away 2 of those players if they know that the Sage is there already from the earlier utility investment. RCK is going to have their work cut out for them, especially with these longer angles covered. They're going to have a bit of backup from this operator, but if they try to cross, many a shot is going to be coming their way. Try to land it, but the operator doesn't land. RCK pushing through, doesn't know where this player is in the smoke, still takes him down. And unfortunately, the spike is out in the open. Is going to have to sit on it and try and get something here. Takes out Kuba, and with that final player remaining, can they take down Jusu? There's so little time. Lusa knows they have to get the heck out of dodge. They just don't have it in them. And RixGG lose another round. Volvo Peak are coming for their spot.
Yeah, despite the fact that they lost 2 players to RCK solo, it just didn't matter. They held the time long enough. The last player in heaven was unable to make enough noise that it stopped them doing it. But of course, it was the Valorant who started off this round. RCK was able to get a beautiful kill back, and the Sage was still alive, but they couldn't find a place to use the Resurrect to get the numbers advantage. Time was running down too much, and he gets one. He then gets the second. Beautiful spray across here to take out Kuba, but the amount of pressure being put on in heaven by Jusu was enough to win them the round, and the operator saved the most important thing on Luz's mind at that point.
I have the spike.
Volvo Peak trying to push forward, take that mid control again. It's been a key part of their strategy so far. 3 ultimates for RixGG. They have stuff to work with, but they've not been given the opportunity in many situations to use them.
We see the teleport up here. Players held up in this B. Well, held up in mid-bench at the moment, just trying to get some information on any enemy positions. They don't want to push too far out. Autumn has got a Sheriff in hand, and they have been lasered in with their crosshairs. But it's about to be 1v4, depending on where they push. But they're pulling back out. They're playing this super safe. Incredibly safe for Juice, who's going to find one before RCK just trade one back. But it's all falling apart to the side of RixGG. And the sniper is down as well. The operator has gone, and it's 4v2, even though Latex wants to hide in corners, play the Omen special, and not give them any free meals to get onto this bomb site with one player extremely low on the side of Volvo Peak.
RCK waiting on the other side of this cyber cage, looking for their
30
chance to
seconds
strike.
left.
Only got a frenzy in hand. With one clip, they can easily dispatch him with these players. There's the first, there's the second, and solo health for Alorante, their final remaining player, but they are going to be able to heal. That's the Reyna right there, and it's given them the potential opportunity to just rock this one on out. It's going to get that spike. No! Cancels it!
No!
It doesn't have the weapon, it had the knife! And RixGG moved to match point. Latex is like, man, thank God they had their knife out, because that one could have been oh so close. They stopped the plant at the very last second to try and find that frag, but Latex and their patience yet again bears fruit.
Yeah, beautifully played. And this double kill here is not something that you can have happen to you. It puts you in a 1v1. And I don't know why he had his knife out, but he went for the shot and realized at the last minute the knife was there and not the weapon. And it means that match point has rolled round for RixGG, and the skate and a sparse buy for the side of Volvo Peak. And despite that round looking good, as we hit a slight pause in the show, it means that they have to find their way back in. It's a full play set of Vandals and Phantoms and heavy armor across the board for RixGG as they move to match point. They want their rematch with Wave Esports in the final, and they want to do it as soon as possible.
RixGG, so close they can taste it, but Volvo Peak looking to make a spike their drink here with a very formidable but cheap buy. Like, the Spectres you really can't be counting out, especially with the performance they've had so far this series.
No, of course, but they do have Alorante with a Vandal in hand, and all the players you have on Volvo Peak, you want that weapon in their hands. It's going to be that Reyna, and they need to try and make this now work. They're going for a 5-stack push here into the Cypher. The Tripwires are in a different position to what you'd normally expect, and the support is now coming, but here comes the showstopper. They're going to go over the top, but the slow orb is going to counter their own push. They are not going to find anyone with the showstopper. It's going to do a bit of damage, but not confirm any kills. As the push comes in from the team, the Neural Fest down, and a spam through is going to take out Alorante. The tier play you don't want to lose early in the round.
Disaster here, spray comes on through, tries to find it, Latex comes up huge again, and then there was one, Amilwa versus the rest of RixGG. It isn't enough, 13-7 win for RixGG there, picking up the series 2-1 with a very impressive performance here on Split. Really nicely done. Again, these ultimates just chucking them all on in, and well, what can you really do about that? Brilliantly played across the rest of this map as well. A stellar attacking half, which really led them to having this kind of advantage.
Yeah, and just in that last round, a slight miscoordination. Kuba chucks out the slow warp and it gets in the way of Jusu's blast packs in, and they don't get fully into sight. They can't find anyone. And when they do fire it off, it goes straight through the middle of the players. And it means that at the end of the day, it doesn't work out for them. And then Latex with a huge 3K to finish. And just the miscoordination, perhaps the symptomatic problem that they found in this map, they couldn't get it stuck together as a team the way we have seen before and the way we saw in the second map that we went to Unbind. And Rich GG are going to come out the winner, and they're going to have their rematch with Destiny, Wave Esports in the grand final. But commiserations to Wave Esports, sorry, not Wave Esports, that's my mistake. Commiserations to Volvo Peak. They aren't quite able to find their way past the end boss that was Rich GG, but a fantastic tournament run they did have, and a huge set of stars for the future of Valorant within EU.
Absolutely. I've been very impressed with what Volvo Peak were able to do. And again, this is their first tournament as a squad. I'm interested to see how they're going to kind of progress on forward. Rix GG have been together a decent while, and I think that experience really shone through in the way they played a lot of these more complicated maps. So impressed with them massively as well. And I love the way they were playing on that split, just so forward. And pretty much everyone had those great rounds as well. It was really, really nice to see. Looking on forward, how do you feel like they're going to fare against Wave? Because I think that's going to be a really interesting matchup. Wave have looked so confident so far this tournament.
I think it's going to be interesting for Rich GG because they're going to be going in as David versus Goliath. Wave Esports, one of the teams at the tip of moving towards the tip of your high-level professional Valorant in Europe, and Rix GG want to be there. They want to be amongst the big boys, but it's going to be an uphill struggle against the Wave Esports team. We've already seen them play once, and they did lose to Wave in that upper bracket, I think round of 16, which means that they now want to have that fight back. They want to try and find a way to beat them, and on the way they play today, they stand a chance. I do think Wave eventually are still the favourites, Rix GG have definitely shown a way that they might be able to take the fight back to Wave.
They really have. And I mean, something that's been really interesting for me as well is when Rix GG put Otom on some of these more aggressive picks, it does change how that team plays. And this is where I think they've looked the most strong. When they give him an opportunity to use it, obviously very helpful, he's able to be very of that. So it allows Rix GG to not necessarily put a lot of utility towards him. Sometimes they back him up with the player, but oftentimes they don't really. And he still goes off. I think that's going to be a really key part of how they're going to be able to play. And if that succeeds against Wave, I think their chances look far, far better.
Yeah, I agree. I think they need to keep Autumn off of these more controller agents. They need to give him the aggressive picks with the duelist. They need to let him run rampant on the enemy because that, as you say, is where they've looked the best. And the Raze game and most certainly the Phoenix game, Autumn put on an absolute clinic on the opposition and was able to make it work. The Yoru is still, I'm undecided on exactly how I feel about that pick specifically within the compositions they put together, but they definitely did show the advantages it brings. We saw them baiting out multiple ultimates with the teleporter plays on the Yoru. So now it'd just be interesting to see how they play out the rest of the maps. If they go back to Bind, do they bring it out again, or do they try something more sort of stable against a Wave Esports?
It's going to be an interesting pick. I think Bind is generally not too bad for Rix GG, even though obviously they lost it in this series. It was a very close matchup, but it is going to be particularly difficult against Wave, who just feel, I genuinely argue, a lot more comfortable on these and so much experienced against some of those top squads. I think we were talking about the experience in this where Volvo Peak don't have very much in comparison to Rix. I think we covered Wave, then it's the same situation again. Rix definitely have a lot of games, but Wave are on that kind of another level, and especially of like top level games against good teams. Wave just are so experienced, and it's going to make, more than anything, Wave's adaptability to a lot of what's happening much quicker. And that's why I'm kind of looking at that again, that style from Otom where they're playing basically very self-sufficiently. If that works for at least a time, they might be able to get a lot of value out of it. The problem is I think Wave Esports will adapt pretty much instantaneously to that kind of thing, because you see a lot of players trying that in the kind of higher levels.
And I think it's all going to come down to the coordination that the teams can put together. And you have to hope that Rick's GG give us the games that we hope. We have seen that Wave are not infallible. They did drop a game in the group stage. They dropped a map in the group stage, and they have dropped maps subsequently in the upper bracket, but they did defeat Vitality. So they've already shown that they have the credentials to beat some of the other professional teams in the European Valorant scene. And Rick's GG are going to have to bring not just their A game, but probably their S+ game to this match to stand a chance of getting close with this team. And I'm going to be fascinated to see how it's played and what happens and what Rick's GG can do, because it is a best of 5, so you have a lot more opportunities to make the most of what you have available to you, but also you have the opportunity to potentially drop a map if it's not so good and you have a bad game, and then pick it up going through, because one map doesn't mean you're on the precipice, but it certainly doesn't help you as you go forward to win that event, well, to win the event overall in the grand final. But I have hopes for them. I think they can push Wave, but I need to see them do what they did on Split. I want them to take that, and I want to see them do that in the grand final.
Absolutely. I'm really excited as well to see more of that Sky from Wave. I was absolutely in love what Nico was able to bring to the table. And, well, to get to see any more of that, I think that's a W in my books. Yeah, so I'm very interested to see whether it's going to be played on all maps as well, if we do make it to something like this. But I don't think that they played Split the last time they went on in... No, they did play it as their third map, and they were able to run it there. Well, they didn't even run it there because they were running the Breach, feeling like that's a little bit more valuable. It's interesting to see how Wave as well vary up their composition, because they're actually pretty willing to do so. They do like taking the Sage a lot as well, and I think that's kind of an adaptation that we've seen from a lot of teams.
Yeah, Sage is a very interesting pick. Obviously, we know it's almost an essential pick within the competitive area of Split, but it's the fact that teams have started to now bring it out in other maps as well. We've started to see it in Bind, a little bit in Ascent, and it's the fact that although it was nerfed a lot, it still has a big place as the Resurrection Ultimate has never been changed, and it's never lost its power level. It's just the individual strength of Sage was reduced with the way her heal was. She then got the buff to the wall with the cost decrease and the full health until it is destroyed. I think at the moment, Sage is in a good place to be picked on a lot of these maps where the strengths are there, but I don't necessarily want to go back to how it was when it was Sage plus 4 players. I like it now where it is 5 players with the occasional 5 agents with the occasional Sage being included. So I like the way Sage is at the moment, and I hope that the agent stays that way for the sort of the foreseeable future. Maybe a small change potentially on some of the heals, maybe the fact that some changes might come in, but I think generally across the board, I think the kit is in such a good place to be able to still be competitively viable, but not the guaranteed pick you have in every single game.
It is. And while we're on the subject of those picks, I'm kind of interested in seeing Astra. They looked super strong and really interesting to me when we were seeing that kind of obviously release that came out last night.
Yeah, the brand new agent was spoiled, and Astra, and I watched the video, and quite frankly, I still have no idea what the agent does. I've seen on my phone a couple of videos have popped up from content producers on the agent, so I'm sure at some point today I'm going to go and have a look at that. But from the tweets I've seen going out from some of the professional players, they've played it as an initial, I think, sort of PBE or beta, and they are, as they described it, as the 200 IQ agent. It definitely sounds like that's the case with the way the kit does work. I'm really interested to see what they come up with, because after the last two of Sky and Yoru and the current agent selection, it's actually really hard to see what else they can do. They're having to come up with these really ingenious solutions to have 4 unique abilities that don't just completely mirror someone else's, if that makes sense. Obviously, we see some elements of like Brimstone, Molly, and Phoenix. Hot Hands are very similar, but one's a longer, more damaging one. The other one heals, but is also on a rechargeable 2-kill ability usage. So it'd be interesting to see how they make that kit work with all of the other agents. And it isn't either too powerful, needs to be nerfed, or doesn't come out and is just a bit too weak and needs a lot of help to get into the meta, such as unfortunately Viper has been ever since release.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm really interested in particular to see the ability to kind of move players around. I think that's always been a really cool thing that kind of Razor's been able to do at least somewhat. And I think the idea of like these kind of gravity wells or whatever you want to call them seems particularly interesting. I still don't know exactly how it's going to work in the kind of specific, but because it's always hard to kind of decipher those videos, but it looks cool. I think that's pretty much the right way to kind of end up that kind of conversation. It does seem kind of to get and hopefully get that one on. Eve versus it's going to be delayed all the way till that 8 o'clock time, because obviously that's when it was normally happening. We're going to stay on schedule. We have a show match for you, which should be interesting. I think at least some of us are going to be playing. I'll be definitely tuning in to see how you guys frag out. That'll be interesting.
No, I think you're going to be zooming in to see us all in on stream versus players that are way better than we are. I think obviously as part of the show match, it's going to be casters / admin versus community, and I'm fairly sure the community is, I would say, significantly better than the casting team, as we did have a joke around in the breaks. And normally they say those who can't do teach. Well, in this case, those who can't do cast. And then the production team sits probably further on than those that can't cast produce. But I think that we're going to get obliterated, but I am also wanting to see how much fun we have. We'll have to wait. I think Rook's just off on this one slightly, so we'll talk about it. But yeah, so Wave Esports are going to be up in the final. They're going to be against this team we've just seen here. And I'm looking forward to it. But going back to Volvo, Pete, while we get a chance, while potentially Rook comes back on board, I was most impressed with the way they got to play. And I think there's some big names that we're waiting to see come up. And I really am excited to see what this team can do. I think there's a lot of bright stars in it. We've obviously seen Valorant so many times popping off, but there's so many young up-and-coming players. Jusu is this young up-and-coming player, and I really want to see how they are able to go forward from here. Hello, I'm on my own now, and it's quite nice to get to see myself. But it's going to be one of those interesting ones to see, and I don't think anyone should be disheartened from this event. They had a very strong run. They weren't quite able to necessarily get there. The maps also probably favoured the opposition of Rich GG enough, but obviously Rich GG and the same were able to get there. Well, we are literally at the moment trying to find a camera for the interview. We have, hopefully here in a moment, Rook's crashed out, so I've lost everyone so far. But hopefully we'll be joined by Luzza from the side of Rich GG. And it's going to be a fascinating interview, because some of the things we really want to understand is how this team's developed. Obviously, RCK is one of the new players that's been brought on board by them. And it's been a fascinating viewing point for myself. Obviously, I'm at a stage where I've normally ended up in sort of university Valorant rather than sort of the professional scene. But it's going to be interesting to see how all of these teams do develop going forward. They have a gem, I think, in the star of RCK, who's going to be able to help them through. They've able to solidify up their defense alongside Fry. And it looks like an incredibly strong roster. And it's just a shame that we don't get to see them against Vitality, which would have been, again, another great litmus tester to see where we get to in sort of the situation where they do come against Wave Esports, where we get to, and how this team actually stacks up. Because not just this weekend, but going forward into VC, back into the Valorant Champions Tour, they need to go up against these other professional teams. And they're going to start going up against the likes of G2, FaZe Clan, Ninjas in Pajamas, Team Liquid, and all these really great teams that they're going to, at some point without these series and throughout the year, and eventually when we get back to international competition up against the NA teams, they've got to find their way to really build a roster around this talent that they do have and start to build themselves in. So hopefully we can soon get someone in. I'm quite looking forward to getting a view of some of these different players and how they feel their rosters have developed, and also just get to have that interaction with these players and understand how they feel these maps go. Because we picked up a lot of the times where their strengths and weaknesses were, but we have seen a very much a Rich GG side that has changed in strength between different games. So hopefully I will soon be joined back in, but hopefully I can get my fellow back in and get Luzza in. Just waiting for production to tell me when they're going to be ready. And we can have a decent chat about the questions. It might not be Luzza, so we're just finding out who it's going to be. We're just waiting to see what comes through. Thank you all for joining us so far. It's been an absolute... Oh, I have just been told that we're not doing an interview. I was actually really looking forward to it. I've been let down by my own production team and admin team. I've been let down. The group at home have been let down. But that does bring us probably quite nicely to the end of this section of Intel Epic32. The Valorant series has one more match to go, but that is not the next match you're going to see. We're going to go off now for a short break, but when we be back, we're going to see community versus caster admin team in a little bit of a fun show match or an exhibition of why the community is far better than the casting admin team. But I hope you will join us back there. And then, of course, at 7 p.m. GMT, we are going to hit that final between Rix GG and, of course, Wave Esports. Please make sure you're here for that best of 5 match. And, of course, join us for the show match for a bit of, I would say, light entertainment. It's going to be the best way to describe it. But I am JP Cast. Rook will be back later on, hopefully for some of the games and for the broadcast team. For this individual best of 3, we will see you back here very soon after this break.
Hello, Overclockers. Welcome. Oh, screw this. Where's ATAC when you need him? Hello, Overclockers. Welcome. Oh, screw this. Where's ATAC when you need him?
Hello everyone and welcome to the Intel Epic32 Valorant tournament. I am Yingsu and I'm joined by the lovely X-Warrior. This might seem a bit weird to you guys that I am here in position of another person who's supposed to be a caster. So it's a good time to let you guys know that I will be making my casting debut, and I'm so sorry X is with you. Like, sincere apologies.
No problem. Actually, it's an honor, Yinzu. I think we're going to both enjoy this, and yeah, we're going to make the most of your debut. But first of all, like before we get into this, how do you feel about casting? Like, how far have you casted before? Like you said, this is your debut, but is it actually your debut?
Well, I would want to address that, but just really quickly, I wanted to put a disclaimer because some people might be confused as to why I'm casting all of a sudden. So essentially, unfortunately, this morning we heard the sad news that Team Vitality had decided to drop out of Epic32. So following that, Rick's GG, who just played Rover Peak, they will be the team that's going to proceed to the grand finals, and they will be playing a wave after this. So, and as a result of this decision, epic.LAN have decided to put in a show match in its place, so you guys don't have to feel bored over the next few hours and you have something to watch, which is why I'm casting. And just to also address the issue with Team Vitality, so in the best interest of competitivity and event integrity, epic.LAN have decided to take their prize money that they forfeited and donate it to Special Effects Game Blast 21 charity campaign, which we are all supporting this weekend. Of course, there's some more info in the Twitch chat if you guys want to go donate as well. So as I said, in its place, we are going to have a best of 3. I think it might be a best of 1. I'm not 100% yet. A show match, which is why X and I are here. And to answer your question, I have casted one time before at university for League of Legends.
Quite different.
Yep, as you do. And there is a reason why I decided not to pursue that career path. And I think you're going to find out very soon.
I mean, your career path as a host works, so why not? I mean, yeah, I'll be looking forward to it, and I bet you'll be fine. No worries, and you'll be fine.
I mean, we do have a good caliber of players that we're actually casting for the show match, which I will let you guys know. So it is going to be the Epic team versus some members of the community, and some of the players have participated even in Epic32 over the last few days. So for the Epic team, we have Gumster. Y'all all know who he is. We don't have to really intro him. The man puts epic in epic.LAN, you know, that's the kind of guy he is. I feel like everyone else I'm going to introduce now is just going to feel offended that I'm not giving them like as much love. But we've also got Raptros, JP, my girl Mel, who's been observing all week, and she's great, and McFet as well, one of the admins here. X, do you want to introduce their challengers? Do you have that info in front of you?
Absolutely, yeah. Of course, we've got Carter and TGH Mandeep. Benjo, UOR, Prophet, and Rox. I see 6 names in a 5-man roster. I'm not sure how that will work.
Well, I think we're going to find out now how that will work, really.
Exactly, yeah.
So,
okay, so Carter, Benjo, you are Prophet, Rox, and Mandeep. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah. Of course, Prophet there, once famously trialed for Summon FC, who is now Fnatic. So I do know that Prophet is a very, very good player. I'm looking forward to this. And Mandeep is a colleague of mine, actually. He is, of course, a journalist in the scene and also a very good player. He's also played in VCT, I believe, and First Strike qualifiers, and now Epic32. And on the other side, McFair and Raptros just can't make their mind up with which agents they want to select. So it's kind of giving me a headache. So do your mind to just lock someone in now, please.
Yeah, honestly, like they're probably thinking about which agents are most trolly in the show match scenario, right? They're going to try and figure out what could cause the most action, and yeah, all of them going for aggressiveness, although we are seeing JP going for that killjoy, so maybe looking to try hard against the tough opposition he's up against. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how these guys match up against each other. Who are you rooting for? Obviously, you might have some sort of a bias, as may I, for our beloved casters, observers, admins, etc. But yeah, I'm going to take the side of the community. Sorry, fellow casters and
I mean, yeah. I mean, JP, like, if you're gonna try hard and play a Sentinels in a show match, boy, like, you better be watching them flanks. You better be maximizing that ultimate. I'm really got my eyes on JP now because, as you can see on the other side, they have decided to go with no Sentinels on Haven, which I think is absolutely hilarious. And big up Rocks for playing that Yoru. But to answer your question, it's hot. I got a cheer for my girl Mel. You know, my girl Mel on that raise on that side, and I think to make things spicy, I'll back them.
Ah, so these Chinese figures mean Mel?
Apparently.
Okay, well, I guess here we go. Coming out right off the bat, Carter's able to find one so far. Getting entry into the A site. Gamster, nice shot from him, getting that first frag for his team. Rapturous also joins in. The caster doing some work, and it looks like so far we're at a standstill, 2v2. The bot comes out here from JP with that killjoy, but the spike goes down. And now Community will look to defend. Well, look to attack really in a 1v2. JP looks to go aggressive. Rocks will be finding him. And it looks like the attackers have just taken it.
I think we're going to expect a lot of this because obviously some of these guys are quite high level players. There are a couple of immortals in there at least. But look at Gumster, man. Strafing left and right with that classic right click. I love to see it. I love to see it. A big up Gump already for getting those 2 kills. But of course, you need the rounds on the board more than the kills. And I think they might struggle a little bit here, but we will see.
Yeah, and we're seeing the force buy coming out from the Community side. They are going to go, well, not entirely force buy all the way around. Rocks is just holding onto his pistol, so not a collaborative turn of events, but they are going to move on together. 5-man stack, and they're also going to crouch. Sneaky business.
Oh, I love the Buckies. I love the Buckies. Riot, nerf those though, please, for the sake of my solo queue.
Oh, but Prophet. Oh, he's just popping off. Oh, no. I think it's just Gumster all by himself right now. Is he on the Brimstone? I think he is. And now he'll just have to deal with 5 players still alive.
Oh, that force is very interesting, actually. I mean, it's not something that I would have done, but he's going to get caught out here. Oh, no, he's not. He's not. Okay. I got more faith in him. Yep.
Some nothing going on. Community know they've got it good. They know they'll probably be winning this. But I like this opening tactic, right? You know, sneaky beaky like. They're probably whispering to each other, okay, let's go in. And then all of a sudden, they go in explosively. Prophet is able to find 2, just like that. And yeah, they're just having a stellar time so far. And with that 3rd round coming in, it's a 4-buy from the Epic stuff. I imagine that they are tryharding as much as possible. Our Community, they're looking to do it. They're just having fun right now, right? I'm just looking forward to what their next strat is going to be.
I mean, 5-man double doors with Buckies is just dirty. So props to them for doing that. Again, they're sort of going 5-man again. I'd be interested to see who the IGL
Mel.
is.
Oh, no, I thought she would have got on a pick with that, but Mandeep was there and waiting. Looks like Mel won't have so much success on that. Carter aggressing forward using those blast packs. Rapturous, come on, finding a kill for the Epic staff. And now we'll be able to heal up. I know Reyna has had a little bit of a nerf, but will survive for a little bit longer, but not for long enough because Prophet is making that Bucky work.
Honestly, Prophet has been taking tips from Fnatic, you know, who have been called Bucky FC as of late. So, I mean, Gumster can do... Oh, what is that? What is that crosshair, Gumster?
Oh, unlucky there from Gumster. I mean...
what is that crosshair? I need to know. Why?
Yeah, the recall. Not many players go with the recall crosshair, but Gumster just went on a full extent of that, right? If he could have a crosshair going up to the full extent of his screen, like... on width and height length, I think he would have done it. But we are on that 3-0 scoreline now for the Community. And Prophet, he's just annihilating with that Buggy, isn't he?
I feel like Epic really need to get their kind of synergy together because they're not playing retake as a 5. They're often playing retake as a 3 or a 2, which just isn't going to work against a team like this.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like the Community are just going to keep on going with the Buckies. They're not having enough. And the ultimate coming out from Yoru. Oh, this is sort of a meme. He's just standing right behind him. Whoa, reveal himself. But Melanie, she's got this down. She's able to find him and saves her teammate's life. Oh, what a relief. But Community may have gone a little bit too greedy there.
I mean, the disrespect of these guys just coming in with shotguns every round. But they're moving to A, so they are sort of taking this slightly seriously. Now, with Prophet have taken the side control. Okay. Oh, okay.
Okay, yeah, that works. I mean, if they can keep on getting kills like this, Epic staff may have a chance now. Down to 2v4. Rapture's going to peek his corner. Caster doing work. And now It is up to Mandeep, out of position, spike not planted for him, but where's that going to land? Is it going to land on top of the spike? Not quite sure, but it doesn't even matter. Mel finding the last frag, and Epic staff will be getting their first round of this game.
I think that's actually very well deserved. I think they took their eyes off the ball a little bit. And of course, Raptros coming in, getting some very, very crucial frags. But let's not forget that the community team are still sort of playing with their food, you know. They're going to buy Buckies again. Let's have a look. Well, Profit is.
Absolutely. He got a 2K at the start of the game, and now he's like, okay, Bucky all the way, probably every single round from now. But it looks like the Raptors will be joining him. He's got the choice to buy up, but no, he's going to stick up with the Bucky. So, okay, he's making me bite my words because, yeah, I think he just gave his Bucky to JP and has a hold of a Vandal. So it looks like Epic staff still looking to play this aggressively. Although Odin, Carter's able to find a kill with the aftershock, but Macbeth, he's able to turn just in time. I believe I said that wrong, that name wrong, but it doesn't even matter. Mandeep still going in deep here in heaven as Prophet also will assist him. But now it's all up to JP here onto the C site. Not much he can do. Surrounded on all sides. Bucky coming up, shuts him down. Bucky versus Bucky, but it's Prophet to come up on top. And it's the C site to get the spike down on.
I really appreciate your cast of saying Mandeep is going in deep.
Yeah.
That's that tickled me.
I mean, I had to, right? At some point, you have to say that at least once.
Yeah, that's a freebie.
Yeah.
But speaking of freebies, Benjo's probably gonna get 2 here. I'd be surprised if he doesn't. There we go. Yeah. Free as you can get.
I was just waiting to see when he was going to pull the trigger. I think he may want to follow them for a little bit longer until they get themselves to the C site, but no, I guess he didn't want to be in them that much, although he did for a fair bit. But yeah, now, I mean, a success not really long lasting here for the staff side of things. And it looks like they will continue to buy up as much as possible. But yeah, it seems to me that the community are just going to go with pistols now. Sheriff.
Oh, I mean, frenzies are still very dirty. Although on this new patch, they can probably afford to with this kind of economy, but not in round 6.
Yeah. Not exactly what you'd expect, but it doesn't even matter. They are going to push through. Raptors is going to be the first man to hold them off. Ooh, finds one through the smoke, spray down to the rest, but there's a molly right underneath him. He's able to survive for a little bit longer, but Carter with 2. And the frenzy seems to be shooting down a lot of players right now. Hunter's Fury coming out as well, looking to find any players, but I don't think it prevails.
I'm really not a big fan of these retakes. They're not retaking as a team, and they're really suffering from this. Look at me trying to do actual analysis, but I'm going to call their wrongdoings out, when I see it. And here comes another knife. Oh, no.
Oh, no! And there we go, our first knife here in the Epic Staff versus Community Show match. And it's Rox to give it to you. And we get a little bit of a replay here from Raptors. He came up huge at the start, finding those kills, but I think his team didn't quite have the attempt to retake it. But it doesn't even matter. The star of the show is Rox getting that first knife kill of this match.
I'm glad to see that Raptors is as competent on the server as he is on the mic. That's always great to see. So Raptors, feel free to add me after this game and carry me out of silver. Can't say the same about their strategies though. I like to see them sort of tighten it up, but of course Haven is a lot easier to play T side. So this could just be a premature situation.
It is indeed. They are going to aggress. Like Prophet, he doesn't shy away from using his ultimate and trying to go in. But sorry, Mel, but you just got denied. I couldn't just say anything after that.
Wait, was that a knife?
No, that was a knife. That was a knife. She threw out the showstopper and she just got interrupted with a knife kill. Oh,
yo,
this is not. Energy.
I am so glad I didn't play this game. That's the best decision I've ever made, that I chose to sit out of this show match, because I don't think I could go on back on the server if I get knifed like that. It feels bad, man.
It is, but Benjo, he's got his eyes
sneaking
on something. Gumster, he hasn't spotted him out. Or has he? I'm going to turn around, Benjo. Oh, he's just going to play the patience game. Oh, he knows. But the turret has come out as well. Macbeth, he's not going to allow that to happen. But he's gonna have to deal with Gumster now. Ooh, Gumster. Oh, he's found him, sprays him down. Oh, he could have even gone for a knife there if he wanted to, but no, wanted to secure the kill. And they get themselves a second, right? Still in the game, still keeping it in there, but yeah, Prophet, he's not shying away. But yeah, this was the highlight of the game, right? Oh my word, I'm sorry about that, Mel. Oh,
I mean,
dear.
it's highlight for everybody except for Mel. I think Mel wouldn't call that a highlight, poor girl. But it's okay. She's got you know, time to extract some of her revenge if she wants to. But they've gone 5 Odins. I'm a very big Odin fan, actually. I don't know about you, X. What do you make of the 5-man Odin?
A perfect strat for me, for a show match especially. Flawless. Nothing can go wrong. More bullets, the better, you know? It just gives you those free wins. More bullets, more shots to the head. That's what Valorant's all about, right?
Yeah, I mean, I'm glad to see that Prophet has come off the Bucky now, and he's picked up a slightly... it's not even a stronger gun, is it, in this meta? The Bucky is disgusting. Interestingly, if you look at Epic stuff, they have no one on A as Gumster is pushing down. He could... Oh, no, he's caught out there, unfortunately. Good idea, though, if you don't spot anyone to sort of move down A, but Carter is not going to commit by the looks of it. They've either forgotten where the spike is, or this is just some big brain strat.
What I'm noticing with this, though, is that it's just that so much harder to play aggressive with the Odin. So you just move so slow. You either have to move out with a knife or have the Odin while you walk out, and it's just not working out for them. But all of a sudden, they found 2, so they kind of equalize the score as there are 2 players remaining on either side. It looks like Community will make their way towards C, but look at this, Mandeep getting the spray down! And Mel falls once more, not able to do much else as it's Raptors all by himself. Oh, he spotted out one. Here, the spike plant as well. He may know where both of them are right now.
I mean, I was just about to say, I don't know why they haven't planted the spike, but as you can see, they're too busy sort of going after those frags. And yeah, this 5-man spraying down Garage, that could be super big brain because it just sounds like one person's doing it.
Oh, true.
So you have no info on how many people are outside of Garage if everybody's gun sounds exactly the same.
Absolutely, absolutely. But we are heading into the next round. It'll be interesting to see what kind of weapon they're going to choose. And it looks like they may remain with a classic. If they do, that's just the ultimate BM.
Yeah,
they are.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh.
I like to see some better utility usage from the Epic side.
Yeah, you would indeed, but no, Mel gets shut down. Couldn't do too much util in their way. Shot sofa from Carter. He's able to find one. Mapfit, though, he's able to return in favor, but Prophet won't be able to do much with that pistol. Out rifled there as the rotations come in. JP tries to make the difference, but the man is stuck in silver, and it looks like he's stuck in the defeating side of this game. And he won't be able to do much of this attack.
This is winnable. I think against 2 classics, this is definitely winnable. Oh, okay. He's got 1, and he has now run all the way back to A. I think Rox is still stuck with a classic.
Last time he used his ult, he was able to get the knife kill.
The thing about Yori's ult, though, it's so loud. So you should be able to hear him. Not from that distance, unfortunately, but this is definitely winnable. A 1v1, a classic versus a Vandal. Who are you backing? I
mean, Epic staff, they're not doing so good, so I'm just going to back them. Macfit, he needs to do well. I'm going to play by Pliss a little bit, give him a little bit of hope trying to get into this. Rox, he's looking at the wrong location, but he's going to TP in. There's no time remaining. I think this is lost already. No chance given. Kill collected from Macfit, but that's going to be it. And he dies as well.
A wise man once told me, when I say wise, I mean Boaster once told me, in a 1v1, never shift walk because it's pointless. You should just go for it. Because especially in that situation when you don't know where your opponent is, you're probably better off just going for time as opposed to trying to be sneaky. Especially if he's got a classic, you know? What can he do? He's got to shoot you at least a few times on the back of the head.
Absolutely, that's a good tip as well. But we're seeing marshals all around now. This is going to be exciting. I love seeing those marshals come out, but yeah, Epic stuff. They're not able to get rifles or any sort of weaponry that can deal with these long distances, but that doesn't even matter. Raptors is able to find one already, and they need to back out now because Prophet, he's just going to mow them down one after the other. Carter, he's able to find a second. as they try and gain room onto the A site. No Killjoy now left on the Epic staff, so all the util thrown out there won't be of much help. As it looks like MacBet will try and get a rotation in. Gumster, he's able to get one with his ultimate as Mel just falls down and dies. Well, this
That's
is
a great
bit
ultimate.
anticlimactic.
Yeah, it's a great ultimate from Gumster though. I've been very impressed with him so far. But he is kind of left on that A side. Oh no, here we go. Here's the real match.
Oh, will he be able to kill them? No, knife! Oh, this is so close. They are going to chase them through. MacBet going to have to fall back. Oh, he needs to hide his pack, but no.
Oh.
Prophet gets behind him, gets that backstab. But no, Gamster, he's the unsung hero here. He's still alive. 1v2. He could still.
I mean,
do
Prophet
this.
is on 1 HP. This is practically a 1v1.
Practically. That is the important word in that one. But I mean, he knows where the spike is. He knows where the jet is going to be. He spots him out. That's the 1 HP player gone. Now, can spot out Yoru. Well, he's not following your advice there, Yinsu. He's totally going to shift around the map.
Yeah.
Even go and check garage just in case. And won't be seeing too much of anyone. Well, Rox, he's just going to hang out here and long. And that's not too much fun, is it? You know, he's just camping the spike right now. Oh, does it with a no-scope as well.
God.
Just for style points. Extreme style points from Rox.
Yeah, that's kind of disgusting. This is the weirdest game of Spike Rush I have ever witnessed.
Might as well have been a Spike Rush game, right? Maybe we'll maybe that's something that the team may want to do. Just giving heads out, producer.
Could you do a custom Spike Rush? Like, is that an option? Because
wouldn't be surprised.
I don't really jump into custom very often. Oh, I have just been told by Phil that it is an option. That's kind of cool. I never knew that. The more you know, eh? Oh, here we go again into the next round.
Yeah.
Once again, Gumster's pushing.
Yeah, he is pushing, but will he meet his enemy at the right of circumstances? He has to have timing in his favor right now because I'm not going to say anything. This is tough. Oh, Gumster.
Oh, you jinxed him. You jinxed him.
Oh no, they knew exactly where he was, and I'm not quite sure how, but yeah, unlucky from Gumster. He just saw his death coming. That paint shell just was. He just saw his life flash by in just mere seconds, and now it is a 4-on-4. As community will try and push through. MacFet, no, that's unfortunate timing to draw the pistol out as Prophet is able to get that shorty kill. Yeah, this is where JP has his ultimate and could have used it, but has to die instead. Won't give his team the benefit of a win as Mel is able to find one. A beautiful headshot there, pink shot to come out, but won't be as successful as the one that greeted Gumster previously. And getting themselves onto the A site, they may try and go take this aggressive, but with a shorties near distance, this is going to favor them.
They're both in really good positions.
No.
Yeah, this is...
I think she just failed that showstopper and hit the wall.
Oh no. Oh no.
Oh no. This is
Honestly,
disgusting.
Prophet has too much time on his hands. You just know he's been spamming those shotguns in scrims or in solo queue. Honestly, if I died to a shotgun in solo queue, it pretty much ruins my day. So I do feel for these guys right now.
Yeah, I feel you. I feel you. But I'm also one of the filthy shotgun players, so I apologize.
Oh
and
no.
hate me.
No. Wait, you actually buy a Bucky? You're a Bucky abuser?
A shorty on eco rounds, perhaps, and a judge on a force spy. I'm not much of a Bucky player, but I will play it. I will play the odd Bucky from time to time.
Oh.
I like Omen, so I like those sneaky plays. But it doesn't even matter. Kata, he's going to have lovely entrance here. And it looks like they're coordinated on what they're buying. They're sort of going for an arms race kind of ordeal. And finally coming to see the ultimate from Killjoy. Lockdown coming through, but the showstopper from Carter, he's able to find it, but he's not quite able to destroy that ultimate from Killjoy. And now it is a 2v3 coming through. Gumster, he's coming in through Garage. But all three players stacked up on long. It's a tough opportunity for them to deal with. Benjo peeking through. It looks like it's all up to Gumster now. Yeah. Ooh, nice spray down there. He's able to find one, and the eyesight coming through, but Rox finishes that one up. So I'm just going to give Gumster, good job. You tried. but they're not able to get the win in the end.
It's a great smoke, but I wish he had done something cheeky like smoke the bomb, because it didn't seem like they had any clue where he was, judging by the way the Phoenix was aiming down his sight. But nice to see that Gumster is now picking up the shorty, of course. Now the sides have switched, and I am curious as to see how the community are going to play their CT side. And so far, it looks like they're all just chilling at B, at Gone.
Yeah.
This is an interesting strat. Very, very interesting strat.
I'd like to see your analytical overview of why exactly they're stacking. Oh, this is a prep talk. Oh, this is a pep talk here from Mel. She just told everyone, this is what you're going to do this round. And it looks like she gave them the orders to run through mid. They are going to push through at the start, and they won't spot anyone. But Epic staff, they're just going to move through on to the A site. Macfet leading the charge, not really spotting anyone. Benjo's able to find Gumster. Rocks! Just one headshot after the other. It might be the pistol round. Nobody usually buys the Sheriff here, but they're going to do it just for the style points. And it's working out for them. I guess the strategy of a community of Mel strategy is working out. And Prophet will look for the final kills. Mel, she's able to find one, maybe two. Benjo will interrupt though. And it looks like Raptrus will try and take it to the C side.
He doesn't know he's there. I don't think...
Oh, that's going to be a nice kill.
No.
That's going to be a nice kill. Oh, no.
Oh, that one hurt. That one hurt. Good effort from Raptros though. But I think they were a little bit unlucky there. And I am questioning the comms on the side of Epic. I think, you know, they could take a pause right now. That's what I would do. And maybe try and gather themselves again, because as you can see, all of the community players kind of gathered onto one site. They are just pushing down mid every single round. Very, very interesting. This does work on a eco or an anti-eco, but
yeah.
Oh wow.
Well, that works
Okay.
out. 2 kills. Then Carter, he's able to find a third. Community doing a stellar job so far. They're just deleting them. They're like, why are you even running this event at this point? Why are you even running Valorant? So yeah, absolutely destroyed here from community. And Epic staff is just only one player surviving, and it's going to be Gumster. He's going to try his best, pistol drawn out, but they're going to knife him. Benjo, he's able to find it. What's a show match without its knife kills? And Gumster has to say goodbye to life.
Oh man, this is that hurt me from this angle.
Yeah.
I think the best thing they can do is just to not go mid. I think I feel like surely by now they would have worked them out. They've gone 2-round spam down B mid. So if I were them, I would probably hit a C long. Although in this round it looks like Rox has got that site on lockdown. But we shall see.
Well, we are seeing a little bit of an aggression coming through here from community, although they may be playing it seriously now. They know that they're on match point, therefore they don't want to lose it. But it doesn't even matter, community. They're able to trade out even favorable for their own side. And now Macfet, he's a little bit stuck here, but he's able to catch one off guard. Not quite going for the trigger discipline, but he's able to find one, and that's good enough for now. Trying to build those ultimates is what they're looking for. Gumster, that's the near distance. Stinger can do quite a bit from there. But that will mean that Macfet knows exactly where he is. He's going to take it all the way to the C site, but Carter just committed to it.
Oh, that's got to be a first. That is definitely... I have never seen an intentional raise nade herself to throw a match point round. But, you know, first time for everything.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I was going to give them the benefit of the doubt there. I was going to say that perhaps this is a winning scenario, an underdog story where the staff chat, the Epic staff could come back and maybe we could build it up from there since community are on match point. And
I'm down for them to just throwing the next 9 rounds and letting Epic have the win.
Yes. Or we can just pretend that Epic staff are that good by just casting them and making them feel good. So that's exactly what we're going to do. A perfect start here from Epic staff. They are going to have that default setup. Prophet going to push up aggressively. 1 kill gone to Macfet, but Prophet, he's able to find some room over from A. Gained some ground. The Raptors also finding a very nice kill, but Prophet still being a nuisance. This is fine. That's yeah. Okay, I'm gonna stop giving them the benefit of the doubt because that spray is exactly how Epic staff must be feeling right now.
This is a spawn showdown right now. Epic do have a little bit of time, but I feel like they're probably playing the strategy of letting the community players come to them. As you know, they're very aggressive, so I'm interested to see how this is gonna work out. But they do need to get the plant down. They have 35 seconds on the clock.
One enemy remaining.
Well, that's one.
And it's a 2v1. Yeah, this is winnable.
30
Got
seconds
one
left.
kill down, one more to go. They need to get the spike down. It looks like they will be able to, as Phoenix is a little bit too far on the other side of the map as well. I'll be interested to see how he manages to kill himself in this scenario, but I don't think his abilities do that. They kill him instead. Therefore, even if he wanted to, he wouldn't be able to, unless he jumped on top of from heaven a few times in a row. Then he might be able to do that. But it looks like he will try and scope through the entirety of the map. A very interesting tactic. We see pro players do it all the time. It's called trolling. And Mandy will push through. He's able to peek. Showstopper. Peeking. Mandy! Oh, he keeps the crossfire on though. He keeps his crosshair zoomed in, but Macfoot, he's able to find it. Oh, that was a sick shot from Mandy.
They know him for his one taps, you know?
Yeah, they know him for his one taps. Absolutely. The spray now is absolutely perfect. I love that spray. Probably my favorite in the game.
Oh, have you seen the new ones? The new jet spray is so cute. My goodness, I cannot wait. I actually would love it if they were to add, you know, like CS:GO-esque sprays, like murals almost into the game. That would be really, really cool.
Oh, that would be sick.
But 12-4, a comeback is on the way.
Well, for sure. I mean, they're 2 rounds ahead than they were 2 rounds ago, so that's absolutely good. Community still a match point though. 1 more round required for them to win this one out. And Epic staff fully buying up. But look at this. This is something from Benjo. He's just going to hold his ground.
Oh yeah, that's the famous AFK strat when you just stand still and stare into a wall.
Oh, they're not going to come through though. They're not going to come to A, and he's going to be a little bit disappointed. So he's going to have to creep up behind them.
Is he just running with his knife? And here we go. Here's the gun.
Oh, has he spotted out some? No, that's his teammate. Never mind. I got excited there. Oh, Rapture's able to find 2 though. So they're Epic staff. It looks like they're playing this seriously now. He's able to find 3. He's top fragging in his team right now. Teach me, Senpai. Benjo, he draws out the pistol. Not going to be the knife to finish off the deal. He knows that his team may be losing this one anyway, so he will try his best as Mel finds 1 more kill. And Benjo, yeah, if he finds a kill in a 1v3 scenario, I will post the picture.
Go on.
With my hair in...
You're too late for that.
I can't. Yeah, I couldn't. I couldn't think of something interesting, you know?
Honestly, Pansy always tells me it's not really a comeback until they sort of hit the 9 rounds threshold. She refuses to call it a comeback, but I am not Pansy for a reason, and I cannot ever compare myself to the queen of Valorant casting. So I'm sorry, but today I'm gonna believe in the comeback. It's coming, y'all. I don't think it's gonna end 13-5. Having said that, I might be thrusting the first ever Yingsu's caster curse onto the Epic staff team. I hope not.
Yeah, well, caster curse exists if you like it or not. I'm sorry, it does. I've learned from experience, but all aboard the comeback train. Choo-choo!
Oh no, we're doubling cursing them.
Yeah, Raptos, he's able to find 1. So far, so good. Oh, that was the ultimate as well, so doesn't really count for him. Oh, I think we just jinxed it really bad. It is a 4v3. Community do have the numbers advantage, and they may be able to win. This Raptress will peek through. Judge will be just that better in that range. But Mel, oh, he's able to find a kill from above. Benjo will return in kind, but now it's all up to JP. Man, you can do this. We believe in you. I casted with you a couple of days ago, so you're going to have to make this happen for me. He is in a 1v3. They know exactly where he is. He does have the spike as well. He does have the turret out as well to spot out anybody trying to flank. He's going to have to be quick, though. And I reckon They're gonna try and knife him. Doo-dum.
Oh, please check your corners. Please, for the love of God. Please.
Oh no! 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 JP!
Oh,
JP!
no. Not like this.
Oh man!
Not like this.
Oh no!
Oh, my heart is a bit broken that we quite literally just cursed them, by the way. So, this is my first-hand experience of the caster curse. And it is real. I mean, if that doesn't prove it's real, nothing will. I'd love to, you know, if you were counting how many knife kills there were, I'd love to know. That's kind of the stat that I'm interested in. He says at least 7.
Was it? I think that's a little bit optimistic. I'd say it would be around 5. I wasn't counting, obviously, so I'm not sure, but yeah.
I mean, looking at the
we're gonna have a look at them.
Oh,
Okay,
he's actually going to
count
look
them.
through.
Oh, okay.
But looking at the scoreboard, big up Raptros because, you know, 5 rounds on the board and coming away with, I believe, 18 frags is very, very impressive.
Absolutely. I mean, he tried his best to carry his team there. He wanted to come back in the end. He didn't want to lose in such a sad fashion, and he did a good job, right? He got those 3 triples every so often. He kept on getting kills, even if his team got dominated. And Phil, you said you counted up the knife kills? 7 knife kills. Oh, you were
he was right.
Absolutely
yeah,
right.
Phil
Sorry
doesn't
for
lie.
doubting you. Good job, Phil.
Big up Phil for having the ability of counting to 7. That is indeed very, very impressive, Phil. And yeah, thank you very much for that. I don't even know where to begin in terms of analysis. I gotta say, I'm a little bit disappointed with some of the retakes, as you heard me say, on the defensive side for Epic staff. I think on a map like Haven, you do have to be a bit coordinated coming into, you know, against a team like the community. But having said that, I don't even know why I'm trying to seriously analyze this match, because that was just a whole other thing. I don't know what you thought, X.
I solidly think that pros need to learn from that 5 odd and stack. I mean, it gave them that first two frags at the start, which gave them that numbers advantage, and they were able to get some room over to Garish, right? They could get themselves onto that C site, plant the spike, and bada bing, bada boom, that would be their win. Also, I'd like to give praise to those knife kills, right? Because the fact that you get knife kills, it just really ups your morale. And yeah, more morale equals more wins. And yeah, so very solid stuff from the community that they showed today. And I need to stop trying to look serious.
Honestly, I know we're supposed to have team vitality, and I'm a big fan of Vac. His Jet is somewhat of a famous pick in EU right now, but Prophet, his Jet is also very, very good, and the fact that he's able to get a variety of multi-kills. You know, we saw him on the Marshall, on the Frenzy, on the Bucky, on basically every single gun in the game. I gotta say, I don't understand how Prophet is a free agent right now in Europe, and if anyone is watching, pick this guy up, you know. Probably the best Jet I've seen at Epic so far.
Yeah, I guess. Sure. Yeah, I reckon you're right. And I have to say that prep talk that Mel gave in B. I can remember the sites, don't worry. In B, yeah, she just lined them up and just gave them clear instructions, looking at one by one, saying, you are going to rush mid. You are going to rush mid. You are going to rush mid. And you... I don't care.
I'm not gonna lie. I didn't hear a single word there because I think either your mic is breaking up or we're having a slight technical difficulty. Oh, Discord is dead apparently. So on that note, we're gonna head into a quick break, and when we come back, we're gonna have one new caster, a real caster to join X for the next map. So don't go anywhere, guys. We have one more map coming up in this show match.
Hello, overclockers, and welcome. Oh, screw this. Where's A-Tuck when you need him?